this fan on because it is actually very warm here. But hey, everybody, welcome to my channel. Let me situate some things. Año anseo, hola, ¿cómo estás usted? Bonjour, konnichiwa. Make sure you thumbs up and like the video. I know a lot of you guys are going to watch it on a rewatch. I think I have a lot of people that watch on a rewatch. Let me try to adjust my ring light because, just, I guess we're going to go with this color. My ring light has many colors. Let me try to adjust it down a little bit because I don't want to be looking up. Sorry, y'all, I don't have time to do this because I just got home, I just ran out of the shower not that long ago. Hello, Lisa. Hello, Jasmine. And anybody else that's here, if I even forgot. Gemini is here. Everybody else is here. Katina is here. Hello, Katina. This is going to be an interesting live stream. First of all, we're going to talk about BTS updates. That's the first thing we're going to talk about. Then we're going to talk about Cat's Eye. And then we're going to talk about XG and Min Hee-jin and then Jungkook. I think in that order. I'll be live. Hop into tonight. I'm sorry, but I'm here for it. She's like, I'm here for it. This, hello, Ice Queen. This, I'll just give me the warning out here. This is not going to be a pleasant live stream. I've had a stressful ass week, okay? I've had a stressful week as a content creator. I've had a stressful week as just being a mom and a work. Well, being a mom was the easiest part of my week, but I have had work stress. My work is very stressful this week. I work in accounting. So some of you may know in accounting, month end is you have to get everything in by month end. And so month end is it's very stressful for me, month end. But hello, Marie Miller. Hello, everybody. So where should we begin? Okay, so we're going to start with BTS updates. So BTS were online selling their free tickets for their live Weverse, not live Weverse, but live concert, Lord have mercy, in South Korea. And the tickets sold out within minutes. But found out that the concert is only going to be for an hour. So Seoul, South Korea put out a notification just yesterday saying that it was not their decision to have the concert be an hour. Because there were some rumors going around in South Korea saying that the city of Seoul didn't have enough security and they didn't want it to be too long. But no, the city of Seoul confirms that it's Big Hit and Hybe that wanted it to be an hour, which again, I'm not mad at that because that's brilliant marketing strategy. I would not get up there and do this free concert for 2 hours and ruin the concert or possibly taint the concert for everybody that's paid. So no, they're not going to do the whole concert. And I promise you their performance in Seoul is going to be different than their concert and their live events. So don't expect what they're doing in Seoul to be like the concert preview. I think it's going to be maybe a different song lineup. Maybe it's just going to be different. So the free concert in Seoul, the one that they're having, expect it to be different than what the regular concert is. So I hope y'all don't think it's going to be the same thing because it's not. I'm thirsty. But either way, it's going to be fantastic. So yes, they were very smart to do this. It's a great business decision. Why would you sit there and give them an hour of your concert? That don't even make no sense. Then by the time your concert comes, like I said, for some of us, my concert is not until August. So I'm going to do my best to try to not watch spoilers and try to not watch anything. Hey, Valsam 9218 gave me a laughing disco. I like the little stickers you guys did. So yes, I appreciate it, Valsam 9218. So I appreciate what they're doing. They're not going to give away. Again, for me in August, it's going to be hard. I am a content creator. So I expect to be spoiled. Jennifer doesn't want to see anything. She doesn't want to see nothing. She wants to be completely surprised. She don't even want to see BTS right now. She want to look up. Jennifer wants to look up on the stage and be like, damn, that's what they look like now. That's how Jennifer is doing it. She wants to be completely surprised. And so do I, but I understand it's inevitable that I am going to be spoiled. That is, I'm waiting, and I'm still going to be excited. But yes, I understand it is what it is, what it is. So I understand that like I'm going to be spoiled. You heard that they were doing a couple of new songs and then everyone else does their solo song. That's what I heard too. That they're going to be doing some solo songs. But I just expect I'm going to watch it anyway. So y'all, I'm going to watch it. It doesn't matter. But again, like I said, I don't expect this performance to be what they're going to do on their tour. But some of the spoilers are going to be good, but I hate to be spoiled about anything. Like I don't read spoilers about movies or TV shows. I'll read little things here and there, but this is unavoidable for me. It is unavoidable for me as a content creator. I can't get away from it. You know, like I understand it because there's going to be things in the news and there's going to be pictures that I'm not going to try to look at, but I'm going to want to look at anyway. So it's considered, Jasmine said that the album is going to be considered pop rock genre. Really, I haven't heard that, but then again, I haven't tried to look. Like, I tried not to look at anything about this album at all. So, we shall see, but the performance is going to be different. Also, y'all know, some of y'all may know, most of y'all know, that BTS is going to have their live events. It comes in Texas, where I'm at, in April. I think April the 21st, I think it's going to be. I looked at the movie. They're going to have it in the movie theaters, live. For me, it's April the 21st. I am torn. So who is going to go see it in the movie theaters live? So they have a website called BTS Live. I think BTS Live something. Anyway, you can look it up where you can buy tickets. Now, I saw a BTS concert a couple of months ago. I did a video where it was the first time I've ever seen a concert in a movie theater. And me and Jennifer were severely underwhelmed. Like, for me, I want to see it, but I don't want to spoil the concert. I got a long way to August. August seems like a lifetime away. And I want to see it in the movie theaters because I'm curious. However, when we went to go see it in the theaters, me and Jennifer did not have a fun experience. It was very, very lame. Fandango has tickets too? Okay. Katina says she's not sure. Marie Miller and KT Dream says yes, they are going. But it wasn't like, when we went to the theater, like, you know, I mean, every time I see BTS perform, like, my natural inclination for me and Jennifer is to cut up. First of all the concerts we go to, I'm literally drinking before I go to the concert. So y'all notice that I drink before I go to the concert because I want to maximize my experience. Now, BTS, I will try to not to be completely sober, but I can't make no guarantees. But it makes for a fun time. Now, Jennifer be looking at me like, she be like, bitch, really? And I'll be like, yeah! Like, I you know, normally. Now, the Twice concert, I wasn't inebriated. But for most of the concerts I go to, I am a little tipsy, I admit, before I go. Because it's the only time I really drink. I'm not a drinker. So I only drink like once every 3-4 months. And I get tipsy really quickly. So I want to have a good time. So we went to the movie theater. I want to have a good time, period. Because when I see BTS, I want to dance. I want to emote. We went to the movie theater. I felt like I was at church. I was like, I thought I had to take a holy sacrament. Like, it was so quiet. I told Jennifer, I said, it was like us going to church. Like, we sat down and there were other people in there. And then, like, the concert hit. And these people just sat so piously, you know, they like, oh. I told Jennifer, I said, I felt like I was at church. So the song cut and I'm ready to get loose. And then me and Jennifer look around and we're like, oh. Like, okay, we in a movie theater. So I guess we just got to be, oh, dear Lord, dear Jesus, dear Bangtang Jesus. Please forgive me, Lord, you know, as I lust after sugar. The flesh is weak. The flesh is weak. Amen. Like, I thought I should be praying up in there because it was so quiet. It was so quiet. Girl, I was like, me and Jennifer are like, okay, like, you know, and you know, they did on, and I'm like, hey, oh, guess. I'm like, okay, just, oh. I couldn't even sing on, because on is my song, and I'm like, I was over here like, okay. Just Jennifer like, Jennifer like, shh, okay. I was like, all right, shh. Like it was like church. Matter of fact, I take it back. I didn't been to churches that was more exciting than that shit. Like in church, they was hooping and hollering and clapping. There was no hooping and there was no hollering and there was no clapping. It was just a bunch of people sitting around in the theater just, oh, I'm just like, I was like, I didn't know I should have, maybe instead of bringing a light stick, I should have brought my Bible. Like, I didn't know what was happening. Like, I was like, Marie Miller said the same thing happened to her. You was ready to start the fan chant, but no, I was like, Kim Nam, oh. And then Sugar appeared on the stage and he was all up on the screen and I was like, woo! I was ready. Jennifer like, hold it again. I was like, I'm ready to faint. To see Sugar, I was like, ooh. Jennifer like, oh Lord, she about to have a heart palpitation because seeing Sugar on the big screen was enough for me. I was like, ooh. I was like, ooh. And then all the people just sitting around looking at me like I'm crazy. And I'm like, okay. So I had to like stifle and I didn't like it. Like me and Jennifer did not like it. And we were like, that was not fun. Like it would have been fun if we would have had people in the theater who was just as crunk as us. But me and Jennifer, we like to go to concerts and stand up and cut loose. So we were sitting there, we're like, tough crowd. So no, I don't know. I want to go see it, but then I don't. Because to me, seeing a concert, whether in person or on screen, should be a good experience. It should be, and I'm not gonna be sitting up there like I'm watching a real movie. Like I'm like, there wasn't no clapping. I'm just sitting there doing everything I can to like I'm over here like this. I'm like, oh, I'm like, oh, because I want to say something. I want to be like, yeah, I want to be like, yeah. Like I just had to hold myself, just sit there and like, oh man, tough crowd. Yeah, I am that person. They be like, girl, what you doing? I was like, see, Happy said she didn't stop for her scream. People on the other end was like me, and I used their energy. It was a wild show. Baby, in Texas, it was not a wild show. Marie Miller said she wanted to see their first concert in USA in Tampa, so didn't deal with too much spoilers. See, like I said, I want to go see it in the theaters, but then I'm afraid that I'm gonna go to the theaters and not enjoy my experience. But then I've already spoiled the concert, so by the time it comes August, I won't join next week. So I probably won't go. And then Jennifer doesn't want to go with me. Jennifer's like, nope, I'm not going. I'm like, so I'm like, all right. So Jennifer don't want to go. And then yes, they have a thing on Weverse, which I don't really know how that works, y'all. I don't know how that works. Like y'all can explain it better than I can about the Weverse viewings and all that. Like somebody was in my comment section and my eyes glazed over because I don't understand how any of that works. But so yeah, I probably won't be seeing it in the theaters and trying to avoid all of the spoilers. But then like the other part of me is if I'm going to be exposed to the spoilers anyway, I might suggest Marino said should drive to Texas. I told Jennifer the other day, I told her I was going to dress as a black cat and she told me no. She told me no. She told me, and I think quote unquote, no, you're not dressing like a furry. And I said, I'm not a furry, Jennifer. And Jennifer called me a furry. Because I said I could be Yoongi's cat. I could be Yoongi's kitty. And she's like, don't you dare. So y'all, I can't wear a wedding dress. I can't wear a cat costume. I can barely wear a veil. And I thought it would be cute too. Jennifer said, no, you're going to be going by yourself. I said, Jennifer. She said, no. If you dress like a cat, she's like, look here, furry. I said, I'm not a furry. She's like, look, I'm not having you come up here in this concert with a furry. No bouquet either. Jennifer's like, no. She allowed a veil and that's it. She's like, you better be glad I allowed a veil up in here. I was like, damn, all right. Yeah, a cat with a veil. No, don't give, no. Jennifer is not having it. Jennifer's like, I am not here for your shit. I was like, are you my mom? Is that my child? Oh, are you talking about is Jennifer my mom? Jennifer's not my mother. Or are you my child? Silas 123, are you my child? Because sometimes my son will come in here and be like, Mom. Oh, I love you, Mom. Oh. Is that my child? love you too, son. I told you to make a dress for your live bomb. Yeah, I'm working on that. I am gonna make a dress for my army bomb. He said, "Thank you." It may or may not be my child. Silas, 1, 2, 3, may or may not be my child. I don't know if that's my child or not. If he sends me a text message, then I know it's my child. Because that's not something. My child be like, what y'all talking about up in here? I know my son. Either way, Silas, I love you. That's okay. Bye, Ice Queen. You had to go get your army bomb from Target. I have an army bomb again. I will probably dress it up as a cat or in a wedding dress or something, since I can't even dress up like a cat, y'all. Like, I got called a furry, like, for real. Jennifer's like, look, furry. I was like, oh. Like, my feelings was hurt. I was like, I'm not a furry, am I? She called me a furry, y'all. And she said no. I said, man. So Jennifer said no. So that happened. I'm trying to think, is there any other BTS updates about the tour? I can't think of any other BTS updates besides the fact that the album comes out right after Yoongi's birthday is on the 9th. And I wonder, is Yoongi going to do a live stream? I'm guessing he will do a live stream on his birthday. So that's the other thing I want to talk about. Do y'all think Yoongi's going to do a live stream on his birthday? Don't call my mama a furry, right? That's okay. Said Jennifer. She can call me wherever she. I bet you some people are going to show up like lollipops, right? I don't know if they're gonna do that in Texas, Katina. Katina, when I went to Jen's concert in Texas, it was pretty tame. You know, it was pretty tame. It wasn't like that AT's concert. When I go to AT's concert, it's a little bit more wilder. Armies are a lot more tame than 18s. I give 18s, hands down, 18s are the funnest fandom. Like, whenever I go, I see costumes, I see hooker boots, I see booty shorts, like, I see all kinds of things. I'm like, this is my kind of crowd to go. This is the grown and sexy crowd. 18s fans are grown and sexy. That's why I appreciate them, because that's much more my speed. I'm like, I'm with my people, because, you know, hooker boots and booty shorts. I'm like, that was me like many years ago. Hello, Victoria. Oh, you love K-pop, Silas. Silas is not my son. No. You watched the live stream with him beating the cat like drums. Somebody did this little cartoon. Have you guys seen it? I saw a little cartoon that I think it was on Instagram or something, and it was like a little sugar, and they had the audio, and he was with the cat, and he was like, and then the cat was spanking him. Have y'all seen that? Oh my God, it's this cute little cartoon where he's like petting the cat, and then the cat starts spanking him, and I was like, it's on, I don't know what Instagram it was on, but I saw it when I was researching, I saw it, and I was like, I was dying. I was cracking up this little cute little cartoon short. And it was like, and the cat starts spanking him. You see that? We love Jungkook. We love Jungkook. I'm going to talk about Jungkook's situation. You know, I had this is the calm before the storm. Yes, it was hilarious. It was like he was spanking the cat, and then the cat was spanking him. But that was funny. I saw that on Instagram. So I wonder if Yoongi's going to do a live stream. No, I've not seen Yoongi's Samsung ad. Is it up yet? Is it? I have not seen anything about Yoongi's Samsung ad. You saw it? JK is your baby. I think JK should be everybody's baby now. I didn't look. Let me look it up. I'm gonna look up Samsung ad. Y'all know I got my TV. Samsung space. If I see a look, oh, it's everywhere. I have not seen it. Okay, I gotta look it up then, y'all. Okay, let me see. Let me make sure it's not an old ad. Okay, that's old. That's 4 years ago. Oh, okay. So this came out 3 years ago. I'm watching it. Okay. Wait a minute. wait. Oh my God. Okay, wait. can't watch this ad. What y'all? How long is this ad? Okay, I'm 15 seconds in. I'm 15 seconds in. I can't. Okay. I'm trying to like be calm. Like I'm struggling. I'm struggling. Okay. Okay. Just okay. Okay. I'm watching. I hope I don't get copyrighted. Don't copyright me, YouTube. Yeah, I see the earbuds. Yeah, okay. I'm trying to look. I am trying to make it through this ad, y'all. Y'all know I have a hard time. Like y'all know I've been trying to get through that Marie Claire video for 2 years now, almost. It's been like 19 months. Y'all know I still ain't made it through. I'm like 2 minutes and 36 seconds in the Marie Claire thing. Y'all know I couldn't make it. Let me try to get through this ad. Okay, I made it, y'all. With his no iPhone. Yeah, he know okay, I made it through, y'all. See, look how proud. You know when I got copyrighted? If I got copyrighted, my live stream would stop. But it would stop. Like they would freeze the like I've been copyrighted before on my live stream. Like they'll freeze the live stream. Like that's what they do. They'll freeze it. Or they'll make me go and like edit it out. Like I'll have to go and edit it out. But okay. He looked very good. Like I said, I don't have my volume thing. Usually I have the volume. She could look good, baby. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. She could look good, baby. I should have put it on mute while I looked at it. I just, I just, okay, y'all done got me distracted. Anyway, let me just come back. Let me calm down a little bit, all right? Yeah, Sugar did look good. He looked really good. He looked real. I thought about that today. I said, what is it gonna be like for me to see Sugar live on the stage? I don't my brain's not gonna go there because like it'll short circuit because I'm like, I see him live on stage and like I said, I'm gonna have a GoFundMe, y'all. Just in case. They just said, breathe. I'm trying. Like I have a Samsung. This is what I'm on right now is my Samsung. I got a glass. I'm gonna need a glass of vodka to handle that. To handle that man. Like you just gonna need something a little bit stronger. Thank you, Girl Dad Cooking Up Deliciousness. Please go and watch his channel if you're into cooking and subscribe to his channel. I'm always looking at the food that he cooking. He be cooking up all kinds of things. All kinds of things. And I like to cook. I be getting all kinds of like recipe ideas. So yes, y'all check out Girl Dad Cooking Up Deliciousness. Y'all go subscribe to his channel because he always comes here and always says really nice things. And to encourage y'all, yes, please do hit the like button. Thank you. Batty said I have my inhaler with me, girl. Uh, I don't know if BTS would do concerts by them. Hopefully, this is not. I don't think this is going to be a long-standing thing. I don't in the Middle East right now. So I don't think it's going to last all the way until whenever I think they're supposed to go to. I don't know when they're supposed to go in the Middle East. I know they're in August in Texas, but I think they're in the Middle East June, July. But I think when things like this happen, it does influence the powers that be to look at because BTS are going to add more dates and add more locations, and the things that are going on now, like geopolitically, will affect like where they're going to go. Especially when you're talking about UAE and Qatar and everything like in Dubai. Yeah, that's gonna affect like I hope you have a great weekend too. Yes, sir. No problem. We're going to Mexico. I'm gonna need an inhaler. I don't even got no breathing problems, but I might need it. I might need an inhaler. Um, what else was I going to say? So that just yeah. Plus Mexico, yeah, the things that are going on in Mexico as well. But they're gonna go there. Hopefully everything will be smoothed out. But BTS will cancel a concert in a minute if they feel like their safety is in danger. So I don't have any or they may push up dates or something like that if they feel like that BTS and the staff are going to be in danger in some way. So hopefully, they're not. Hopefully all of this will settle by the time they go. I don't know when they go to Mexico either. So hopefully they'll settle all that. But I think that's all the BTS updates that I have. And thank you guys for pointing out this lovely ad. As a matter of fact, I'm going to save it to my playlist. Here we go. And by the way, let me remind people, on my channel, I have playlists. So if you are a stan or a solo stan of a particular member of BTS, I have playlists for each one of the members. And each one of the members has at least 30 videos. Now, Suga has like 102. Okay, but you know what? It's fine. Suga has more than everybody. He's my bias. I'm allowed to have more videos for him. He got 102. Okay? Hello. It's ATP. Hello. Otherwise known as F Bursey, but otherwise known as ATP. F Bursey is like the prince. Like the prince of the channel. Like she has many names. She has like the symbol. It's like Prince. I'm Prince. I'm the symbol. It's called me. I have many names. But I was just telling everybody that if you notice, I have a BTS. If you look at my playlist, I have BTS Ararang, which is everything about the concert and tour. I have OT7, which is things about all seven. And then I have a playlist for each one of the BTS members. So if you're like, man, I really need a fix. And like I said, each one of the members has at least 35 videos that I've done, shorts and everything like that. Suga has over 100. You will see. Someone's like, who's your bias? I'm like, you check the playlist because you can see Suga has over 100 because I've did more videos about him. And then all the K-pop weekly live streams are there. All my vlogs, my concert vlogs are there. So I'm just reminding people that please check out the playlist if you're looking for some. I have playlists for Stray Kids. I have playlists for ATs. I have a playlist for girl groups now. I went in there and reshuffled my playlist. I moved things around, added things, and did things. And so now my playlists are pretty much set the way I want them to be set. And I bring this up because I like to go to a channel that has playlists, and I like to just play everything in the playlist. So I get annoyed when channels, content creators really neglect the playlist because I'm a type of person, I watch videos a lot of times from people's channels based on the playlist. And sometimes I don't want to see all their videos. I'm interested in a particular topic. And I hate when I go to people's channels and they don't have their playlist set up correctly or at all. There are some channels that don't have anything set up at all. So I get annoyed by that. So I always try to keep my playlist accurate and up to date just in case you guys want, I know you guys got your own biases and y'all like, I just want to see videos about Jungkook. I think I have a lot of Jungkook too. I have a lot of his. And y'all like, I just want to see Jungkook shorts. I don't care about nothing else. I ain't mad at you. I'm like, okay. So go check out the Suga Samsung ad, please. Give Suga some love. Again, I didn't even know the ad was even out, y'all. I heard about the ad, but I didn't even know the ad was out. But go check it out. It's a good ad. It's cute. It's nice. And Suga's looking... Whew. 2 years ago when my cousin was 6, her mom passed due to resurgence of BC. She shocked me and told me she loved Suga. Is that what happened? Did you see that Blackpink video? Yes. So the next thing we're going to get onto is... I'm going to add something in here. We're going to talk about, do you watch the interview with El Capitan? Speaking of El Capitan, he is going on tour. Now, it's not a big tour, but he is going to LA. But he is going to do different venues in Asia and I think LA and some other places. I didn't read his interview. You didn't notice something went wrong with his voice and he couldn't sing anymore. I didn't know that. Suga helped him get into writing music. Oh, I didn't know that. But yeah, I saw the interview, but I didn't have a chance to read it. And I know that he's going on tour, and I was shocked that he's going to tour. She told you that Suga's her friend. I told you about my mama. My mom and Jennifer originally liked BTS before I did. So my mom was a Jimin. She thought Jimin was the most best looking thing, and that he sang like Michael Jackson, and she loved it. She loved Jimin. She thought Jimin was so gorgeous. She's like, oh, Jimin, oh. And so she was, hello, Tasha Mays. But yeah, y'all go try to Google the El Capitan interview, I will go back and read it. Apparently it's very interesting, but I thought it was interesting that he was going on tour. And I did read a little bit of it when he was saying that he hasn't really released his own music, that he's written music for so many different artists that he really hasn't focused on the music that he wanted to sing and write. Um, but yes, Taman gave staff money, yes, out of their pocket. Yes. Jimin's the moon. Mama's right, baby. Mama loved some Jimin. She liked BTS before I even paid attention. Even like I hated K-pop. I was like, oh, it's K-pop shit. But yeah, so y'all check out the El Capitan interview. What else was I gonna say? Um, what story should I do next? I'm briefly gonna talk about Blackpink. Blackpink album came out, y'all. Blackpink in your area. I will do a review about. I did an ATEEZ review that comes out Tuesday, but I had to edit it. I will do a Blackpink review of their album, and I'm not gonna put the songs in there, so I don't have to erase the songs out of the damn video. Um, oh, he was on there. El Capitan was on. So it's episode 27. I gotta look that up. I didn't know that. Um, but I'm so y'all wait this week. I'm gonna record my Blackpink review tomorrow because Sunday I record lots of videos on Sunday. Not lots, but I record like 4 or 5 different videos on Sundays and then I sparse them out. So yeah, look for the ATEEZ album review, which should be very positive, and the Blackpink review. I I'm not gonna spoil it for you guys because I need you guys to watch it. But I listened to this album multiple times, so it's not like I just listened to it. Me and Jennifer discussed the album today. I've read I try not to read people's reviews. I did read one from Billboard where they broke down the songs and which songs were the best and the worst. And I try not to watch anybody else's review because I don't want to get tainted. I am not a musical expert. I'm not a musician. I am not a musically inclined person. All I can do is offer my honest review in my opinion. And then, like I said, the things that me and Jennifer talked about, I'm gonna put it in the video and things that she observed because we kind of like we're on the same accord. So me and Jennifer have the same taste in music, and so the review is I'm gonna break down each song and then do an overview overall what I thought about the album. Jim and I said, "Oh Lord, you passed on the Blackpink. Oh my God, you know what?" Y'all are like, nah, I'm done. I ain't got time. I don't like girl groups. Hell, fuck them. I'm just letting y'all know it's coming up. So if y'all curious, the Blackpink album is out there. The video Go is out there. And again, when I saw the album, if you saw my post, it was not a very favorable post. But I'm going to try to be nice in my review, but I'm going to be very straightforward. And I don't give a damn. Them blinks can come for me all day because it's my opinions. And like I said, I'm not gonna drag Blackpink. I'm not gonna disrespect these ladies. But I'm just gonna tell y'all, how I really feel. I don't care how many fucking albums Blackpink sell or how many they don't sell, or how many Billboard awards or where they chart at. Y'all know those facts and figures and shit that y'all be so just stressed and pressed over. Means nothing to me. At the end of the day, it's whether I like the music or not. That's my thing. At the end of the day, it's about the music. The music speaks for itself. I don't care about awards and accolades. Again, the same thing with the BTS album. I don't care if BTS come out with this album and it sells 100 copies or 100 million. I don't care if nobody likes the songs and I'm like, oh, I like all of them. I don't care if everybody likes all of them and I only like 2 or 3 of them. I'm just going to be honest about how I feel about an album. Same thing about ATEEZ. I love ATEEZ, but I was very even-handed, and to be spoiler, I really like their album. So, but I'm just saying that I'm just going to call it right down the middle. It doesn't matter how I feel about BTS's past albums or how I felt about Blackpink's past albums. I can only judge this one on the merits of this one. And I'm just going to tell y'all how it is. And some of y'all are going to find, if y'all watch the video, some of y'all going to be cracking up in the corner. Y'all going to be like, y'all going to be like, ha, 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 ha. Some of y'all going to be giggling. Y'all going to be over there talking like, some of y'all going to be laughing. Y'all going to be gagging. I'm like, oh God, like this shit's funny. Like I try to keep it not too serious because, I don't take this shit too seriously. But some of y'all going to be gleefully giggling. Y'all be like, thank God I didn't listen to that shit. Exactly. People like what they like and they're entitled to their opinions. That's just how it is. She's like, if it make me laugh, I'ma watch it. Well, it's gonna make you laugh. You gonna be like, y'all are talking about I'm gonna watch it if it's funny. It's gonna be a little. I try not to do, like I said, too serious. It's gonna be kind of funny. Yes, hello, Sarah. It's gonna be a little. It's gonna be a little. It's gonna be a little funny. So some of y'all are gonna be clapping and gleefully clapping, like, yes, get him. But I try not to drag. I ain't gonna try to drag Blackpink too much. I have to still stay in the good graces of my Blinks contingency out there because I do have Blinks that subscribe to my channel. And again, I'm a casual Blackpink fan. It's not like I'm just diehard. And again, me being a casual Blackpink fan means that I am not emotionally attached to Blackpink. That I don't have I don't know their personalities and their deep backstory and been fans of them for years. And I don't have all that baggage that taints people's views. So I'm just letting y'all know it's coming up this week. So watch it or not. Some of y'all are like, yeah, with this. Let me stop. I'm just gonna be nice today. So that was that. The next thing I need to talk about is XG. So XG is a girl group. Now, I'm not a fan of girl groups, but I've talked about XG frequently, that I love XG. Most of them are Japanese. And they are a global group. They don't consider themselves K-pop, they consider themselves X-pop. I love XG. They just came out with a song not too long ago. They came out with an album like a month and a half ago. And I love their music. Their music sounds modern, it sounds good and everything else. Well, the founder of the company, the guy who founded an agency, and he founded XG. Him and another producer called Chancellor. They personally scouted these girls to create this experimental type of girl group known as XG. So they brought all these girls together. And again, when XG was probably out a year, somebody came on my live stream is like, you need to listen to XG. And I said, who? Because I said I didn't like girl groups. So 2024, when I was doing a live stream, somebody came in here and told me about I should take a look at XG. So I went and listened to XG and I loved it. And I ended up watching all their videos and listening to all the things. And so they came to here to Dallas, and I couldn't go to the concert because I didn't want to go by myself. Jennifer was actually in South Korea the time that they came here, and hopefully they'll come back. So their producer slash CEO slash founder is a guy named Simon. Simon used to be in a group called DMTN, I think DMTN, or DMNT. I don't know. But I'm going to do a whole video going into depth like this. Well, him and Chancellor, which is another producer, they got popped for drugs in Japan. So they got caught in possession of cocaine. And it wasn't a lot, but in Japan, the drug laws, like in South Korea, are very strict. So it wasn't a lot of cocaine. And there's some evidence that it may have been Chancellor's cocaine, that it may not have been the Simon. He's known by Simon or Jacob, and he's a Korean guy. But it may not have been all of his cocaine. It was a little amount, but it doesn't matter in Japan. So they got in trouble for that. So that was the end of the story. I really wasn't going to do anything. Now it's came out, and I'm going to get into depth that this producer, first of all, he just had a baby. I think he's married. He has a 4-month-old baby. It has come out now that this producer is abusive. And all of this stuff has come out now. And it shocked me. It shocked me, but didn't shock me. There is a live stream that I did that I told y'all in the live stream that I heard about a particular group that was being mistreated. And I couldn't say who it was. There's another group that I'm thinking of right now that I have heard about mistreatment behind the scenes that I will not bring up. But it is a group that I like. But I won't bring them up. And it's not a HYBE group. It's not BTS. But there's another group that I like that I have heard about them being mistreated by their staff and possibly their management. Okay. And so this producer now is being accused of horrible, horrible shit. So, yeah. She said the booger sugar. Yes. So there is rumors going out that this person is abusive. And I'm telling y'all, more is coming out. So I was trying to get some distance to the story to allow more to come out. But this guy has been abusive. I mean, they are saying that they have lost 13 staff members over the past year or something, that people don't want to show up to work, that this man is this man is not a nice man. And he used to be a K-pop. He used to be like I think a second generation, like he was in like kind of a hip hop group. And they said this person is not a nice person in any stretch of the imagination. Yeah, I'm making a video about it. There, yeah. That would be Omega X. I've talked about Omega X extensively. Yeah, they said this dude ain't nothing nice. It's not one site. There's other sites that are saying the same thing. There are staff members that have come that they have quit. And even XG even did a statement about the situation. They even came out and said something about this. And I feel bad for them because they have a comeback. But yeah, this is not just one site. This is I looked in the Korean sites in Korea, and people are saying things. People are coming out the woodwork about this. And there's no reason for anybody, because again, he got popped for drugs. So everybody was all supportive. When he got caught, him and they got caught for drugs. There were a lot of people doing videos saying that, you know, it was suspicious how they got caught for drugs in Japan, and Japan apparently had been investigating them for over a year, and yada yada yada. So I thought it sounded suspicious, and I didn't think nothing of it, and I just moved on. So there's other people that did videos. I was gonna post a video that somebody did, and people thought they were being railroaded and all this. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna let it go. But then stuff started to leak, and I'm like, okay, and I'm like, what now? So there we go. So I mean, and like I said, if they were being investigated over a year in Japan, there's more to this story. There's a lot more to this story. And again, anytime somebody that's on any kind of illicit substance, I don't have any faith in that person. Like cocaine, like Dave Chappelle said, cocaine's a hell of a drug. What did Rick James said? He said, I'm Rick James, bitch. Talking about cocaine is a hell of a drug. It is. And that kind of makes sense. I'm like, I didn't know some people on the booger sugar, and they are volatile ass people. Some of them can be really volatile. And I was like, well, that kind of makes sense. Cause shit. Like, I think I'd much rather deal with a crackhead than somebody on coke. Like, I'm serious. Like, I think sometimes I would rather deal with a meth addict than somebody hopped up on coke. Like, they are very volatile. It is like night and day. Crackhead just be jittery and they just go sit down. Weed heads smoke weed. They be hungry and mellow out. Meth heads, they just zone out. They may have bouts where they want to clean the house real good. But them cokeheads, oh my God. Like them cokeheads and them heroines. The heroin and that white girl, oh no. Fuck that. There's nothing worse to me than a meth head, because they'll steal from you, and a cokehead and a heroin addict. Heroin addict is just a non-issue. That is the worst. When you're dealing with somebody doing that heroin, oh no. No. Because I done been around people that been on all this stuff. No. Like I said, sometimes I'd rather have a meth head. At least a meth head can be sweet to you sometimes. They can be they have bots where they just want to sleep all the time. But them coke heads, baby, they are boop. You just be like, yeah, they just, I'm like, child, what? I didn't seen it. And people on heroin, worse. Them heroin addicts are the worst. Worst fucking people are the people on heroin. So I can understand somebody being volatile and having mood swings, especially with K-pop, and yelling at staff and yelling at people and flipping tables. I said, sounds like a cokehead to me. They're on that white horse. Yeah, it's the worst. I done been around all kinds of addicts. I had them in my family. The worst. Especially if they ain't got that coke. Child, they had all kinds of up and down. One minute they nice to you, next minute they like, okay. Shit. Yeah, really. Yes, Jennifer. Yes, really. Jennifer, you know. Jennifer, Amethyst Sky is Jennifer. Girl, you know. I ain't gotta tell Jennifer not a damn thing. She understands. She like, yeah, you know. Just don't live next one trying to cook it. Yeah, there's a lot of people that do drugs recreationally, especially in America, in South Korea too. So I don't know if he got pop. Okay, first of all, nobody gets popped with cocaine if you ain't using it. Not unless you with somebody that was using it. But again, Japan has been investigating these two apparently for over a year now. And they don't investigate lightly unless because they spend a lot of time in Japan. And so with Japan, their drug laws are real strict. And so for them to be investigating them for over a year, where there's smoke, there's fire. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Like in Japan don't play. Japan and South Korea don't play about their drug laws. Like you will go to jail over just a little bit of marijuana, nothing. Again, I done been around a lot of people. I ain't never had cocaine in my possession. Now, no wait, I done been around some drug addicts in my lifetime. And I ain't never been like, hey, there's cocaine in my purse. Like, that has never happened. Somebody like, hey, put this in your purse. I'm looking at them like, oh, you got me fucked up. Like, no, no, and no. That is a no. I'm not hanging around no cokeheads. I ain't fucking with no cokeheads. If I know you a cokehead, I'm like, I'm not trying to get popped with no cokeheads. I been there, done that. You will go to jail as quickly as they will too. So no. And it happens in the industry a lot. So it's not anything shocking in K-pop. There are a lot of people in K-pop. I posted a story about the person on a profile that fell off the bridge. I posted the video of the car in the Han River that flipped over in the bridge. Jennifer, did you see that story where the person drove? They were on profile and they flipped over and landed on somebody's car, and that person had to go to the hospital. Both of them had to go to the hospital because they were high on propofol. I'm like, that's a big player in South Korea apparently. So yeah, drugs is a thing. It's a thing in the entertainment industry here and in South Korea. Did you miss that one? The one you got to take the fall from? I ain't taking. I look at them and like, they tell me he got a 4-month. I'm like, I got a 4-month-old at home. Yeah, I got a whole group to run. Baby, I guess you're gonna take the fall. Shit. I'm not going down. I'll be like, you know what? You're gonna take the fall, and you're gonna go to jail, not me. Like but yes, there was somebody driving in South Korea in the Han River, and it was a lady, and they kept her identity anonymous, but she was high on propofol and passed out while she was driving. And her car hit the bridge over the embankment, flipped over this video where her car, I'm surprised she wasn't dead. Her car literally flipped from the top. You just driving home, and next thing you know, you see this car, and it fell on top of a guy in his Mercedes. And it like, psh, and I'm surprised the lady survived. But she survived, the guy survived. They were taken to the hospital, and now they're finna get her on drug charges because she was clear. She had a whole bunch of syringes full of propofol, which is, again, it's a prescription drug that people get from these janky doctors in South Korea. And she was high on propofol. And then like a couple of years ago, somebody came in my comment sections. They were talking about We Sung. I forgot the name of the guy. But in 2024, there was an old K-pop singer. Not old, he wasn't that old. He was like 40. But he died of an overdose like outside of his apartment of propofol. And he was addicted. And that's how Michael Jackson died. Y'all know that's how Michael Jackson was hooked on that shit. Y'all know Prince died because he was hooked on prescription pills and all kinds of shit Prince was taking that we didn't know about. And I said, well, the same thing happened in South Korea. There's people addicted to all kinds of things. Yeah, she was driving. Yeah, she was. Baby, I was like, she didn't flipped over and she was driving like a brand new Porsche. So she was rich, honey. There was rumor going around that she was somehow connected to the K-pop industry. This person, not a talent, But there's rumors going around saying that this lady, who they keep their names anonymous, which is okay. Okay, South Korea, I don't agree with that. But hey, what am I to judge? Who am I to judge? I don't agree with South Korea keeping people's names and anonymous or whatever. Child, in America, they would have plastered her name all over the place. They would have been like, she did what? That's one thing good I can say about in America. You ain't gonna be able to commit no crimes. Everybody gonna know who the hell you are. Shit. You ain't even gotta be guilty. It ain't gonna be Mr. A or Mrs. A or no, in America it'll be like this person here. They gonna have your mug shot, they gonna have your name, they gonna have where you live. This person was high on some shit and fell off the bridge. You don't get to be anonymous. Like, no. What's it going on with Injection Auntie? I have not heard much about Injection Auntie lately, but I do know that the comedian is still in trouble. Like, there's stories that pop up about her. What is her name? Park Na-rae. There's stories that pop up about her like every other week. Like, every other day. Like, she was in trouble recently, but I didn't read the story. I didn't have time enough to read the story. But yes, there's the Injection Auntie thing, and she's still in trouble. Like, she's still going through it. Yeah, it's only supposed to be for surgeries, like when they knock you out. It's anesthesia, yeah. And they use it, the victims' names get out, but the perpetrators don't. That's what drives me crazy about South Korea. I'm like, okay, yeah, like you get to be anonymously going around committing crimes and passing out because you're a whole ass drug addict. Jennifer know what I'm talking about. Jennifer, like, she like, shit, I know. Shit, I know firsthand. Shit, don't ask me, but I know. Dating somebody that's on drugs, dealing with drug addicts. And again, even though I didn't date dudes on drugs, I ain't never got popped for no drugs. You're trying to put this shit on me. Can you carry this? No, I'm new. No, I've never done a drug in my life. I drink alcohol and I'm ready to fall down and have a good time. I've never smoked weed. I've never done nothing. But I have been around and have dated a few guys who did recreationally did drugs. And I barely wanted to be in the car with them, to be honest with you. I'd be antsy. I'd be like, oh shit. Because if the police pull you over and you sit up there in the car and they got something in the car, y'all are both going to jail. What is the situation? Y'all both going to jail. It's a dangerous situation to be around people who are doing substances like that. But again, like I said, this Simon dude, the fact that he was caught and his producer with substance is like when there's smoke, there's fire. And then like now the stuff is starting to come out that he is probably not on the up and up. And like I said, I did a lot of research. I didn't pulled up all my notes and then went and looked and looked and looked. And it don't shock me. He ain't the only one. Crackhead. Did you hear about New Jeans? Oh, I did hear about but 3 members of New Jeans in London. That fans took a photo of them. Yes. That a fan took photos of a dance studio CCTV. Is that illegal? I don't know. You're going to tell me that. Y'all be talking about things and like when y'all talk about London and other places that it's over my head as an American, because in America, there is no semblance of privacy here. There's just none. Like people be freaked out because people take pictures of celebrities and I'm like, that's every damn day in America. If you out in public, you can get a picture taken. The only time it gets dicey in America when you're dealing with underage people. That's the only time it gets dicey. Like you can't be really taking pictures of people that are underage or videos of kids. But in America, we don't really have those sense of privacy laws like they do in Asian countries and in London. So when y'all be talking about stuff, I be like, so? Like, shit. I'm like, I mean, when you go to the beach, like here in America, like I go with my kids, people just take video. People be sitting there, girl, they be at the club You will be on someone's video. Like inevitably, you're like, oh, okay. You just deal with it in America. You go somewhere and you see people taking video, and you're like, okay. You'll be sitting there trying to eat, and then next thing you know, you see somebody in table over up here taking just videoing the whole plate. You just eat and go with it. And then other countries, y'all have all these laws and these, well, it's rude to take video. I'm like, I'm American. Like we're just used to it. Especially in certain places in bigger cities. You go to LA, you go to Florida, you go to New York, people are always filming. Like people are always like, oh, look at me. And you be in the background of the video, you wave, wave like, hey, I don't know you, but you chunking them dudes, and then people get mad because you in they shot. Like people will be mad because you in they shot. Like they be doing video and they be looking at you like, and you're like, I'm sorry. You have to apologize for being in someone's shot in America. You just like, oh, I'm sorry. I'd be like, oh, sorry. They'd be like, I'm like, I'm sorry, you're filming. Like you have to move out the way because there's no loud law saying that you can't film people. So when y'all say stuff, the CCTV, I'm like, I know what that is, but is that illegal? Shit, America, you have employees taking CCTV video home with them and reposting it online for TikTok videos. Like security officers will see something weird and they'll download the video and put it on their TikTok. Now, hey, the company may make a rule saying that is illegal, but for like our laws, baby, there's not many. People are just like, oh yeah, Queenie, yeah, I know you in the UK. Right, and people didn't video, we wouldn't catch anything. We would shit. Here, it's like, we don't have no problems with that, New York, everybody got a camera. Baby, I know some of my subscribers be like, everywhere you go, especially if you go to a big event, everybody is filming. Everybody. You go to the beach, people are filming. You go to July 4th, people are filming. Like, you can't go to any public place without people filming a lot. Especially when you're dealing with a lot of younger people. You will see a lot of that. Watching accidents not help. A dance studio isn't a public space. My kids used to go to studios. They would film. People would film. What do you mean not filming at a dance studio? What are you talking about? My kids in gymnastics. My daughter used to be in gymnastics. They would be filming. They would be everywhere. And all the parents is filming. All the people is filming. And you're just like, all right. It was just normal. You go places and everybody is filming all the time. Like, that's just how it kind of goes down here. It doesn't have to be a public space. If you're out in public around other people, unless they have a sign up saying, do not film, blah, 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 then yes, that is the thing. But that's between the private business and the people. But I promise you, there's not going to be any signs saying do not film in America. There's rarely. You have no semblance of privacy in America. Like if you're out in a public place, you're going to get filmed. Like there's a chance of it, You try to catch me in your videos against my Jennifer be telling me, don't be filming me. And I don't. I respect her privacy and I don't film her. Right. I'm just like, yes, it depends on the company's policy. There are some companies that won't let you do it, but that's between them and the company. We don't have laws saying, like government laws saying you can't do it. If a company has signs up, they have to post signs saying don't film. So, like I said, I tell you, a lot of stuff y'all talk about, I'm just like, what? I'm just like, are you outed? It's as simple as that. If you out somewhere, you're just gonna get filmed. Now you can't be filmed privately in your house. Like somebody can't be all up in your window, like what you doing? Now that's illegal. You can't be filming in someone's home. Like ain't nobody gonna be standing outside my window filming. Like, girl, that would be an invasion of privacy. That would be kind of like, because I'm in my home. But the moment I step outside my house, there is no semblance of privacy with the law here in America. The moment, if I walk down the street and somebody films me, there's nothing I really legally can do about it. I have no legal recourse about that. I can take them to civil court, but I can tell them to stop filming me. But for the most part, no one's gonna, it's not like I can try to call the police. The police ain't gonna do nothing. They're just gonna be like, ma'am, you need to get over it. Ah. Oh, the issue is the CCTV. We don't. So what? I'm not understanding, Queenie. So did they take the CCTV video? I'm not understanding. Like you had to help me understand this. And then on top of that, we don't have a lot of CCTV like they do in Korea. Korea, like the cameras are everywhere and they're run by the state. So I think you guys' laws are different. We have cameras up like red light cameras, but we don't have like cameras on the corner, at least not where I live. There's some cities that do. But our cities aren't like like Seoul, South Korea is one of the most heavily surveyed cities like on earth. They have, and I think London has cameras too, but they're government. They're set up by the city or by the country. We don't really have that here. We have like traffic cameras, but like you can walk down the corner. I can go walk around my town or even parts of Dallas, and there's no cameras there. Yeah, in public space, there's no expectation of privacy. Yeah, in the UK, CCTV has to be protected from the public. No, we don't. We don't have those laws. HIPAA laws are different because it's medical. It's medical privacy. But we video privacy because we don't have a CCTVs everywhere. And even in cities where they do, it we don't know where that those videos go. The city uses those videos for crime control, like a lot of times. Like you'll have certain businesses that they have security and the business is paying to have cameras there. I know all about that. I know all about that. I work for a security company. So yeah, you can pay a company to have CCTV, but the government is not gonna have CCTV in a lot of places. New York City, yes, New York City does. They have cameras. But the CCTV footage is not like you guys have access to it, I wouldn't assume. There are some cities that are Dallas isn't. You can walk around Dallas in your drawers. You can walk around Dallas naked. We're not heavily surveyed unless it's private, unless the building has cameras or the business has cameras, then yeah. But no, we don't have. And even then, even in New York, with the cameras, there is no semblance of privacy. Somebody can get, like I said, I don't know if no one can get a hold of that footage though. But again, I want to know, like, how did they get a hold of the footage though? Did somebody work there? And then, like I said, for us here, it wouldn't be a big deal. It would just be like, meh, they got a hold of the footage. For us, it would be like, okay. That the CCTV was behind the desk at the reception and someone went there and took a picture. Oh, honey. Oh no, that would be any other day in America. They said online that CCTV was behind the desk at the reception, and somebody went there and took. Oh no, nobody would care about that here. I don't think we have any laws that exist. It would be like a misdemeanor. It wouldn't be something that somebody would go to jail for. It would most likely be a civil thing. That would be a civil thing. And like I said, for us, it's very much a comment upon the business. It's not something like the business would sue, but it's not something you would go to jail for here. Mm-mm. We don't have no kind of privacy. That's one thing I can say good about America. We don't have no kind of. Everybody know, like, once you get out in public, people are gonna video. People are gonna record you. It doesn't matter where you at. It doesn't matter. Once you leave the house, there is no expectation of privacy. So you can go unless the private business has a sign up saying do not record. But the private business has video cameras and stuff like that, they'll put up saying this business is being surveilled or whatever, something like that. But even then, it's for us. It's crime. So for us, the reason why there's so much CCTV in New York, it's crime deterrent. It's for them to see what kind of crimes people are doing. It's just criminal. It's not anything other than that. It's just crime. It's like, okay, we're seeing what's happening on this corner of the street because this is in a bad neighborhood. So it's always crime enforcement. So somebody taking that footage would be no big deal because we're like, is the footage they're taking is somebody doing something criminal? Then you get a gray area. But if somebody's just walking around, they're famous. Yeah, the people gonna take a screenshot of the screen. It's like, I don't even know if there's any law that would. I had to look that up. I don't think there was any law that would stop somebody from doing that. If so, it would be like, because the expectation is you in public, whether you're being recorded by CCTV or a private person's camera, you're in public. Unless you're committing a crime and you're taking like evidence of somebody committing a crime, but then you're not taking it because the video still exists. So you're not erasing the video. Yeah, I don't see how that would be an issue here in America. They would just be like, okay. Because I've seen people do it. So that's another reason why I'm like, I don't know. Like you start, not unless you're taking the video and doing something illegal with it, then that's when it gets the law. But even like I tell people, even our laws here, like regarding AI and double fakes, is not very strong. We don't have strong laws here, even for AI. Like using someone's name and likeness, it's like a misdemeanor. It's like if you ain't got no previous crimes, they just be like, don't do that no more. Stop making nudie videos of the Seraphim members. Like, stop it. Stop it. Top it. And you be like, okay, I guess I'll stop, And it's like, okay, we're gonna find you like $100. Just don't do that shit no more. Don't do it. That's how it goes in America. We don't really have like, like you really gonna get jail time and shit. No, they be like, don't do that anymore. You can have a stern talking to in the courts. Don't do that anymore. You're going to get a stern talking to and a stern letter, and the judge is going to say, that's not right. There's laws. Name and likeness. It would be up to the company or the person whose name and likeness you take for them to civilly sue you. Because you ain't going to spend no time in jail for that. They're just going to be like, don't do that. Stop selling nudes of fake people. Stop it. They're going to shut down your business and be like, don't do that, guy. Just stop it, silly. We just don't have them kind of laws. Right. Yeah, our videos like you can save your life. You murder somebody. Hello, multi-stand. And yeah, I see that Min Hee was not there. I told y'all she wasn't going to be there. I mean, I'm not surprised that she wasn't there. She has not settled on what she going to do. And I said, I told y'all before, I'd be surprised if Min Hee come back. I would be really shocked if she did. Because it's been so long. And it's obviously that Adore is rebranding. Y'all see the Adore video that they did. It's obviously that Adore is rebranding and doing something else. And they are moving on, unfortunately, with new jeans. Which brings me to my next topic of Min Hee-jin. So since we're talking about new jeans. Oh, yeah, Marie Miller, now come on now. Talking about they need stronger laws against putting minors' pictures. Like but again, we don't have laws for that. They just get mad at the companies and make the companies do it. There are features on the news and fired. It's easier to get nurses licensed than a doctor. Oh, okay. I don't know if Min Hee ratted Danielle out or not. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know what's going on, Min Hee, but from what I hear, people are saying that she ain't coming back. For whatever reasons it is, I don't know. But there was a whole thing about Min Hee-jin. Min Hee-jin, there's been a series of stories that have come out within the past couple of days that I have not talked about because I'm waiting for the dust to settle. But there's been stories where they talked about court records. So, there was the V thing, and we talked about that. About she tried to put V out there. And again, people are trying to say that Hybe released these court documents. I'm like, no, there's no way in hell that Hybe would want to release a court document where V said anything supporting Min Hee-jin or even sounded like it. That made no sense to me. People are like, Hybe released it. I'm like, why would Hybe release? No, Min Hee-jin released his court documents. So the other things that have came out, it's obviously that Min Hee-jin is releasing these documents. She's trying to get back at Hybe. Again, there was a whole plagiarism video that I just did on Friday, talking about that there's evidence. Again, I have to tell people straight up, the point of the matter is statements are not evidence. If I go out and let's say I go out and steal somebody's money. I embezzled money out of my company. And then my testimony is, I didn't do it. I didn't embezzle that money. I don't know how that money got lost. And then I bring up a coworker and they're like, well, no, she wasn't even here when the money was embezzled. And then I bring up somebody else. All these statements are in the court. People's statements statements or opinions is not evidence in court. It just helps you build your case. The things that have been released in the past couple of days, then they talked about Hive apparently, according to Min Hee-jin and her conversations with an employee at that time, that Hive was buying records and returning them to inflate the numbers. First of all, this has been going on in the industry for I don't even fucking know how long. Okay, like I know this. I know that K-pop and the industry is cooking the books. So if anybody had any semblance of them not cooking the books, that's why I don't care about streaming numbers or album sales and none of that. What really important in revenue is revenue. The numbers are revenue. Those are the numbers you can't fudge. You can't fudge concert numbers. You can't fudge any. You can fudge streaming numbers. You can buy albums and sell them back or do something strange. Everybody in the industry does it. People are like, well, no, it's wrong. Da, 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 da. Okay, well, then they need to make laws to make it wrong. K-pop fans talk a lot of shit about what things are wrong. Okay, there need to be laws saying laws or rules or something in the Korean entertainment industry saying you can't do this is wrong. You wouldn't. It's not Sajegi. It's not them cooking the books that way. It is something different. It's not Sajegi. Buying albums and then returning them is something that, from everything that I looked up, is not something that legal. But again, once again, this is what Min Hee-jin's, what her statements are. So whatever Min Hee-jin, I guess we're supposed to just take it as gospel. Whatever her employees said, which these former employees are probably working at OOAK right now, we just supposed to take it as gospel. I am not taking it as gospel. I'm not taking statements from employees saying to the creative director that she gave the creative director the production notes and the branding for some strange reason. And I'm supposed to take that as fact because this person's statement says, okay, no, a statement is not evidence. A statement in testimony is a statement in testimony. It's cumulative to the person's case. I thought people understood this. Anybody can come back and be like, well, I didn't do it. Oh, we'll see that in the court documents, they said they didn't do it. What do you expect them to say? So no, I don't take what Min Hee-jin's statements or former employees or who the fuck ever as that being evidence because we're not seeing Hive's rebuttal. That's not evidentiary. That's not evidence in a court case. It is just statements. So now they're like releasing statements trying to say that Hive bought records. Again, at the end of the day, it is revenue. It is revenue, and stock determines the success of the company or not. That is what determines the success of the company. Not album sales, not streaming song, or how many people watch the music videos. I don't care about none of that. I care about give me the revenue. How much money they're making for merchandising, how much money they're making for concerts and tours, because those are numbers you can't be fudged. Everybody in the industry should know by now that the industry have bot farms, that in the American music industry, they have whole ass farms where they're streaming farms where they're downloading and they're fucking with the numbers. We all know this. If people don't know it, I don't understand how people, fans in K-pop are like, oh my God, this is horrible. I'm like, they've been doing this in the industry for years. They've been buying albums and buying back albums and inflating the numbers for years. If it's not right, then guess what? Somebody need to make a law for it. And guess what? You're going to be waiting a long ass time for somebody to make a law about this shit. It's not going to happen. The industry knows how this do. The cultural ministry, they damn well know how this goes. And any company is going to do anything to cook their books. They do these in movies. They do this in food. They do this all over the place. This is not nothing new. I don't understand K-pop fans just like, this is horrible. I'm like, this is the industry. Again, I like music. I don't care what somebody's contract or what the fuck what the agency does. Why K-pop fans care about this? I swear on God, I don't know. Again, I can take Beehive Beyonce fans and they couldn't tell you how many fucking albums Beyonce sold or whatever. They like, oh my God, I love Beyonce. I love Bey all day. Like I know Beehive people. I've asked them. So Beehive, do y'all know how many albums Beyonce sold last time? They like, I think it's somewhere in the millions. Like, I think, how many Grammys? They know Beyonce has been one of the most nominated winner of the Grammys. But unless it's something a milestone, most Beyonce, even the Swifties, the hardcore Swifties, are not looking to see what the fuck her streaming numbers are. They don't care. Why K-pop fans care about this, I don't know. I get annoyed by these. Demo, I don't care how many times people watch Butter or Dynamite. I don't give a fuck. God, I'm like, so what? I'm like, okay, well, that's nice. Butter has 100 million views. Okay, I'm just like, I'm blinking. So that means what to me? I'm like, okay, so I'm supposed to care. I really thought for the longest time that these streaming numbers and these YouTube numbers went towards whether they're going to be nominated for Billboard. And then people are telling me, no, that ain't got nothing to do with the awards. I was like, you mean to tell me y'all are telling motherfuckers to stream and click on videos and it ain't got nothing to do with awards? No. Okay, so why the fuck are y'all doing it? Why are y'all doing it drives me insane. I was like, so why are y'all doing this then? I'm like, they don't even make that much money. Then I learned that like they're making like 0.0003 cents on every stream. I'm like, so why? I'm like, so why the fuck are y'all doing this then? Why are y'all doing this? I was just like, right. They don't remember the pre-sound scan. Yes, the recording sales. Yes, yes. I'm like, the recording goalposts have moved and how they do sales. It has changed and evolved in the music industry. How they record sales, what constitutes as a sale. There's tricks and all kinds of things, shenanigans going on in the entertainment industry, period, regarding sales and movies and streams. And I tell people all the time, my example is when they talk about the number one streaming shows and Nielsen comes out with their streaming numbers. So sometimes HBO will come out their streaming numbers. I say, how are we supposed to know these streaming numbers are real? I wait. HBO come out with their own streaming. They're like 13 million. This will make headlines. 13 million people stream Night of the Seven Kingdoms. HBO is not on Nielsen. So how are we supposed to know 13 million people stream? Bitch, they can make up anything they want to make up and be like, yeah, yeah, 13 million. Sure, sounds good. I'm like, so how are we supposed to know these streaming numbers? Nielsen, that's supposed to collect the data. How do they collect the data? Does anybody know? I don't know. I don't know that the top shows are really the top shows. Does anybody know that unless you work for Nielsen? So how do they collect their streaming data? Nobody knows. Where do they get the streaming data from? But everybody be like, oh, let me see what top show. I'm like, but y'all don't even know where these numbers come from. How y'all supposed to? Okay. Okay. All right. I'm just like, we don't know. We don't. I think I watched a video of somebody explaining how they got the streaming numbers. And I still was like, do what now? I'm like, well, they take it from, and then they do a survey, and then I'm like, okay, so who are they surveying? Well, they take like a set of demographics, and they get the okay. So we're just supposed to be like, okay. It's not like a movie ticket where you can buy a ticket and then you can see how much revenue, how many people are actually buying tickets. It's streaming. So again, it's not like they're paying per view. The view movies and TV shows where people actually have to pay, that's a different thing. Streaming is streaming. How are we supposed to know? I just take our word for it. The same thing with Spotify and all the rest of these services. We just take your word for it? Okay, like I guess this is the world that y'all want to live in. Y'all go right ahead. I don't care about the numbers because I understand the books are being cooked. Everybody should know that the books are being cooked on every level to inflate numbers. The proof is in revenue. If BTS is going to sell out a concert in 2 minutes, then I'm pretty damn sure that they're popular. I'm pretty sure that if BTS are selling out concerts and tours and merchandise, that's the proof of how popular they are. Not whether they have 1 million album sales. I'm like, says who? Again, Blackpink, they had $1.4 million sales. I'm like, okay, sure. Why K-pop fans care about this? People try to explain to me. I didn't understand. I don't get it. I'm like, because again, I'm used to Western fandoms where Western fans don't really care about that. They couldn't even tell you. Again, I know Swifties that are diehard Swifties that love Taylor Swift. They couldn't tell you the facts and figures and numbers. I know K-pop fans that barely like a group that can tell you how many they sold for every album, how many, why? Why do y'all, I'm like, why do y'all know this? Like, I'm like, that's weird. Yes, one person can stream the same song over and over again. It doesn't mean anything. It don't say it. It means nothing. It means nothing. Yes, the proof is how well the tour sells. That's always the proof is always in the revenue. So when the companies talk about we did this and we did that, how much money did y'all make this quarter? That's the proof. Because you can't fake revenue. You cannot fake it. So people talking about Hybe selling, reselling albums, that I'm just like, okay, water is wet. What else we got? I mean, so yes, there are stories that you will hear about that's coming out where they're dragging Hybe. They're saying that people said that Islet was cheating because the creative director said it, and then the numbers. And I'm just like, once again, all of this is Min Hee-jin's testimony, court documents. It's hers. It's none of it has Hybe's rebuttals in it. So I'm like, I throw a side eye because like I didn't even do a story about this because I'm like, it's obvious to me. I'm like, well, where's Hybe's rebuttals? Oh, we're not publishing that. Korean media, once again, never fails me to make me angry. So the whole Min Hee-jin situation is just a setup and a trap. But I have to remind people again, for over and over again, I have to remind people, I did not come into the Min Hee-jin Hybe situation as a fan of New Jeans. I don't like girl groups. As a big K-pop fan, if Jennifer was here on God, she will tell you that I was a casual K-pop fan. I got into K-pop in 2022. I learned about the New Jeans Hybe thing in 2023 and was casually following it. Again, people accuse me of being a Hybe stan. Why the fuck would I be a Hybe stan when I wouldn't be a BTS army if it wasn't for Min Hee-jin. I came into this situation neutral. I didn't know who Hybe was. I didn't know who Big Hit was. I didn't know who Bang PD was. I didn't know who Min Hee-jin. I didn't know who New Jeans was. I knew who BTS was. I heard of them, but I wasn't a BTS army. So when I looked at this situation, it was really just me being objectionable. It was me just reading the court documents, looking at the interviews, hearing the things New Jeans say. I had no dog in this fight. I wasn't army. I wasn't an Islet fan of the Seraphim. None of that. I came in this situation just neutral. I'm one of the few content creators that had no preconceived notions of none of these people. I didn't know who Bang PD from a ham sandwich. I didn't know who these people were. So when I came into the situation, I started researching. I immediately knew what this was. The moment Min Hee-jin sat up there, I was trying to give her the benefit of the doubt because I read what both sides were saying online and I tried to be objectionable. Again, I had no dog in this fight. Wasn't a Hybe stan. I wasn't BTS army. So when people start saying things, I was giving the benefit of the doubt. I was like, well, maybe Min Hee-jin was done wrong. The moment she did that interview, standing up in there in that green shirt with them white stripes with the hat on, and she got up there and cussed and yelled and fussed. The moment I saw that, I stepped away and I said, oh, I know what this is. I said, oh, I know what this is. I said, oh, I know what kind of person. And I clocked her quickly. I said, this is media play. Everybody know I hate media play. I hate when people take court shit to the public. I hate it. I hate it. And then I got translated what she was saying. And I said, this lady's crazy. I said, what is she? I said, she's the CEO of a door. I said, why would the CEO get up on a press conference and act this foolish? And then I found that the South Koreans were eating it up. They were all on Min Hee-jin's side. I said, what? I said, after that, I was laughing at her. I said, this is hilarious. I said, oh man, ain't nobody going to take this shit seriously. Lo and behold, I found out that people were like all on Min Hee-jin's side. And I was like, wait a minute. Y'all fell for this weak ass dinner theater performance? I said, I know what she's trying to do. She's trying to deflect. And then everybody's like, no, Min Hee-jin. What? I'm like, oh, come on now. I couldn't believe that South Korea was eating this up. So as the case went on, and then New Jeans members saying that they didn't want to be in a contract no more, I really was like, oh. And then they were claiming that they were being bullied. And Hani said that the girl didn't say bow to her in the elevator. I said, oh, no, 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 no. I said, oh, no, no, no. I knew immediately. I said, I know what this is. I peeped Min Hee-jin. I said to myself when I saw it, and I went back and looked at Min Hee-jin's other interviews, and I said, I bet you anything she don't like women. I knew her. And then when the sexual harassment shit came out, I was like, winner, chicken dinner. I knew it. I said, she the type of woman that don't like women. I said, she seems like the type that don't like women. I said, she seems like the type that thinks she's better than other women. She seems like the type that's real arrogant. I said, I've worked with women like her. I've worked with women like Min Hee-jin before. Very rarely. But in corporate America, I knew what, I was like, I know this type. And I said, I bet she don't like women. And so when it came out that the chick was accusing the vice president of being sexually harassed, and Min Hee-jin was in those messages talking reckless about New Jeans, talking reckless about this employee, talking about, I hate working with bitches and they always start trouble. I said, oh. I said, there we go. I said, oh, I know what kind of woman she is. I said, she is male-centered, and she thinks she one of the boys. And she don't want to be like you, and she thinks women are weak and stupid. And she the smart one. And when they started talking about plagiarism, and I went and found, and they were talking about jeans and New Jeans, I was like, I'm done. I like Min Hee-jin, like I was trying to give her the benefit of the doubt for a while. But I was like, the things that she was doing is so foul to me. She was out here in the public talking reckless. She was then, once I started to get to know the things she was doing in corporate, I said, she trying to do a hostile takeover. I already knew it. So again, people accusing me of being biased. I had no, unlike everybody else who have biases, I had none. And so I was willing to take Min Hee-jin's side if she didn't act so foolishly, if New Jeans didn't act so recklessly and arrogant. They was up there just arrogant. We don't want to be in this contract no more. We don't want to be at the door no more. And I'm like, little girls, is somebody telling you these things? And now we figured out, yes, that the parents and Min Hee-jin was telling them all this shit to say. And I knew it. I said, this ain't their real statements. So I said, somebody's coaching them. And I knew it. Everything that's come out since then had backed up everything I've said in the beginning. That this person is not a nice person, in my opinion. That Min Hee-jin is not a nice person. That she didn't give a damn who she threw under the bus, who she screwed over. That her ambition and what she wanted to do was number one. And there's no way in hell I would like a person like that. There's no way in hell I would support somebody who don't support other women. That she's protecting her group and her, yeah, okay, but it doesn't, just because you're protecting New Jeans don't mean you get the right to ruin somebody else's career. She ruined Le Sserafim. She ruined Islet, or tried to. You don't get that right. You still stay professional. And as somebody who understands that being a woman in a corporate environment, especially in a male-dominated environment, is hard enough, Min Hee-jin didn't give a fuck about none of that either. She didn't step back and say, okay, we're going too far. Like, she could have easily stepped back and said, okay, I really want a door and I really want New Jeans, but this, if she wouldn't have did what she did, I would have kind of took her side. But the fact that she threw Islet and Le Sserafim under the bus publicly, and the things that she did to them, accusing them of plagiarism, accused Le Sserafim of being princess, and the fact that Le Sserafim sat in hotel rooms crying, talking about, what did we do? What are we going to do now? I said, she could have easily stepped back and been like, you know what? I can't sleep at night. I can't do this. I need to make a statement, or we need to try to cool things off a little bit. She didn't do none of that. She just kept going in on them. And I said, nah. I said, I can't fuck with that. Like, I can't roll with that. You're willing to destroy other young ladies in the industry. You are not a nice woman. You are not girl power. They try to claim she don't care about none of that shit. Like, the fact that she couldn't step back and be like, I've gone too far. Like, I think I've gone too far. Like, we need to step back. We need to cool off this plagiarism thing. No, she wanted to destroy Hive any way that she could. She don't care who she threw under the bus, whether it be BTS. She didn't care. That's a cold person. It's cruel for somebody to blame a group for what corporate people did. Like, if she thought the plagiarism, like I said in my video, was correct, she could have threw the creative director under the bus. She didn't have to say Islet. She didn't have to point it at them at all. She could have said the creative director. She thought Source Music was having LE SSERAFIM have more perks or whatever, the New Jeans or whatever they debuted. She could have aimed it at Source Music executives, not LE SSERAFIM. And the fact that she just let this go and didn't be like, okay, and didn't tell New Jeans, we're not finna hurt these young ladies because it's not their fault. It's not their fault that they're. If she really thought Hybe was this evil, she would have focused her criticisms toward executives and not the groups. So I will never support Min Hee-jin because the way she did things was so fucked up. I don't care that she had ambitions, but to me there has to be a line somewhere. Min Hee-jin she's a perpetual line. She had no line, y'all. She had no line. She was just like, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna do this, and I'm like, okay, Min Hee-jin, is there a line? There was no line for her. Too great for her. She had these New Jeans girls all up in Japan with this businessman. There was nothing she was willing to do to figure out her ambitions. And a person like that is in my opinion, not a good person. Like that person is not somebody I would readily be friends with or trust in the way they conduct themselves. And that wasn't professional. That's the person I would run from because that's the type of person that will step all over you and just be like, well, it's your fault, you know. In the beginning, you was on New Jeans side, yeah. Yeah. Like I said, I was all willing to be, I was neutral. I was right down the middle. Like I could go either way because I didn't know. But once all this other stuff come out, I was like, I can't go down that, I can't go down that road. Min Hee-jin went too far to the dark side. You know, it's like I'm watching Star Wars. I was like Padme. I was like, no, Anakin, I can't go down that road with you. Like I can't. Like I can understand being ambitious, but I can't. Okay, we destroying other people's careers. Nah, yeah, I'm not finna destroy nobody's career because I didn't like the situation I had at my company. And Min Hee-jin obviously did not like her time at Hybe, and that's her right not to. But to take other people down with you and not be callous about it and be like, well, I thought they was cheating. Great. But you don't air that out. Nobody airs that out in public. Nobody in the industry does that. Who does that? I ask, who do that besides Min Hee-jin? What executive has come out and been like, yeah, that group copied us? They don't say nothing. Nobody. Even when people are not in the business, you really don't hear people saying things like that. You really don't hear people in the public throwing other groups under the bus. People really try to be gracious in the industry because they understand you don't burn your bridges. Min Hee-jin didn't care about her bridges. She was going to set all those bridges on fire. She was going to blow all them hoes up. She didn't care who she hurt, you know, or what she did. She didn't care. She's like, I don't care who I hurt. I don't care. I don't care if people are upset. And it shows even now. She didn't care about V. She didn't give a damn about V. She was like, I'm going to put this out there. Fuck V. You know, I'm like, wow. And then the plagiarism stuff, they still on that. She don't care about Islet. She don't care about LE SSERAFIM. How can you be that cruel? Like how? How can you walk in a hallway with these other groups and look them in the eye and being like, fuck them? Like, I don't understand that. I can't wrap my head around. I don't know how I wouldn't be able to sleep at night knowing that, okay, I didn't hurt these groups and these people online attacking them and they calling them names. I'm like, man, like I couldn't have a clear conscience and sleep. But again, that's me. That's my personality. I'm not a cruel person. It's a level of cruelty that I don't understand. For ambition, I have to sleep at night, y'all. Like I have a real high conscience. I don't like to hurt people, you know, and I'm like, I get mad when I say things to people online. When I be in the comment section talking to y'all, sometimes I feel like, was I too harsh? Like I always second guess my tone and how I deal with people, even in my own professional career. Like I'm always worried about, like, I don't want to sound harsh because I'm not a mean person. So, but there are people out there that just don't care. I've worked with people like this who just talk to people crazy, who just say fucked up things. They do fucked up things. And I'm just looking at them like, how do you sleep? How do you, I'm not that person. I'm not a cruel. I'm a kind person. I'm kind to people who hadn't done nothing to me. If you kind to me, I'm kind to you. Islet and LE SSERAFIM didn't do nothing to New Jeans. Like they were, there's evidence they were cool with them. And to put a wedge between them like that when it should be women uplifting women, women supporting other women in this industry. Yes, there's friendly competition, but there's never should be a point where you're destroying somebody else's career that they are young ladies and they have to, if they want to have longevity in this career, in this industry, then you have to carry yourself in a certain way of discretion. You have to carry yourself in a certain way, especially in South Korea. And just for her to just be like, well, I don't care about them and still have the attitude. I don't have no sympathy for that. I don't have no love for that. I can't get with that. I don't care what Hive does. I just like, oh no, that's just you got, she went too far. Like, yeah, she's not a nice person. Like that's just, yeah, my heart hurt for these, and they're young. These are kids. These are kids. Maybe because Min Hee-jin don't have any children. Because I have children, and I'm like, I can't do that to another kid. Like that's somebody's child. Like I can't, like, ooh, they really gonna suffer. And knowing that Min Hee-jin's been in the industry long enough to know how hard it is for women in the industry, that's another thing that just fucks me up, y'all. Min Hee-jin didn't probably went through. Min Hee-jin probably could tell y'all some stories. The things that she went through at SM, I'm sure she has experienced heartache, heartbreak, backstabbing, demoralization, people stealing her ideas. I promise you, she's probably dealt with men trying to feel on her booty, all kinds of men demeaning her, belittling. I'm sure she's done with all of that. But to turn around and deal with all that and then do it to somebody else, that's a special kind of cruelty. And I've known people like this all my life in corporate America. I've known people that have fought their way to get to a certain level, and then once they're at a certain level, they're like, bye. Chunk that they be like, I'm up here now, you're down, and they don't care nothing about anybody else to help get them there or the experience that they have had. And then they will turn around and see people being treated horribly, and they don't say nothing about it. They just sit back and be like, sucks to be you. Glad it's not me. I've seen this happen over and over again, especially with women and especially with people of color. I've seen managers that have been hated on, sexism, misogyny, racist stuff. And once they get to the top, you're thinking, okay, this person's going to protect us. And then they don't. They'll sit there and let somebody call you all kinds of horrible racist shit. And then you looking at them like, are you going to help? And they like, not me. I'm up at the top. I'm up here now. I've seen it. I've seen women do this. I've seen people of color do this. And you thinking that this person's going to help you, and they have not. I'm not like that. I don't like to see anybody mistreated. If I'm working with somebody and I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. Like, okay, like, no, you're not gonna sit up here and talk to this person crazy. Like, I'll be like, wait a minute, that's not right, and say something like, well, let's smooth things over a little bit. But you got people like this all over the world I've worked with a few people. Thank God I haven't worked with a lot of people like this. But I already knew what kind of person that Min Hee-jin was when that first press conference. I'm a good at reading body language and people. And I knew what this was. And I was like, and I was shocked that people were taking her side. And people like this don't care if others be mistreated because it's not them anymore. And like I said, there's no way in hell anybody can tell me Min Hee-jin ain't seen some things. She's been through some shit in this industry, especially working in the industry back in the early 2000s when it was really male dominated, when it was really tough. And for her to just be like, well, that ain't me no more. I'm a CEO. Ha ha. See you later, bitches. Like, I'm like, wow. And you can see that Min Hee-jin don't like women. Now she finna start a boy group. Min Hee-jin said a long time ago, I told y'all, Min Hee-jin don't like women. I don't know what she's experienced that made her so like not. I don't know if maybe she's bullied. I don't know, but for some reason she don't like women. She don't like dealing with them. And you see now she coming out with a boy group. Min Hee-jin's like, I don't like working with them girls. I don't like working with them girls. She said it before. She prefers boy groups. And so some people y'all were saying in the comment section, y'all was like, y'all better hide y'all son. Y'all was in the comment section talking about hide your sons. Y'all was like that. A lot of y'all was saying that y'all would not let Min Hee-jin be around your sons and grandsons. Y'all were like, hell no shit. Yes, baddie, she was making excuses for her VP that was sexually harassing that other lady. She was making excuses. She was telling him what to say to get out of the situation. What woman in their right mind, again, look, we live in a world where there's Giselle Maxwell out here sitting in prison. Again, it takes all types. Again, I'm not shocked. But, there's women out there who just don't care. All she worried about was Adora's reputation, the company. She said that she called the chick all kinds of things. Like she was slow. And she said, well, she's making trouble. Really? That was your reaction? Instead of asking your VP, did you really do this? You shouldn't have did that. That's not right. She could offer some kind of, and all the chick wanted was an apology. She said all she wanted from Min Hee-jin was an apology. And Min Hee-jin was like, I didn't do nothing wrong. Okay, she could have stayed neutral. She could have told her VP, look, I'm just going to stay neutral in this situation. And if you did do something wrong, you shouldn't have done that. She didn't say that. She was just like, she's causing trouble. And I hate working with bitches. And this is why I don't like working with women. Because they complain too much. Complain about somebody being a pest at work. She threw her under the bus real quick, girl. I was like, wow. I'm like, okay. Yes. I have a post coming up. Yes, he's a choreographer. He's a choreographer for New Jeans. He's yes. He was, yes. Yep. The guy next to her at the press conference was a choreographer. I tell y'all all the time that Min Hee-jin has deep pockets in the industry. She has a lot of friends in the industry, still to this day. And this choreographer is going to be the same choreographer that's going to work with her boy band. And he's a great, prolific choreographer. I was in shock. A lot of people in the industry were in shock. But they've been knowing each other since the SM days. I tell y'all, Min Hee-jin got friends, y'all. I told y'all before. I said, Min Hee-jin will be just fine. I said, if she don't go to jail, she may get sued. She may lose some money. But I told y'all before, and I said it before, and I said it again. Y'all hate it, but I said Min Hee-jin will be just fine. She has a lot of friends in the industry. Min Hee-jin knows how to talk to people to get people to like her. I said, Min Hee-jin got a good mouthpiece. She know how to talk to people. She know how to schmooze people. And I think obviously from enough evidence, she buttered Bang PD's biscuits. When she was having these chats and going on these dinners with Bang PD, she was chatting Bang PD up. Like I said, I'm not saying anything sexual was going on, like she was flirting with him. She may have threw some of that in there too. But whatever she said, she got Bang PD to agree to give her a whole ass company. So that just lets you know about Min Hee-jin, that she knows how to talk to people. She got that tongue technology. Yeah. They said Min Hee-jin know how to talk to people. That that her personality, you'll meet her and be really like, she knows how to talk to people. But it's not genuine though. A lot of times it is, and sometimes people are saying it comes across some people as fake. If you know what to look for. Like some people are like, ooh, she fake. That if she wants something from you, she's going to talk nice to you and be nice to you and butter you up. That's what I heard, allegedly. But then if she don't need you anymore, she behind your back, she talking shit about you. So yeah, Min Hee-jin, she got a lot of friends in the industry. So I told y'all, I said, get ready. I said, y'all finna be mad. Min Hee-jin come out with that boy group and she be talking about that the next BTS. Y'all gonna be y'all gonna be mad as hell. Y'all be like, no what? Well, she could be like, this is the next BTS. Y'all gonna be like, y'all gonna be like Min Hee-jin on site. Like on site Min Hee-jin. Y'all gonna be mad when she gonna come out and talk about they the next BTS. Hello, Ice Queen. Yeah, she would have saw them. Yes. Yeah, baddie, she would have. I don't know what Min Hee-jin astrology sign is. Somebody look it up. What is Min Hee-jin's astrology sign? God knows she better not be a Cancer. Because she gonna be ruining all. She can't be a Cancer. Cancer, we can be ruthless as hell, but we do have a heart. Like Cancers, we have a motherly instinct. She got to be like a Capricorn. My daughter's a Capricorn. I was like, she sound like a Capricorn. Her sign is sociopath. I was like, that sounds like a Capricorn. Or an Aries. Wait, Jennifer's an Aries. They can be kind of ruthless though. Like, I don't know. Yeah, Cancers are nurturing. Like we have a heart, especially for kids and animals. Like Cancers, we kind of be all stern, but we really are caretakers. So I can't see her being a Cancer. Maybe a Gemini. or a Capricorn. I don't know. I just picture her being a Capricorn or a Gemini. Like Geminis are crazy. Like Geminis have that duality where they can be real sweet, 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 and then behind your back talk shit about you, or turn around and drop it a dime and be mean. Be like, you be like, ooh. And they call it, and you get to see their real personality. So maybe she has that duality. Scorpios can be ruthless too. It seems like it because the fact the parents went along with this is nuts. No Asian parents are going to risk their child's career and social suicide. I like I said, Min Hee-jin is having auditions right now. Tell your friends. She's taking all nationalities. The auditions are between February 24th through March 27th. Hide your kids. I just she's taking anywhere I think from 15, 14, 15, pretty young. I actually would not care to Min Hee-jin tried on creations, which was New Jeans, but for me it was her leaked text that put a yeah, it was the leaked text, Zia. Yes. It was the leaked text for me that really sealed the deal for me. When she was in these leaked texts talking bad about New Jeans, calling them names, when she was getting her shaman involved, and I was like, oh, okay, now I see what we're dealing with. And all of that. When when the chick was accusing sexual harassment, she was dragging her for filth. And then talking about Min Hee-jin, her excuse is she was frustrated. I'm like, I've been frustrated many a time in my life at work and outside of my work. But I ain't never been as frustrated, apparently, as Min Hee-jin. She's talking about, oh, well, that was just talk and that's frustrating. I was like, okay, so that means you a piece of shit. Again, I've dealt with many people professionally, and I'm frustrated is no reason to be calling people's fat bitches, and I hate working with bitches, and this person is slow. I'm like, no, that's how she talk. Like that's the real her coming out, in my opinion. Because never in my life, behind the scenes, I don't talk like that about people, no matter how much I don't like them. I'm like about people I work with, about situations at work. I may get annoyed with people at work, but I've never in my life called somebody I work with a fat bitch or I fucking bitches. Like I don't talk like that. People I've known people who talk like that, and the people who talk like that are horrible, are really aggressive, rude, mean-spirited, narcissistic, fucked up people. I've known people who talk about people like that. And I just be sitting there like, is that necessary for you to be talking about people? I was frustrated, or it was taken out of context, or it's just how I was just venting. I'm like, well, damn, through all those cacao messages, I'm like, damn, Min Hee-jin, you sure do vent a lot. She vented a lot. A whole bunch, all the time. Again, she seemed frustrated a whole bunch. She seemed always frustrated, always angry, always hostile, always mad. And my point is, she should have quit and started her own agency. I've said this since the beginning. Why couldn't quit because of New Jeans? No, you didn't quit because you were trying to take the company with you, in my opinion. She could have easily quit. She could have got with Hybe and been like, look, this is not working out. I want you guys to offer me a settlement. I want to get my stock options, cash them out, and I want to leave. That's all she had to do. But no, she got greedy. She wanted to take New Jeans and Adore and all that with her, instead of doing it the right way and being like, pay me my stock options and I'll just leave. And I'm sure Hybe would have been like, oh my God, okay, we'll pay your stock options, you can leave. She wasn't happy at Hybe. I'm not requiring Min Hee-jin to be happy at Hybe. It is her right to be unhappy at her job or at her company. I wasn't begrudging that. I wasn't faulting her for that. It's just the way that she tried to do things was so messed up. She could have took her stock options and ran. Now she's trying to come up and being like, well, all is forgiven if just I'll give the stock options back if you just drop the other lawsuits. What? No, baby girl. You don't get to drag all of this. Again, I would have stipulations. If I was Hybe, I'd be like, here's my stipulations. Yeah, we'll think about doing this, but then not really. But then, like a lot of you guys were saying, Hybe can't draw the lawsuit even if they wanted to, because it sets a bad precedence for anybody else who would try this in the future. So they can't just drop the lawsuits, because any other company that up against this, you can't. This sets a precedence that is horrible. Saying that people can get away with these things And you can't let executives or anybody get away with the things that she got away with and just be like, we're just gonna call it even and we're gone. So Hive knows that they can't drop these lawsuits. Because I'm sure the other the other groups are telling them like, you can't drop this lawsuit because it's gonna look bad. It's gonna look bad for the industry. You know, it's gonna look bad. Yeah, she wanted to steal a door. That's just all to it. And I tell people all the time, if y'all want to fuck up the industry, that's fine. But you got to understand that things like this happen is not just messing with Hybe. These Hybe haters are like, ha ha ha. Y'all, they don't understand this reverberates through the whole industry. If y'all want the K-pop industry to be like America, I don't have any issue with it. But it will change the industry. It will fundamentally change the industry. But these things, again, I said before, I always say K-pop don't happen in a vacuum. These things echo and they affect other groups and other lawsuits and other companies. All of these other companies have been watching this shit very closely and tightening up their contracts because they understand what it means for the entire industry to go down. I'm like, if y'all want to mess up the industry, go right ahead. BTS will be just fine. My group will be, ATs will be just fine. We'll be good. We're fine here. We're good. Stray Kids will be just fine. I'm sure the stays ain't sweating it. Like the big top tier groups, the Blinks, Blackpink will go on and do their solo career. They will be just fine. It is the rest of the industry that will suffer, including New Jeans. Everybody else will suffer. If they start changing the way they do contracts, if they start changing the way they do things internally, then the artists will always suffer. The executives are going to make sure that they taken care of regardless. They going to get their bag regardless. It is the artists that will suffer. They trust me, they will suffer. And not suffering like mental health or physical, not like that. But their careers will suffer. Their careers won't be like it was before. If you want to change the industry, have at it. But you cannot do the shit that happens between Min Hee-jin and Hybe will not stay between Min Hee-jin and Hybe, mark my words. Whatever happens. Whether who wins, who loses, whatever, this will echo throughout the industry. And it will go on for years. Like it will affect the industry, good or bad. Mostly bad. I'm like, but again, Min Hee-jin didn't care about that either. She didn't care about the industry either. Like these things are going to affect everything in the industry from now on. And companies are going to clamp down their contracts even more tighter. And these artists are going to be stuck in situations and contracts. I was like, y'all thought they were slave contracts before. Now they're going to put all these clauses to keep artists from having more freedom. I mean, that's just natural because the company has to protect their assets. And idols are assets. They're commodities. So it will. This has changed things forever. And you can't go in and put the genie back in the bottle. You can't unchange it now. And so the thing I try to get these fools to understand is not about New Jeans. It's not about just New Jeans and Min Hee-jin and Adore and Hybe. This is bigger than that. You are talking about fundamentally changing the industry. And if Min Hee-jin is allowed to get away with the things that she's going to get away with, what's going to stop another executive to pull the same shit? They going to try it. Somebody else gonna come along and try it. And again, if you want to go down that road, have at it. But your idols, it's going to change how the companies do contracts and how they deal with the idols. And it's not going to be favorable to smaller groups and new groups. The groups that have been around 8, 9, 10 years, we're good. We're good here. We're good. Ain't nothing gonna knock BTS off their throne. But everything else, you are going to destroy the industry. And again, if people want to do that, that's fine. But you got to understand that like there's going to be consequences. Thank you, Gigi Wolf. Yeah, BTS will never be duplicated. Min Hee-jin gonna try him as the next BTS. She's gonna be like, they're the next BTS. Hello, Kaz72. They the next BTS. It's okay. We're here to party. So yeah, I tell people it's more than just this lawsuit. It's the future of the industry. And if people want to change it, if you go to a Western model, newer groups won't stand a chance. They won't. They won't have the ability to grow and flourish and have a chance. They will be like, come out with their first album. If they don't make no money, the agency gonna be like gone. Because that's what happens in America. They won't be signing them to 5, 7 year contracts. They be like, nope, we're signing you to contracts per album. And that's a model, again, it's not gonna make new groups, it's not gonna give agencies an incentive to pour $14-15 million in a group if they know that they're going to be gone in a couple of years or cause problems. What would be the point of them investing all that money in a group when if they can just get out their contract and be gone? I've said this over and over again. I've said this for 2 years now. I'm like, what kind of industry do you guys want? Do you want it more like the West? Again, I don't have any issues with that, but in the West, it is harder for new artists to gain traction and footage without a song going viral or without a big push from an agency. If that's what y'all want for the K-pop industry, it's fine. It's fine with me. It don't matter to me. But again, don't people start to complaining when they realize that their favorite group don't have resources. People complain about that now, about agencies that don't have resources. Do I think Min Hee-jin will try to tap into the international, multinational boy group market ahead of Hype? I think she'll probably try. Like, they may not be like an international, like internet, like they'll still be Asian. Like, so she may get a guy from like Thailand and one guy be Chinese. And so they'll still all be Asian. But I think she will try to tap into the international market eventually. Like when they first start out, they have to start somewhere. They start out slow. And then within a couple of 2 or 3 years, she'll try to build into expanding them into more international spaces. Yeah, America's not interested in no artist growth, right, Baddie? They don't give a damn about that. They're like, you better have a hit. You better have a viral hit. If you don't, you might get another album. You might. We're done with you. Yes. And then America, they're going to be like, we need you to do this album and do this, recreate this again. And if you don't sell, if you can't book tours, and they're done with you. And then next thing you know, some person that's right, Lisa Parker, there will never be another BTS. Never. Hey, NJ. There will never be another BTS. But Min Hee-jin will try. But yes, thank you, Lisa Parker, by the way. I appreciate it. But there will never be another BTS. People will try to recreate it and try to study it, but I don't think I don't think in my lifetime there will be another BTS. I just don't think so. Maybe many years, 50, 60 years down the road, maybe. But the industry has to grow. It has to change. Me and Jim might go after quarters. Now that would be an easy target for her. Long shot or quarters. And I like long shot. Like, I was a little iffy on them, but I like long shot. Wearing her Celine shirt, girl. I won't even get into her rant. Like I said, this whole week has been just me ranting and raving like a mad person about just anything and everything with the Korean media, the Korean people. It just, the industry. And then let me get on to my next subject, because I can rant about Min Hee-jin all day. And I'm sure she's going to pull some kind of stunt this week anyway that will have me going off and doing videos. But let me talk about the next thing. Next thing I need to talk about is Cat's Eye. And then after Cat's Eye, we're going to get to JK, which I'm really going to be ranty. The next thing you know is Cat's Eye. The Cat's Eye mono thing is turning into like whole straight ass webtoons, whole straight ass Wattpad. Like it's giving a very fan fiction tea. I'm going to do a whole short and put this out there. It's giving a very fan fiction tea now. Okay? I don't know I don't know what is going on. I don't have any tea. I don't have any gossip. I don't have anything. So I don't have anything to go on in the industry, and I don't know what is going on. Okay? But I can tell you that the fandom is going about this shit all the way left. It's not right. It is so overblown. Yes, it is so soap opera. It is crazy now. And somebody said it in my comment before, and I'll say it again. I don't know what's going on, but I hope what's not going on. I hope that Manon is not having people talk influencing her, whether they be well-meaning or not, family members, friends, maybe people in the industry, telling her that pushing her to go solo. I've explained before in somebody in my comment section on a post that there have been other people in the industry who have had people whisper in their ear and telling them, you're better than this group. Cat's Eye ain't even been around that long. She has not had a foothold in the industry. And I said, these people will try to tell you anything to exploit you, to drag you off. I said, I don't even know how many artists that have been told that they're special, that they're great, whether they be in a group or not, whether they be starting out or not. And these people believed it. And these people have been exploited. I've told y'all before, I know songwriters and singers that they have told that you're going to go somewhere. We're going to promise you a 3-album deal. And literally, y'all, I am not lying. These people I heard, these young ladies, women, they happen a lot to women, that they literally was at the mercy of other executives. And they were having them writing songs, singing hooks and stuff like that. And they were promised an album and it never happened because they wanted to use the person's talent. On the other flip side, even more sinister than that, I know young ladies who were promised the world. They were singers, songwriters, whatever they promised, yada, 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 by people were going to do an album. They did an album and they flopped. There are so many examples in pop music where singers, lead singers or premier singers have been promised. Everybody ain't going to be Beyonce. Beyonce is an anomaly. Beyonce was in Destiny's Child, and she became a worldwide sensation, the diva known as Beyonce. But that doesn't happen. For every Beyonce, there is 10 other women. I bring up Nicole from Pussycat Dolls. She was the lead singer. She was the main singer. They promised Nicole everything. They promised Nicole a solo career. She literally came out with like 2 solo albums and flopped and did nothing. And was literally like, almost went broke in the industry because they had her in these contracts and she couldn't get out the contracts. And she almost went broke because she was in the Pussycat Dolls. And they were telling her she was the most talented one and the most beautiful one. And they didn't know how to market Nicole Scherzinger. They didn't know how to market her. They didn't know whether they wanted her to do R&B or pop. They didn't know how to market her. So there you go. So that happened. There are so many examples of lead singers. Like we talked about David Ruffin with the Temptations, even male singers that have left groups. And then because they've been promised that they're going to be a big star. And then the moment they left the group, they're not. Yes, this is how U.S. boy bands broke up. Yep, Fergie and the Black Peas. They promised Fergie, oh, you just leave the Black Peas. You don't need them. She did a good album. Yeah, she did. She toured and all that. Next thing you know, 2-3 years later, she was on top of the world with the Black Eyed Peas. And 2 or 3 years later, she had no career. Yeah, I don't understand why she would be the most popular. But then again, I'm not a Cat's Eye fan. I don't know. I didn't watch the reality show they were on, so I don't know. But again, I hope that nobody's trying to gas her up. Because it is a road to destruction. It is not a road to go down on at all. It is not a road to go on. Like I said, I've said it over and over again. With the situation with CBX, and we're talking about CBX. We're talking about legends in the industry. EXO, we're talking about Baekhyun. We're talking, who been in the industry a long time and has a clout in the name. Manon don't have that. She don't have that. I said, y'all see what happened to CBX? They went to this janky ass 100, and now Taemin didn't left. I did my video talking about Taemin didn't left. They talking about CBX trying to figure out ways to get out of their contract because their company is with this company. And the rats are leaving the ship of 100. People ain't getting paid. CBX is getting taken back to court by SM because they owe them money, but they ain't really got no money like that. Property is being seized. Baby, they talking about this company is on the list. There's like a Korean business index list. They said the company is on the list for bad debt. So again, if this can happen to CBX, all these people talking about Danielle, And Manon, these two broads ain't even been in the industry that long to do anything. Are they that talented? So if this can happen to Taemin, this can happen to CBX, and they are infinitely more famous and more talent. Taemin got more talent in his damn pinky finger and pinky toe than Danielle or Manon. Pinky toe. And you see what's happening with him. Because there are no guarantees in the industry. You can leave one agency, go to the next agency. Same thing last week, I brought up G-Dragon and all of his problems in Dubai and all of his problems with Galaxy. And y'all made fun of Galaxy. Because I told y'all Galaxy wanted to make AI and robot idols, and y'all clowned on Galaxy. Oh, y'all clowned on Galaxy. Y'all clowned on them. Yes. Yes, and her fans are like, all these people are supporting her, Alex, just because they followed her on social media. I was like, get the fuck out of here. How is following somebody on social media or thumbs up, how is that supporting the industry? Supporting the industry is who gonna get you put on and help you pay your bills. Following somebody on social media is not like, oh, I support you. They may be showing solidarity of the things that she was saying, but it doesn't mean these people are gonna put you on. It don't mean these people are gonna help your career. You know, like, I don't know what's going on with G-Dragon this week. Y'all leave my boy alone. But y'all was clowning him talking about what kind of company? So again, I said before, if Taemin and CBX, who they have been in the industry a long time, who are infinitely more talented, Taemin, like I said, Taemin got more talent in his pinky toe than both of these chicks put together. And he is having issues in the industry. It is not hard. There are not that many successful soloists in K-pop. And again, what I'm going to say, I'm going to put it in a video. Where is Manon going to be marketed to? Where is she going to go? She can't go to fucking K-pop. So that means she would have to come here to America. She's not American. She's not as talented as Tyler. Tyler was a breakthrough star. Tyler is one of the first and only foreign women, besides Shakira, to break through in the Western market. It is hard for foreigners, especially women of color, to break out in the American. It's hard for a woman of color, period, much less a foreign one. Manon is not American. She's from Switzerland. She's not American. So she has that against her. I haven't seen her dance. I haven't seen her sing. So I don't know. I haven't seen her do anything. So I don't know how talented she is. However, she is not going to stay in South Korea. She's going to have to be marketed here. And she's going to be in competition with all of these people. It's easy. It's easier to be in K-pop. K-pop has organized. They have a structure. They have a way of doing things. In America, it's not a lot of structure. They have structure, but not like K-pop. They don't have the train and the organization that K-pop has. So she comes here and marketed in America. How? Where? What? How are they going to market her? They're going to market her as an R&B and soul singer. Okay. Because as a black female singer, that's where they're going to put you. Especially in the beginning. She's not going to be Rihanna or Beyonce. There's not a lot of Rihannas and Beyoncés. They're going to first the thing they're going to need to do in the industry is figure out how to market you. What market they're going to put you in. So as a black female singer, you're going to be singing R&B and soul and pop R&B, maybe that. That's where they're going to market her in the urban market because that's just how it is in the industry. It's what sells. So again, but she's not American. So that's a strike against her already. It's not her fault, but it's just the American music industry. That's how they look at it. So again, I don't think Manon is as talented as Tyler. Tyler has a great team behind her as well. Tyler's been paid her dues in the industry. She's been trying to break through the South African thing. Tyler has a good look, a unique sound. There you go. What does Manon have? What does she have? I don't know. Again, I haven't seen her. But again, it is a hard road to climb as a woman of color in the American music industry because it's saturated. In South Korea, you will stand out. Here, you will just be another black girl singer. And that's just the truth. So she can have good producers come out with a good song. But then the problem is internally in the industry, they are not, I see problems. They are not going to want to know what to do with her. Again, I've talked about Fifi Dobson, which is a Canadian. She's a songwriter and a singer. Fifi Dobson was popular in the 90s in Canada. She wrote a lot of songs, and they gave these songs over to Rihanna and Haley Duff. If you know the story of Fifi Dobson, if you don't know the story, go look it up. It's fascinating. Fifi Dobson was a rocker type of black girl, and they basically gave her shtick to Rihanna. They gave her songs to Rihanna because she was told, Rihanna came after her. She was told she was too black to sing rock. She wasn't R&B and soul enough. She wasn't poppy enough. They were like, we don't really know what to do with you. So they had her write songs. And then she found out that the songs that she wrote for them, they paid her for her songs and they put these songs with other artists. And basically her whole look and her whole shtick was like when Rihanna went through her pop rock period. When Rihanna was up there singing SOS. When Rihanna went through her rock phase, they gave those songs to Rihanna. Her haircut, her hairstyle was all Fifi Dobson and stole her whole look. But it fit better because at the time, 5-6 years later, the industry was ready for that type of look and that type of sound. But when Fifi was doing it, the industry was not ready for that. So basically they stole her whole look, her whole vibe, and put it and told Rihanna, like, this is what we're going to market you as. So again, I don't know what Manon, how they're going to market her. Because again, it is a hard thing to be a black girl in this industry. Because especially, and they gave her songs to Miley. Yeah. Yeah. So she listened to the radio and she like, wait a minute, is that my song? Because they couldn't, even though she's a good singer, good performer, they couldn't have her up there singing these rock songs because it's not marketable. A black girl singing rock music and pop music is not marketable. So again, with Manon, the harsh truth of the industry is, if you're going to come here in America, it's oversaturated. You're going to be one of many up and coming singers. So you have to have some type of gimmick or shtick or something, especially as a woman, to be in this industry. You have to have something that sets you apart from other people. And I don't know if Manon has that. Like, I don't know what about her is going to stick out. In Cat's eye, she can be dynamic and get attention. But when she's in the American music industry, it's time to put your big girl panties on now. That industry is harsh. It's harsh to break into. So again, the K-pop system is one thing, but America is, I just don't see how they would market her. I look at her and I'm just like, I don't know. I'm just like, I maybe need to hear some songs or something. Rihanna had Jay-Z. Rihanna had a good team behind her. That's what made Rihanna happen. She had a good team. And I love Rihanna. I'm a huge Riri fan. I'm be honest. I'm not a Beyonce fan, but I love Rihanna. I love Rihanna. Rihanna would go on tour, I would be screaming. Even though she out here having babies and living her best life right now, looking fabulous. But if Rihanna would go on tour ever again, I would be screaming and running on the internet. I hang up the live stream and go buy my tickets. Yeah, I'm like, the industry, it is what it is. And again, I tell people, look at the history of the industry. How many solo female artists are in K-pop? How many successful female solo artists? We had this conversation the other day. I told people online, I said, you do know there's not that many successful female. And again, with Manu, the point is moot. She's not gonna be marketed K-pop. She's not. She's not. She can't make it, so it would have to be in the West. And again, period, even in K-pop, how many successful female artists are there? There's IU, there's Somi, maybe Somi. What female artists in Korea sell? Solo artists. Hyuna had her run, but not everybody's IU. IU the great, IU the Dawn. Boa was a good top. She's been in the game in a long time. There's not that many IUs and Boas. There's just not. But there are a lot of male solo artists. There's a lot of male solo artists. Male solo artists do better in the industry, and there's a lot of reasons for that. Riri over Bay every day, baby. That's right. Right, exactly. R&B is not popular right now. But it seems like there are more single male artists in K-pop than there are female ones. And again, it has nothing to do with her, but I'm just saying. That's just kind of the nature of the beast. But again, I don't know what's happening with this girl, but again, it's getting very webtoonish Wattpad. I could probably write a Wattpad fan fiction better than what these people online is talking about. I mean, these people online are like making up all kinds of shit with no backing. I'm like, what are y'all talking about? Well, I'm just like, you might have to get out a board and put like them red strings on it, like them conspiracy. Like I have to put my tinfoil hat on to understand what people are talking about. Well, you see, Geffen did this because they want, and I'm just like, what the fuck are y'all on? I'm like, there's no evidence for that. What are you talking? Like people literally going online and just making up things. Well, because she was, so they had her on some kind of board, y'all have mentioned, at some kind of fashion show. As to whether she's going to show up at this fashion show or not, I don't really know, and I don't really care. So now people are like, well, I thought she was on hiatus for health reasons. Well, how she's going to do this fashion show? There's no evidence that she's even going to be at this fashion show. They had her name on the board with a bunch of other people. But again, that's the planning board. She can easily drop out or say, I don't want to be there, or they may have planned her on being there. It doesn't mean she's going to be there. Rap isn't doing great either. I do believe something weird is happening, but yes, the fans with their Wattpad stories and their webtoons is not happening. I said, we might as well just have a Wattpad. Y'all might, since we making up shit, I can make up better shit than what these fans talking about. I'm like, wait a minute, give me a moment. I'm like, hold my beer. Hold my beer. Let me make up something better than what all you people are talking about. Because I'm like, if you want me to make up some fan fiction, I can make up, because basically they're writing fan fiction. They're like, well, she's discriminated against. How? There's no evidence that she's been discriminated against in the industry. And if so, how? And if so, it's litigious, which means she can sue. And I'm like, okay, well, chick, you better get to suing. Somebody, but you better drop a motherfucking lawsuit then. If she is being discriminated against in the industry, I'm like, okay, where the lawsuit at? Because that's the first thing I would think of, was like, I need to drop a lawsuit. I guess we can put a tinfoil hat on. Y'all put it on, be like, yes, they read into it too much. And I'm like, can we just sit back and just wait to see what happens? If she's going to come back or not? Well, I don't know if she's coming back. Well, nobody knows. And then, like I said, her quote unquote boyfriend, low life ass boyfriend. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, her alleged boyfriend. I'm sorry. Did I call him a low life? Oh, I'm sorry. Take it back. But her boyfriend is like liking videos where they're talking about how black girls are treated in groups. I'm like, why are y'all being cryptic about this shit? Just saying what y'all whole chat. So what happened? Like, I'm tired of these cryptic clues and I was like, what the fuck is this, an Agatha Christie murder mystery? Bitch, what is this? Is this Agatha Christie in this bitch? I'm like, why are you out here dropping cryptic clues and liking videos and commenting on posts? Yes. Okay, let me get out of here. Why? Why even do all of that? Posting things and liking things and posting pictures. And what? I'm like, what is this? Is this clue? Like, I gotta follow the clue? in the clues and just wait to see what happens. Because I can't stand the cryptic ass liking posts and posting things and responding. Her boyfriend responded to a comment and he says, yup. I'm like, okay, just come out and say whatever it is that the fuck is going on. Just say it. Yes. Like it's an Easter egg hunt. I'm just like, I'm tired of this drama. If you ain't gonna say what's really going on, then to me, go sit down and shut the fuck up. Like if you're not gonna come out and say, I was treated like this, or I think I'm being treated like this, then shut up and go sit down somewhere. That's all I gotta say. Then I don't want to hear from the boyfriend. I don't want to hear from her. I don't want to. If you're not gonna say what is going on, then shut up. Then I'm just like, okay. Because dropping these cryptic hints and clues that people are trying to I spy and be like, I think that means this. I'm like, okay, now it's giving a very fanfic vibe. I'm like, now we just have people writing whole fan fiction. And I'm like, okay, if she is being discriminated against, then she need to file a lawsuit. Then that's what would be her next recourse, I would think. Or she needs to work it out with Hybe and Geffen and they need to come to some level of mediation. That's it. I said, people, why can't y'all just sit back and be like, well, if she come back, she do. If she don't. If she come back, she come back. If she don't, she don't. You think they want people to speculate? I don't think Hybe wants people to speculate. I think Hybe is stuck in a legal situation as the reason why they had to issue that statement, but I don't know what it is. There is something legally going on because companies usually don't issue statements. Because let me tell y'all something. When companies issue statements, it's to legally protect themselves. To be honest with you, they don't give a fuck about the fans. I've told y'all this before. I said when companies issue statements, it's to legally protect them in some way. They don't really care about the fans at all. If the company is not involved in something legal, they don't release statements. So that's another thing I meant to tell y'all. Peep game. Companies only release statements when it's something legal. When it's something that they understand that they're fixing to get caught up about, or it could possibly spiral into a legal situation, or they need proof because they understand that in the future there's going to be a contract dispute or somebody's going to sue them. So they need to get ahead of it and issue a statement. But they don't care about the fans. Not really. Not really. Y'all, these companies don't give a fuck. Their legal will come to them and be like, well, we really need to issue a statement because just in case we do have to fire her and let her go, so we can say that we're ahead of this, and so we have proof to back up that we said what we said, and then it did, like that's what companies are always trying to cover their asses legally because they nobody likes to get sued, nobody likes to go through litigation, and they need something officially to say, but they don't care about the fans, not really. Companies are always in cover their ass mode, like that way. I think someone's gonna sue. I think I just have this sneaky suspicion that somebody's either gonna try to get out of a contract or somebody's gonna sue. Either they're gonna sue her or she's gonna sue them. I feel like there's something going on here that is deeply legal. Because again, Hybe and Geffen don't have time for this. They don't have time to play games with Cat's Eye. Because Cat's Eye is very popular. And Cat's Eye star is rising. And they don't want to do anything to stop that because that interferes with their money. They've invested a lot of money into this group and into her. And like I said, if she is feeling iffy about the industry, then she needs to leave. I want her to go about her own life. Now as to how the contract gonna go, that's a whole question we don't know, because if she is trying to legally get out of her contract, she may have a hill to climb. Like they may or may not let her out of her contract. They may be like, no, we're going to let you out your contract. Like, no, come on now. Or she may be trying to negotiate a settlement to get out of the contract. She may be like, okay, just pay me a couple $1 million and let me out the contract. But again, I agree with Marie Miller. I don't think she was ready for this industry, what this entails. And people telling me that she had not been in the show business industry. She didn't come from a showbiz family. I said, okay, now I see the problem. I don't think she was ready for what she was to face. And again, being raised in Switzerland and being raised in Europe is not the American music industry, and it's not America. And it's sure the hell ain't K-pop. Those are two different things. I don't think maybe she was ready for all of this, like all of this stuff that she's faced online and people dragging her about her dancing and singing. Like I heard people were saying stuff about that. I don't think she was ready for this industry. like like the other ones were. I think the other ones were a bit more hungrier to be in the industry. That's why many just effed up the industry. He said, and I think, what is OF? What she finna do OnlyFans? Gemini said she better go to OnlyFans. Is that what you're saying? I can't deal with y'all today. Tell my well, girl, there's always OnlyFans. You can go there. Yeah, she didn't go to them. They chased her. So I think she probably was like, okay, I'll go along with it. But I don't think she really wanted to be in the industry. And I think she's realizing right now that, like, damn, Gemini, did you say? And again, like I said, it is a hard road to go when you don't have a major agency in and out of K-pop. It doesn't matter where you go. These independent labels are janky at best. And like I said, she don't have enough clout or enough fans in the industry to really carry herself. And again, I'm just tired of the fans speculating. To me, it's like, if she stays, she stays. If she doesn't, she doesn't. And my point has always been, if somebody doesn't want to be there, then don't be there. If you being in the industry is not for her, then she needs to get out of the industry as much as quickly as she can, and go do something else. And maybe just need to go back home and pivot. And there's no shame in that. The industry is not for everybody. The industry is just not. It's not. There's no guarantees in the industry, and it's not for everybody. So I'd be happy if a person left, then drag this on and drag this on. Because again, Hybe and Geffen wants to keep her in the group. I get it. They poured money into her, and they know they're going to take a heat for the fans. So they're probably giving her every chance to figure out what she wants to do. And maybe she's going back and forth and not figuring out what she wants to do. And I think that she either needs to shit or get off the pod. Like, if she doesn't want to be in the industry, then she needs to leave. No shame. There's no shame. The industry is not for everybody. It's just not. And it doesn't seem like and like I said, I don't know a lot, but it doesn't seem like she's very tough. Like, you have to be tough in this industry. And she does not give off a vibe to me as somebody very tough. She gives off a vibe of, like, oh my God, like, all the scrutiny. And like I said, there's perks to being in the industry and perks to being in a group. But then the drawback is, it's a lot of hard work. It's a lot of hard work. It's a lot of BS. And I don't know what type of people are telling her or what they're telling her. And they may just be telling her, like, you need to go somewhere else or go with a different agency, or you need to leave the business. At this point, I just want her to leave the group because I'm tired of hearing about it. I'm like, please leave the group. Please, girl. I just need you to leave the group. So I'm tired of hearing fans whine about this shit. Like, I'm just tired of it. And I'm tired of people rage baiting racism, because we don't know. And if they're talking about the fans being racist, I was like, I said, no matter where she go, she is going to have the same experience, regardless of whether she's with Hybe, Geffen, or Warner Brothers, Sony. She's going to have the same experiences being with Cat's Eye or being solo. Now she may not be getting along with her group members. That may be it as well. But I'm like, she's going to have the same, if you're talking about racism specifically, I'm like, I have news for you, young lady. You are going to have the same experiences in the American music industry, in any other label. You're going to have the same experience in the industry. I have to tell people all the time, the music industry and the entertainment industry is very exploitive. It is racist, it is xenophobic, it is misogynistic. You are going to see things and experience things, and people are going to talk to you in a way that, if you're not used to, or you get offended easily, you are not going to make it in the industry. Leaving Hybe or Geffen don't mean all of a sudden you go somewhere else and you're in some kind of racial fucking utopia. It is 2026. I mean, they up here it's 2026. I mean, damn. I'm like, read the room. Like, wherever she go, she's going to experience, especially being a woman. Especially being a woman. You're in more trouble you're in more peril being a woman. I'm like, how many ditties and R. Kelly's we gonna have before people understand that being a woman in this industry, you got a fucking target on your back? You do. There are people going to try to pimp you out and exploit you. That's just it. Leaving Hybe, you might be in a better situation than going somewhere else. You may go somewhere else and it may be worse, and you're like, oh my God, this is horrible. Because that's the industry that she got into. It is exploitive, it is greedy, it is capitalism at its finest. Anybody want to complain about that? I don't complain about none of those things. I'm like, well, it is what it is. That's my attitude. Is what it is. I don't have a favorable view of the industry because my family has been in the industry and they've experienced some fucked up shit. Drug addiction, plenty of addicts. There's plenty of diddlers. There's plenty of Epsteins. They all in the industry. And in South Korea as well. There's plenty of people looking to take advantage of young ladies and exploit them. You had dudes going into the industry talking to women just to pimp them out. Like, how many times do we have to hear about this shit before people understand, like, this is the industry? I get so upset that K-pop fans be so shocked, be up here clutching the pearls, honey. They're like, oh my God, racism. I like, the industry is racist? Oh my God, really? How much shit did they talk to me? I wasn't even there. And I know that BTS has experienced racism and xenophobia. I understand that people up here calling BTS gay and taking shots at their looks and taking shots at them wearing makeup. Like, I found all these things out. Like, and it doesn't surprise me that people were mad because BTS, women love BTS and the Asian men. It don't surprise me. I'm like, okay, like, water is wet. What else? Like, these are the things that BTS has experienced over and over and over again in the industry. People calling them gay. People saying they look like women. People saying they ugly. People like, why they wear all this makeup? Why they not even attractive? Like, they don't like that they South Korean. BTS experienced all that and more. Every artist that's from South Korea experienced that on some level. And so for Manon fans to act like this is like, child, I'm clutching the pearls, Miss Hee-jin. I'm like, y'all clutching them. Y'all didn't realize what industry they were fucking getting into? Especially South Korea. Colorist ass South Korea. So I'm like, y'all mad because the online fans don't like Manon? Well, they may not just like her. They may not like her dancing. They may not like them. But yes, I'm like, if you're dealing with South Korean fans of Cat's Eye, which Cat's Eye do with South Korean fans, you're going to have to deal with that. I'm like, okay, she wasn't ready for that. I'm like, okay, honey, somebody need to sit you down and just give you some educations. Because you seem like you lost. Yeah, Tay-Face Backlash. I'm like, it's not right, but that's just, it's the industry that you have to live through. Is what artists be talking about it all the time. But like, we go to America and people they say things to us, and other artists will say things to them and scoff at them and belittle BTS, not just because of race, but also because they're in K-pop. There are people out there who don't like Cat's Eye because of the music that they sing and the way they look, and the fact that they sing pop music. People don't like the kind of music that Cat's Eye has. So it's not just hatred because of race. There are people out there that don't like their music. People out there that think they're a joke. Oh, this is one of these gimmicky groups. Because again, in America, we don't do girl-boy groups no more. So everybody immediately gonna think you corny. So yeah, there are people who don't like Cat's Eye because they don't like their music. They think they're corny. There's stigma that comes along with being K-pop or K-pop adjacent. Anyway, so to sit here and be like, oh, you clutching the pearls because of it, I'm like, I ain't never clutching the pearls. I don't never have no kind of delusions or Delulu stand about BTS situation. And again, for us who are ARMY, I've said it before in my video that I'm happy that BTS is with Big Hit and Hive because they are able to have resources and links in the industry outside of South Korea in the West, that they have a large agency is a negative and a positive. Having a big agency is something that people should never take for granted because they have resources, they have time, they have clout, they have inroads. It should something that nobody takes for granted. I don't never take it for granted that BTS is with Big Hit and the things that they've done and achieved a lot of times because internally, Big Hit and Hive has worked hard to break into the West ever since the beginning. I said, people don't understand behind the scenes what Bang PD had to do and the things that he and his team has had to do to break into the West that no other K-pop agency, I don't give a fuck what anybody says, has been successful at. And people get mad about Hive about that. They've done what they've had to do for all of their artists to break into the West, just like they do for Cordis. They've done what they had to do. And they have had to do a lot of things. They've had to set their executives up in different places because that's what you do as a competent company. I would be upset if they have BTS being as popular and they can't collaborate with people in the West. I would be like, Big Hit, what the fuck are y'all doing? Like, yes, they have to wield their power and do whatever they have to do for all of their artists, not just BTS. And so it is a good thing that Cordis and these groups are with a larger agency because they have opportunity and resources. And that's what it's about in the agency. It's all with the industry, it's always about opportunity and resources. And so the idea that people go to these small agencies and they fail, yeah, it's not like these people aren't talented, but people go to small agencies and fail because these small agencies don't have the resources. They don't have the distribution deals. They don't have the money to be able to put them in festivals and put them up in fancy hotels. That is something that K-pop fans take for granted. I don't never take it for granted. Like it's something that nobody should ever get it twisted because resources in K-pop matter. Money in K-pop matters. It does. It just does, you know. Yeah, they have creative freedom because they have access and they have access and ability to do what they want to do. And yes, Bang PD wanted to be different than the other agencies, you know. It's tough being an independent musician. It is a hard road to try to get yourself out there and get momentum. It is hard. It is hard because, you know, there's so many music, especially in America. There's just so many musicians. There's so many people on independent labels. There's so many people on the internet. There's so many people like trying to push their music on Spotify. It's just it's hard on SoundCloud or whatever. It's hard to be an independent artist. Having the agencies and the label system is set up that way for a reason because it is to attract talent and to get talent out to the masses and to make money. That's the biggest thing is to make money, to turn profit. And so, you know, it's tough out here. And I never want to take it for granted that, oh, well, it's just Hive. I'm like, no, Hive got resources. They've done a lot in the West. They've done quite a bit. And I'm always amazed at the things that they've done. Like the way that they've pushed this thing. They're always constantly trying to get bigger. And I said in my short, I said if Hive was half the evil empire that people claim them to be, I think of so many evil things I would do. Because I firmly believe in wielding power. Like I firmly believe in that. I believe that Hive has been too nice. Because I promise you, if I was running Hive, child, I'd be the motherfucking Darth Vader of Hive. I walk in and be like, dun, 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 dun. I'm dun, 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 dun. I would be I would be the Darth Vader of fucking Hive. Like, I would be taking all the collaboration. I'll be having these artists sign exclusive deals, sign here. Like, you're only going to deal with BTS. You're not going to work for anybody else. Any K-pop group from Korea, you're just going to work with us. Dun, 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 dun. I'm telling you, Bang PD, man, if it's up to me, he'd be up there like the motherfucking emperor. I'll be sitting up there like Darth Vader. Shit, I'll be like, who we finna take over today? I'll be buying up every company, every subsidiary. There will be one company in South Korea. It'd be Hive International. Motherfucker me. Okay? What happened to JYP? He worked for us now. Get his ass in a plastic suit and put his ass naked with some strawberries on my bed, bitch. Because I'm exploitive as fuck. So I'ma need JYP at 7 p.m. I'ma need him on my bed wearing that plastic suit with some roses and some strawberries, bitch. That's what I need. I will buy up every YG. Y'all come on with it. I'm buying you, and you. Like, hey, AK, look, there's AK. What's up, girl? I understand. Like, when it comes to business, I'm a bit ruthless. I'm serious. I want JYP on my bed 7 p.m. tonight, bitch. Wear the plastic suit. I was specific. And not because I thought of this before. I may have already planned this out, but she like, that's oddly specific. Like, you really got a whole plan. 7 p.m. plastic see-through suit, no drawers, strawberries and roses on the bed, and a bottle of bubbly in on chill on ice. Okay, that's what I need because I'm running this company. Yes, on the bed, honey. Yes, the see-through plastic suit. Yes, honey. Yes, that's what I want. 7 p.m. Don't be late. No draws. Right. 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 I need Yoongi in the tub at 10 p.m. Why? Because I'm running this company. JYP at 7. I need Yoongi at 10. That's how I go. Like, I'm serious. I would be nothing nice, and I know that about me. Like, I would take over every company. Like, I would own stake in every one of these companies. I'd be like, Blackpink, yeah, y'all go out there. I own half of YG anyway, so I'll be cheering Blackpink. I'll be like, yeah, Blackpink. Like, don't you own half of YG? Oh, we do. We own half of everybody. But like, is that even legal? I know it shouldn't be, but it is. The National Assembly says it's legal because I've paid off about 20 of them hoes. So they're fine with it. KCMA, y'all paying everybody to get some money. I would own half a stake in every damn company. I would own stock in every damn company. Every company. So I would like, either way, it doesn't matter what group would be out there. Either way, Hybe International would get paid. I understand I'm evil empire like a motherfucker. I get it. So again, if Hybe would do the things that I think Hybe would have done, Min Hee-jin would be in another country by now. I would have been paid her off. I would have been like, I don't need you to say nothing. I need you to release a couple of statements. I told y'all before how I would deal with Min Hee-jin. I would pull up every dirt on Min Hee-jin when she worked at SM. I would pull up every man that she dated. I would pull up things about her family. I would pull up what color drawers and panties she wear. There would be people following her around. Y'all think Dispatch was bad? If I ran Hybe, Min Hee-jin would be shutting the fuck up and she'd be in France somewhere. That's what she would be. She'd be like, no, I'm cool with that. I would like, here's a 500-page dossier I have on you, and here's what color panties and drawers you wear. And then you over there doing something strange for a piece of change, Min Hee-jin. I see on page 338. It says right here, you were doing what now? She'd be like, oh, hell no. I'd be like, sign right here. And I need you to release a statement saying that Isla didn't plagiarize. Bye. Have a good day. Bye. Go on, get out of, she would have been out of South Korea by now. New Jeans would have been in line if I was running the company. Again, I would get dossiers on all the parents. I would pull all their financial records. I would get in a private investigator. I'd pull the parents in the meeting. I said, come on, parents, gather around. So you're fucking your sister-in-law. You cheated on your husband last week. You embezzled money from a company, and you just ain't shit. And I think you're low-key a lesbian. So I'll be like, I got pictures of all of this. I have documents and pics. So when are y'all daughters gonna be in this booth recording this album? Oh, they'll be there next week? Thanks. Appreciate y'all. Love y'all. I'm gone. See you later. I would have dirt on everybody because everybody has a price. Everybody has dirt. So again, in South Korea, where it's imperative that you don't embarrass people, honey, I would have dirt. Them New Jeans, they'd be on their 3rd mini album by now. They'd be touring. They'd be on their 3rd mini album. I'd be like, all right, ladies, good job, New Jeans, good job, bunnies, Team Bunny. Like they would all fall in line. All of them would fall in line. I would be like, everybody's gonna get in line. And you guys are going to like it. And the fans online, they got something to say. I would block all them bitches. Like, you get on Weverse, oh, you got something to say? Block. I would sue every fan. You got something to say? Block. Sue. I'd sue everybody. Every fan page, every fan group, you got something to say? Block. Matter of fact, we're going to go through discovery. I'm going to find out who you are. And I'm going to expose you. Seems like you cheated on your wife before, sir. Oh, you don't like Hybe? Hybe's evil? Guess what, bitch? We heard you've been cheating on your wife for the past 10 years. You got an illegitimate child. I would be wreaking havoc on the industry. They'd be scared of Hybe. They'd be like, don't say nothing about Hybe because they're going to come for you. Right. We will come for you. And it's like I said, that's the moves that I would make if I was Hybe. Anybody else got something to say? You finna get sued. Everybody finna get sued. You get a lawsuit. Everybody would get sued. There would be no the K-pop industry would be Hybe. That's it. We would own stake in everybody. Y'all can have your little companies. Y'all can do whatever you want to do. But we own stake in all of you guys. So you bitches better fall in line. We can all have friendly competition, and I'll let you guys do whatever you want to do. But the money at the end of the day, the buck stops here, and we're running all of this. And so we're good here. That's how I would run Hive. So again, the people talking about Hive is evil. I'm like, no, they're not evil enough. Because I promise you, y'all be running down the hallway with your drawers on fire. Because if I would say so, I'd be like, well, Hive says. And I would gleefully happy be the enforcer. I would like, so. And speaking of enforcement, because I believe in power, you should wield power. And I think you should wield it skillfully. And I believe that they should protect their artists at all costs. And I believe that Hive should be a monopoly. If everything else, the fucking Kakao owned every goddamn thing in South Korea. Kakao literally owns everything in South Korea. When I did my video about Kakao, I was like, how do they get away with everything and nobody dragging Kakao when they own everything? If I was Hive, I would own everything. In the entertainment space, I would have a beauty brand. Let me tell y'all. Oh my God, here's my wheelhouse. If I was Hive, I would have a beauty brand. Hive would have their own beauty brand. We would have our own beauty brand. And then we would bring beauty tourism to South Korea like everybody else did. And we would connect it with K-pop. You're welcome, Hive. You're welcome. I would have a tourism division. We would have K-pop tourism. I would have a beauty brand. We would have Hive beauty brand. Hive beauty would be up and running. We would have it. Tourism and beauty alone is where South Korea makes their money. And in my Hive, we would have that. In conjunction with our idols. We would have tours. Some of them old idols ain't doing nothing. Y'all need some money instead of working at a damn coffee shop. I need you to run this tour group. Come on, you need some money. Second generation Opa. Come on, second generation Opa. Run this. I need you to host these touring things. Get some second generation Opa out there and host some touring shit. Have a beauty brand and be like, we're gonna do plastic surgery. We're gonna connect this with K-pop, and we're gonna have our fans, our lovely fans. Would you like to look like a K-pop singer? Come on. Hive has it for you. Get a little touch up, good little lift here, get your eyes done. We would have it for our K-pop fans. We would have luxury tours. We would have K-pop cruises. You're welcome, Hive. That's how I would run things. South Korea would be in a chokehold by us. They wouldn't even know what to do. I'd be like, we're bringing all the tourism, we're bringing all the medical tourism, and we have the biggest boy bands and girl bands in South Korea. Fuck with us now. Y'all have nothing to say. This little IPO thing would be gone. Gone. IPO who? IPO what? They'd be like, oh, case closed, rip it up. I'm like, yeah, thanks. I would be the enforcer behind all of this and let Bon PD go enjoy his life in LA. And I would expand Hive into other things. And nobody would touch us. Nobody would dare mess with us. Because that's what Kakao does. Shit, that's what Samsung does. Damn it, Samsung, you can't breathe, sneeze wrong. And Samsung's like, nope. No compete. We're Chabo. Get the fuck out of here. That's what I would do. Evil Empire shit. Like that's Hive needs me. I know. I'm like, Hive, you need me. I would sit up there and be like, no, we're not doing it. Speaking of that, so let's get on to JK. So this week, I have been very wound up and angry because of things that happened to JK. JK got on a live stream. She's like, I support this message. I'm like, Hive need to listen to me. I'm like, Hive, come to me and I will lead you to the promised land. Oh, you live in Canada where there's no competition? I didn't say they couldn't be in competition. But again, what happens in South Korea, Kakao owns everything and nobody complains about it. So I would move like Kakao would. I mean, I wouldn't be corrupt. I mean, sort of, like kind of maybe, but I wouldn't be as corrupt as Kakao. But I would pay my employees good. She let my man take a break. Who is your man? V Marie, I would let wherever man you want take a break. Which one is your man, V Marie? Whichever one that y'all would want. Speaking of, Jungkook faced a lot of heat. I have been in those Korean streets, so you don't have those Korean streets, not those Korean streets, those Korean streets. I've been all over the Korean boards. I've been all over Naver. I've been all over message boards. I have read countless hours. Like I'm going down the rabbit hole of insanity like I did with Sugar. And I had to pull myself from the brink. I had to pull myself out of it because the more I read stuff, I'll be reading late at night and I just not been sleeping. So I'm a little loopy, but I've been getting crazy over this stuff. And I'm reading what the Koreans are saying. And again, I love Korea. I love Koreans. Just that's disclaimer. But fuck them, okay? Like with all due respect, fuck them. Like with Sugar, fuck them. Fuck them. I know there's antis. I know that there are people who hate Hive and hate BTS. I understand that. But some of the when I looked at people's and some of the things, because I go and look at users' profile, baby, I will always go and be like, let me research. But some of the things they were saying were really BTS Army people. So don't let people try to tell you that it's just a bunch of antis and bots. No. Yes, there are haters out there. But some of the people that were saying things, just like in the Sugar thing, they were really Koreans and they really meant what they said. And some of them weren't snarky or mean, but they really meant what they said. And they're entitled to their opinion, so I don't want to say that. However, JK got on a Weverse and expressed himself in a way that was genuine and authentic. And there is no way in hell, yeah, I will insert the JK middle finger. Yeah, Kakao executive don't even go to jail. But they bugging the hell out of Bang PD when Kakao owned half of South Korea. So I didn't have a problem with JK said. Yeah, they coming for JK. And I knew it. The moment he said this stuff and somebody said, oh, well, he said something controversial. And I said, oh, because I watched the Weverse, but I was doing something. So I went back and watched it again and I said, oh, okay. And then I was like, surely they're not going to come that hard. Within 2 hours, I was like, somebody was like, they're coming for JK. And I said, where? They're coming for JK. So I went on social media and looked and I said, oh boy. I read articles and I said, oh boy. So I said, let me go to Korean message boards. I said, okay. I said, oh boy. Oh boy. I said, oh boy. And I knew it. And I knew it. And I knew it was going to spread. And I said, oh, this is not looking good. I said, this is like the Sugar thing. And then K Media started to pick it up. And I said, oh, okay. So I knew that the fans that were really fans, some of them were mad, but it was mostly all the Korean fans. Like the international ones are like, and you were like, you said you wish him the best. It was sad. And now it's getting into the fantastical again. Now we're getting into webtoon and fanfiction because people are literally going online and making up shit. People are literally going online and pulling old videos of other BTS members and old statements of Jungkook, and it's like turned into a witch hunt again. K Media don't like BTS. They not only baddies, do they? I told people a long time ago with the Sugar shit. I said, let me just tell y'all something profound. Not only does K Media use BTS for clicks and views, not only does K Media act like they don't like BTS for whatever reason, but they use them for clicks and views, right? But I tell y'all one thing, another thing about K fucking Media, you want to know the truth? They don't respect BTS. And again, if I ran Hive, K Media would put some respect on BTS and like. So not only do they not like them and they use them for clicks and views and they sensationalize things, they don't respect BTS. You can tell. I knew that with Sugar. After all the things that Sugar has done and all the things that Sugar donated charities and everything, I said, oh, they don't respect BTS. They don't fear BTS and they don't respect them. So in my fragile little mind, I think K Media need to fear and respect BTS. I want them to tiptoe around BTS like, oh, BTS is coming. Okay, let's say something favorable. They don't fear them and they don't respect them. And so I peeped that with the Sugar thing. And that's hard for me to reconcile because to me, BTS have a lot of power. And I said it before in my comments when people make comments, I said BTS need to wield that power. There is no point of having power if you cannot wield it. I would be mad as hell. I would be so mad if I didn't went through blood, sweat, and tears in my career. If I didn't done all of this, and I have all this money and all this access and I'm very popular, BTS are basically living legends. And I'm not saying that to flex or to be glib, but everybody agrees. BTS are literally living legends. They're the biggest thing that has ever come out of South Korea besides Samsung and Hyundai. Okay, like I'm just going to keep it real. There's like Samsung and there's like BTS. Hyundai is like number 3 probably. Kia like number 4. Okay, let's just keep it real. LG number 5 down there somewhere. But literally, BTS can influence economies and culture in Korea like nobody else has. Okay. And that's just honest to God. That's not flexing. And that's just not me being army, but that's just the truth. The truth is in the money. They have brought tourism. They bring so much to the economy, and everybody be eating good off of BTS. But again, the fact that BTS aren't respected or feared unnerves me. And the fact that you have all this power and you can't wield power, I get annoyed by that. I be so angry about that. I said, you mean all the power that JK has? He is one of the arguably one of the most popular members of BTS. And you mean to tell me he has not had allowances to say whatever the hell he wants to say? And he didn't got to this level in the industry? And he can't say whatever he want to say? And what he said wasn't even anything that crazy? He ain't out here hurting nobody. He ain't out here touching on no women. Yeah, they should fear JK V. Marie. That is a huge mistake. Yes. Yes. Right. It's insane that they don't fear V. Marie and they don't respect him. But he's all the BTS members have earned respect. They've done enough good. They should be able to instill enough goodwill in the public. That's the same thing that drove me crazy with the Sugar thing. I said, you mean to tell me all the shit that Sugar done, the power to me that BTS has, and you people, the Sugar thing drove me nuts because Sugar's my bias, and it still derails me. Because people like Korean, I understand Korean culture. I get it. But to me, in my opinion, the agencies, not just HYBE and Big Hit, but the other agencies, K-pop as well, have let these people run roughshod for too long. I said, in my opinion, if I ran the company, I would have handled this 10 years ago. Yeah, I would have handled, once Big Hit got popular and they created HYBE and they had enough power, I'm telling you, everybody would have put respect on BTS's name. It would not even be a thing. I don't care who I got to strong arm. I don't care who I got to pull in a meeting. Again, I'm mafia. I admit it. I am mafia. Like, my tactics are mob tactics. We're going to pull everybody in. You got a problem? Well, I didn't know. Okay, we won't be on your show. How about that? Because again, Korea needs BTS more than BTS needs Korea. They didn't have to do this free concert. They didn't have to do that. So you mean tell me BTS gonna do a free concert in front of a historical site, which let's logically go through this in a business sense. So you mean to tell me that BTS gonna do this concert at a historical site? These historical sites are going to bring in massive amounts of tourism because of BTS doing a concert here. This landmark is going to go from just a national treasure and a Korean landmark, which it is, to now a tourist site. So tourists went there before. What you think the tourists finna do now? So the tourists are really going to be at the site. This is going to bring in millions of revenue to these tourist sites. So these tourist sites will be able to keep on running, ideally, for years. You got to think like, just imagine that. All these historical sites are now going to gain money and revenue and resources because BTS did one hour concert. And so now all these historical sites are going to be able to be like, hey, BTS was here, and foreigners are going to run and flock to it. They're going to be like, here we come, BTS is here. They're going to run to it. And all of these historical sites, do y'all not understand that, like, it costs a lot of money for the country to upkeep these historical sites, that they rely upon tourism and revenue to keep these historical sites up and running, to renovate them, it costs a lot of upkeep. So it's a lot of money that South Korea is saving because tourism to these sites are going to infinitely change from now on. That foreigners are going to run there in droves. That people are going to come to South Korea in droves. That this is an economic boom for the country on a whole, wherever BTS performs. And the country knows this, and the National Assembly knows this, and businesses knows this. But I don't know about the netizens, the K netizens, whether they know this or not. So again, they're boosting the whole economy. So again, as a media outlet, as the Darth Vader of Hyde, I don't care what media outlet I had to sit down with. We're going to have one-on-one meetings with every major media outlet. Yes, including you, fucking Korea boo. Fuck you. So we're going to have meetings with everybody, including Korea boo and all the rest of these other ones. And we're going to have a conversation. We're going to have a nice little meeting. And I'm going to tell them emphatically that if I hear something that I don't particularly like in your publications, I will sue the brakes off of you. I will buy your company, and Korea boo will be Bangtan boo. We're just going to change this whole thing, or we're just going to buy you out because I have enough money to buy you out. How much you want for this little outlet? How much you want? A couple million? 3, 4, 5 million? Okay. Won't be Korea boo, be Bangtan boo. And we're just going to change up the name, and we're just going to own it, or we're going to buy a huge stake in it, and then we're going to own it. We're going to own half of it. And see how y'all going to just post things about BTS. Go ahead. But it ain't good. But if BTS break laws, if BTS do anything scandalous like that, if there's like a dating scandal, y'all can go ahead and publish that. But what you're not going to do is post 5 or 6, 7 articles about JK's Weverse and how horrible it was. No, we're not going to do that. You can post 1 or 2 articles and be like, JK said this in the Weverse. We're going to stick straight to the facts. We're not going to stick to crafting narratives. Do you understand? Do you hear me? We're not crafting narratives like the rest of y'all media do. They don't just report the news, they craft narratives. So they'd be like, oh my God, fans are incensed and upset. Fans are disappointed. No, we're not going to write those. No, I don't like that headline. We're gonna change the headline to with BTS JK says things in a Weverse that has the fans a bit alarmed. No, we're not gonna post these sensationalized headlines about BTS. Now you can do that about other groups, but not about us, because we own half of this now. So no, we're not doing that. So again, they don't just report the news; they craft these narratives that sensationalize things, and that's the point that I don't like. And JK have been improperly dogpiled on for things that he said that were just being honest about like who he was and everything like that. And I find it very sad, you know. You want to go to Jimin's dad place, so do I. And I want to go to Jen's place too. And I want to go to Sugar's brother's other place. Not the one on Jeju, but the new one that just opened. You know. They moved to the top of the food chain. That's what be pissed off. It's time for them to wield their power. We are the biggest thing ever. There's no point of having power. I would be so angry that I could see JK's frustration on his face. And I'm like, JK, that the whole Weverse, when I watched it for the 3rd time, I'm like, JK, I feel you. I'm like, I know he's probably saying, I'm grown, I'm an adult. I am the biggest fucking thing in South Korea. And I can't say what I want to say. I know that's what he was saying. I'm a grown, I have power, and I can't use my power. And I still can't say what I want to say. What is the point? If you got to tiptoe around like you some damn Nugu group, why y'all tell me what is the point? I didn't work this hard. I didn't get to the highest of my profession. I am way up here in South Korea, and I still can't tell my truth. I can't tell people I used to smoke and I quit. And then the agency should have been on their asses. The agency should have came out and issued a statement. Once JK released the Weverse, the agency should have came out the statement the next day and said, look, they should have got with PR and legal and would have been like, we need to craft a statement. And the statement should have said something to the effect of, whatever JK says is his personal opinions. It doesn't reflect upon the group or the company, and his personal opinions are his own personal opinions. And he has a right to express himself. That we foster an environment of artists being honest with their fans, and JK wanted to be honest with his fans. That's all the agency had to say, something like that. That's it. But when the agency sits silent and they don't back up their idols, and I've gotten mad at Hybe before for not backing up their idols and not coming out swinging and tell people, if y'all got something to say, there won't be no conversation. We'll sue you. That's just it. So let it go, whatever. And then if it keep on, issue another statement. Like we said the first time. We said what we said. Our artist has a right to express himself. He has a right to express his opinions. He has a freedom of expression. He has a freedom of voice. He wants his voice to be heard. And we would encourage fans to support that. That's all the agency has to do, and cut this shit out. Like that, and then the people will get mad. And like I said, people, if you don't like it, leave. The people who love JK gonna be there, gonna be down for him. And he understands that. He knows that. Like the people that are really down for me gonna be here. The fake, phony people are gonna be going. And then the people that talking about they gonna leave BTS, bitch, you a lie. You gonna be at that concert. Bitch, you gonna be at that concert in April. Stop grandstanding on the internet. I don't believe with none of these so-called fans, if they are fans, oh, we're not gonna be fans of them anymore if you ever were a fan. And if you were a fan, you gonna be there watching the concert like all of South Korea gonna be. Stop playing up in here. The shit that people say online is not real. People grandstand, they fake. And them fans damn well know they ain't going no damn where. They're not going no fucking where. Where are they gonna go? They're liars. They're not going anywhere, y'all. And BTS has earned the right to say what they want to say. And the fakers, they can leave. Y'all don't like it, bounce, leave, gone. We don't need you. We don't need you. And I said, to me, the controversial thing I have to say, BTS really don't need Korea. Korea needs BTS. South Korea needs BTS. BTS don't need them anymore. They have international fans everywhere. International fans don't care. They like, okay, it's the K-pop system that's confining. It's not Big Hit. It's not Hybe. They're doing the best that they do. And again, I wish they would do more to try to protect their artists. But I understand why they wouldn't want JK saying things, because they know that he's going to get raked through the coals. But if JK is a big enough boy to deal with it, then I say, okay, the same thing with RM. I said, RM has a right to say whatever you want to say. If he's cool with it, I'm cool with it. If he can take the heat, I'm taking the heat. Then I'm fine. I'm like, okay, he grown. But they're trapped in a K-pop system. And I've done videos over and over again about this, that BTS ain't no K-pop group no more. They are a global pop group. They are global. They are for everybody. And if you don't like it, hey. And I told people before, in South Korea, they've given the fans too much control, too much say so. And like the same thing with the CBX situation, I told y'all the story before, that back in 2023, everybody was like, CBX should leave SM and CBX. And then now, what are they saying in 2026? Oh, well, perhaps they shouldn't have left SM. Again, if you live your career listening just to your fans, when you have a large fandom, you will get yourself tied up in these knots and you will get yourself messed up in the head and career-wise. Don't listen to these fans. Because again, some fans are going to be, you should do this. Some fans, you should be that. No K-pop idol should be taking business decisions and life-changing choices, advice from fans. They should be able to do what is best for them in their career and their mental health. Don't let these fans get you twisted. Because these fans will be with you, and then they turn the same thing somebody said in my comment section about Manon, about her situation. The fans are behind you now. She'll do one thing and the fans will turn on you. Y'all didn't seen it. Y'all didn't seen it in the industry. Everybody's like, oh yeah, da, da, da. And then they do one thing and everybody's like, oops. And then they get turned on. Next thing you know, the fans then turned on them. Just that quick. They did it. They did a 180. They ain't turned on them. I'm just ready for it to happen to Manon. I said she gonna do one thing and they're gonna be like, what? Don't let these fans gas you up and get you making career decisions because of things that the fans say. Because the fans are all over the place. They don't know what they want. I am glad that the fans didn't listen to them about solo, because there's a lot of fans, from what you guys have told me, I wasn't there, pushing them to leave BTS and be solo. Don't let these fans gas you up and making business decisions based on fans, because the fans don't know what goes on in the industry. The fans only know what they know. So a lot of these idols, they listen to the fans, they let these fans gas them up, and then they end up going solo, or they leave their agency, or they doing, or they doing this and they doing that. Don't let these fans control. No fan should be controlling JK's personal life or private life or his professional life. He should do what's best for him and best for his career, and the fans will go. The fans will follow. The fans will go. Again, at the end of the day, what K-pop fans do that annoys me so bad is not focusing on the music. If you have an artist that puts out good music, it will withstand the test of time. So again, I'm gonna say something controversial again. Now look, I'm just gonna put it out there. I'm a casual Blackpink fan. I'm a casual Blink. I don't mean to drag these young ladies because it's nothing personal for me. But again, with this new album of Blackpink, these songs are going to be forgotten about. BTS is out here trying to create legacy, in my opinion. They are trying to create something that's going to withstand the test of time. There are songs out there, second generation, third generation, that are classic songs, classic groups, classic albums that people in Korea and K-pop fans we know about. I mean, there's songs that we just know that are classic songs. BTS wants to create a legacy in the music industry, not just the K-pop industry, in my opinion. And they don't care about awards or album sales. They want to create good music that withstand the test of time. There is so much old music out there that peak on Spotify, that gets billions of downloads because it's still good music even in 2026. And I think BTS wants to create music that is still going to be good music 10, 15, 20 years from now. This shit that they coming out with now in K-pop, Blackpink included, you think anybody gonna know Jump or Go a year from now? Unless somebody brings it up in an award. You think people gonna be listening to this Blackpink album 10 years from now? Maybe the Blinks will, but I'm just saying, casual fans, general fans, the goal is to have music to where it doesn't sound dated. There's a lot of K-pop music out there that follows trends, that follows things that 2-3 years from now, people are going to listen to it and be like, yikes, that's dated. The point is not to chase trends. The point is to make good music that's universally good music. And I know good is subjective, but that's what BTS wants to do. They want to experiment. They want to create good music. And that's what all artists should be trying to focus on, creating good music. Not things that are catchy and trendy and oh, this is for TikTok video. And I understand that people in the industry want that. But I think that's their focus. And I need the fans to focus on that too. It's the music at the end of the day. It's not about what JK says or does. And I think JK wants to create more music, wants to be solo. And I think he would, and like I said, and I don't relish in this, but to me, I think JK needs to be free from the K-pop system out of anybody in BTS. JK's been through enough. He is arguably the most, and I said it in my video, out of everybody in BTS, and God knows I love my bias, and I think they're all talented. But to me, JK, the first time I saw JK, he stood out to me. I said, that's a star. I said, this is somebody who could be a pop star. And JK was on the precipice of that, but he had to go to the military. And I think somehow maybe JK feels slighted in some way. He feels like I was building momentum and then I had to go to the military, and maybe he wants to build the momentum and do solo things. And of course, fulfill his obligations with BTS. But I think out of all of them, JK wants to be done with the K-pop system, that he deserves to be out of that. And whoever rocks with him, rocks with him. And if you don't, you don't. But JK got a lot of pull. He got a lot of fans. I've never seen so many people pour out love. I mean, I know people pour out love for JK, but it's been crazy to watch how many people really love JK. They love him. They love him. And so to see like how JK wants to connect with his fans, how he stayed online an hour after his Weverse and sent messages to fans and chatted with fans, and the things that JK has done over the years with fans, even him sleeping on the live streams, him folding his drawers on the live streams, him talking with fans for hours. I have never seen anyone connect that well with fans besides Michael Jackson. I've never seen anything like this. The reaction that JK got, I said, this is something unique. This is something real special. And it's a lot for me to say that. It's a lot. But I see it. I see it. And I said, this is amazing. It's amazing for me to watch. Yes, he wants versatility. And I do believe BTS, they should be out of K-pop. And he got love all over. And I've never seen anyone connect and spend as much time with their fans and love their fans as much as JK. I've never seen anything like it. I have not seen anything like it since Michael Jackson. I've never seen anything like it since MJ. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I sit back and I think and I research and I look, I ain't seen nothing like it since Michael Jackson. So I don't know. Hello, Indonesia. I watched them sleep. That was one of the first Weverse I've ever seen because people reposted it. The hate is surreal. And Jimin, yes, I've seen Jimin's lives. I've seen all of Sugar's lives, even Sugar's V lives. I've never seen nothing like it. I've never seen a person have the ability to touch as many people as JK has. And I hope he realizes that is a power. And like I said, to me, this whole thing is just had me hit in the face with a lot of realization. I believe it. I kind of felt it. But after seeing things as we kind of pan out, I said JK is really bigger than all of this K-pop thing. I said he is really bigger than this. To see the fan reactions, I was like, this is unprecedented kind of power. To see his branding index, they came out this week talking about JK's branding index, that he's named one of the 25 most recognized powerful celebrities on earth. And to really it hadn't really sunk in for me after all of these years. And again, I haven't been Army for very long, but to have that realization, I'm like, oh, so he really is the real deal. I'm like, people don't understand. Like, from a business standpoint, I said, and it dawned on me. I said, oh, he's wasting his talents. I said, oh, he's wasting away here. I said, oh, he need to be free from this. I said, he's outgrown this. I said, with all due respect to K-pop, and I still have respect for the K-pop industry and where it is brought BTS. But for me, JK in particular, all of BTS, I said, he's above this. I said, this is bigger than anybody. These people don't understand what's going on. And I see it. I said, I know what's going on. He's above this. I said, oh, no. I said, he's bigger than all of this. Like this is way above anything that anybody, armies, could ever imagine. The potential that JK could do with a solo career is, I'm telling you, it is Elvis, Michael Jackson level. JK has all of the elements to really just take this to be something that we have not seen since Michael Jackson. There hasn't been a Michael Jackson since Michael Jackson. We have never seen anyone be at that level. But it's there. I said it's within his grasp. And I think he understands that. I think he sees it. He's like, I really could be like upper tier. Like Beyonce, Taylor Swift, like that kind of level where he's selling out stadiums for just himself. Jill used to do more Yes lives. He hurt? Oh. What'd they do to Jimin? Yeah, they need to leave K-pop. The only way BTS are going to grow is if they leave the K-pop thing behind. And it may be hard for them to do, but people are saying that their contract is up this year. And I told people before, after this tour and after this album, I do not see BTS coming together again unless for years later. I think after this, they are going to want to go their own separate ways and do their own things. Some of them more than us. I think JK is like, I've had it. I will do my duty. I'm contractually obligated. I will work within a group and I will do what I have to do. And I love BTS, but I think JK is like, I've kind of outgrown this a bit. And JK said in his Weverse that his personality is different since he's gotten out of the military. I think JK has grown up a lot. And I think he's seen how the possibility of him being by himself a lot, that he's kind of seen like, okay, I don't really need everybody as a crutch. That I can make my own decisions and do my own thing, be my own artist. You know, what happened to Jimin? Like, yeah, y'all tell me what happened with Jimin. I want to know what happened with Jimmy too. I wasn't there. They just signed a new contract after the tour and we'll go back to solo. Yeah, I think they're going to go back to solo work. Sugar dresses double go through the airport. Yeah, this is why I thought it's important to get, because I don't see them touring or doing an album for a while after this. Like that's why I wanted to see this, because I was like, this may be the last tour for a long time with them together. So I don't know. Because I was like, this may be the last time. That's why I was like, let me get these tickets because I don't know. Yeah, JK and RM has caught hell. And V, on top of V, been dragged into Min Hee-jin stuff too. You know, and again, for some of them, I'm not sure how much they want to be in the industry. Like, Sugar, I think, is over it. I really think Sugar is like, I will do what I have to do because I'm contractually obligated to be here. But I think Sugar's over. I think the shit with the scooter really spooked Sugar. I think it really hardened him, hardened him a bit, to being like, these people really, I think Sugar got like if he didn't know it before, and I'm sure he did, but he really got a rude awakening with the Sugar thing and how Scooter thing and how they came for Sugar so bad. And I think Sugar's over it. I think he's over the Korean media. I think he's over it. I think he's like, I'm not talking to y'all. I will do what I have to do. I'm contractually obligated to do, but I ain't finna mess with the media, and I'm not finna do none of that. I think Sugar understands very well and is angered about how he was treated, because the way Sugar was treated was just unnecessary. It was just dumb. And I think it made Sugar a bit more reserved. I've seen Sugar be a bit more reserved, and I think he'll do whatever he has to do, but I don't think it'll be like it was before when Sugar was doing, lives, and I don't think it'll go back to that with Sugar. I think he is really, in my opinion, allegedly mad at the situation more than anything, hurt and mad. I think Sugar, in my opinion, allegedly misses doing his show. And I think that they told him that he will never be able to do his show. And I think that he feels some probably has strong feelings about that. Thank you, Sandra Hernandez. I got the lucky sheep. Uh-oh. And I think he's angry about how he was treated. And I think he's upset that he had to give up his show, because I think Sugar really liked his show. And the moment it happened, I thought, oh, he's going to have to give up his drinking show. He can't be on the show drinking. Like, that would just, people would go crazy if he would continue his show. And I think Sugar liked his show. And I remember him talking about so excitedly, as much as excitement, that he wanted to expand the show and bring on Western celebrities and interview all kinds of people. And I think that, like, that was taken away from him. And I think Sugar may feel some type of way about that. I think he's a little angry about that. And yes, his show. Yeah, he takes things slowly. Yeah, I seen him do his live on Weverse. That's what I thought. Couldn't he do the show? But he would face Marie Miller. He would face so much backlash for doing the show, period, that I don't think Big Hit would want to take the hit. If he did the show even without the alcohol, I think South Korea would have a fit. I think they really would be like, yeah. Like, they would have a fit. Right, AK. You can't blame him for feeling that way. But yeah, I think that the press, the K media would be like, he's doing this show again. And even though it doesn't have alcohol, and him not having alcohol in the show would kind of be like Sugar admitting that he did something wrong or had a problem with alcohol in some kind of, and I know that sounds warped and twisted and insane, but that's how it would be looked at. Well, he doesn't have alcohol in the show, so that just proves that he has a problem with alcohol. Y'all understand? Y'all understand how there's no win for him. If he has alcohol in the show, people are going to talk. If he doesn't have alcohol in the show, people are going to talk. Either way, it's going to be a scandal. So I think with Hybe, it's like, we just don't do it. Yoongi will come back, yes, with his own terms. Like either way, it's damned if he do it, damned if he don't. Because either way, people are going to say something. So why even go through it? I don't think Sugar's like, you know what, I ain't even go through it. I think Sugar will appear for his birthday on the 9th. I really do feel, I feel that deeply. That Sugar will appear for his birthday because they have an album coming out and he knows he has to do what he has to do to promote this damn album. So I think he will be there on his birthday. So I look forward to that. But yes, it is a letdown. I like the show a lot. And that's the first thing I thought about. I said, oh, his show. Because I said, oh, Sugar looked like he was, as time went on, he's like, he was really enjoying it. And he was getting, and he was so excited saying that he wanted to expand it and just maybe show. I don't know if he's going to go on the Valentino show this year. I'd be happy if he did. He did. He loved that. He loved that little show. He really did. I do. I do feel bad for him. So, and I always could see Sugar in broadcasting. Doesn't he have a degree in broadcasting? Or that's what he wanted, what he went to school for? It was broadcasting and media. And I can see Sugar being a presenter or broadcaster if the scooter shit didn't happen. I can see that. Besides being a producer and a writer and a composer backstage, I watched this show and thought, I would love to see Sugar being a presenter on a variety show or having his own like, interview show like that. Totally saw the vision. I was all excited. I was like, ooh, I can't wait to Sugar get out the military. He's gonna start his show again, and he maybe branch out. I could totally see Sugar having his own radio show or whatever. And it's still not too late. Like I would love to see Sugar with his own radio show or network show or something where he's interviewing people or talking about certain things because Sugar has a wonderful voice. He has a personality for it. And it's not too late. He can still do that. And I see him possibly doing that one day, like maybe when he gets to be older, then he's going through his fat Opa era. Because Sugar will go through a fat Opa era. Like, I don't give a damn what y'all talking about. Sugar will be my chunky butt fat Opa era, and I am here for it because y'all know I'm a chubby chaser. Number one chubby chaser. I like my K-pop singers a little thick, like the one in Super Junior. What's his name? What's his name? Shinding. He's my favorite one, the chubby one. He has a really tragic story. Anyway, I will do a video. Well, no, I think I'm going to do a post about him, the member of Super Junior. He was talking about his family, that he don't talk to his family because they like squandered his money. And so I might do a video about that, or I might just talk about it if I can get enough examples and talk about it. But yes, the member of Super Junior, he was talking about his family in a recent interview about how he doesn't talk to them anymore. They like basically borrowed a bunch of his money and they like invested it wrongly, and they were always asking him for money all the time, which happens a lot in South Korea. But it's kind of sad. Like, and he was talking about like he doesn't have a lot of family and friends really. That he had a chance to get married years ago, but it didn't work out, and that he's been single for quite a long time. It's very sad. IU story is Jesus, guys won't do a solo variety for the next 2 years. I I don't think BTS should be on any of these variety shows, but that's just me. I like some of these Korean variety shows, but for BTS, I don't think they really need it, because they're popular enough. Whether the cat will be in, I will say the over under on the cat is like 3-1 that the cat is going to be in the live stream. We're gonna play some bets. The cat will be in the live stream. Does IU have a tragic backstory? Yeah, Yoongi is a rebel. He doesn't care. IU has a tragic backstory. Didn't something happen to IU's brother or something? What is IU's backstory? I love IU, but I don't know her backstory. Now I know her recent story. I post something I posted about her recently. That IU is being harassed. He may not, because his comeback is in 19 days. That's true. Oh, really? An attention seeker because he just wanted us to know about Sugar. Oh, well, that's crazy. Oh, her backstory is was she born in poverty? You know what? What I know, we're gonna digress from BTS. That was my JK rant. But my thing is free JK. JK needs to be free from the K-pop industry. IU, let me say this about IU before I get off this live stream. I did. I posted a post on about IU. I didn't know IU was going through it. Do y'all know that IU is constantly harassed? That they have arrested people? Do you know that IU is constantly sexually harassed? People have been going up to her family members and her friends. That people come to her home. That do you know that IU is accused of being a North Korean spy? There are people out there that think IU is from North Korea and that she's a North Korean spy. I know that sounds crazy. I had never heard none of this. I didn't know that IU was being stalked, was being sexually harassed. I didn't know that people think she is some North Korean spy for Kim Jong Un. I didn't know. I had no idea. I had no clue that she that people. Yes, I didn't know IU. Yes, yes, they think she's a North Korean spy. Number one. Number two, that there are people kidnapped who threaten to kidnap IU. They had a plot to kidnap her and hold her hostage and essay her. Like that was a thing. That is a very crazy, unhinged accusation. Yes. But yes, there are people who had a kidnapping plot to kidnap her and hold her hostage and essay her. Yeah. Yeah. There are people that have showed up at her home asking her for money. There are people who have tried to extort her from these are people she don't know. There are people that have accosted her family members who went up to her and harassed and followed her family members at a grocery store. That people just, will follow her family and they're like, "Can I help you?" And they've gone up to the family members and was like, "Oh, you're related to IU." And they're like, "Oh God." Like, okay, and so yeah, so IU has been involved in lawsuits, lots of lawsuits. There's a guy that went to jail recently that was stalking her. So IU, I don't even know how she even lives her life. I had no idea but the North Korean spy thing blew my mind. The people, yes, you can Google it, that people think she's a North Korean spy. That is the most unhinged thing I don't know what she's supposed to do. Is she acting and singing and dancing for North Korea? Like, I don't know what she's supposed to be doing as a spy. Like, what is she doing? These people, I didn't know that she had death threats. I didn't know that she had people that wanted to kidnap her and rape her. She gets tons of sexual harassment threats. Are people like obsessed with her and they want to rape her? And she gets letters and emails and people showed up at her house and people asking her for money trying to. When I read that, I lost my mind because I love IU. IU is one of my favorites. And I had no idea. I had no idea about her tragic backstory. I had no idea that IU is under constant threat. I mean, serious stuff. People threatening to kill her. I was like, wow. Based on what though? Different stuff. Some people are obsessed with her. Again, that's the North Korean spy thing. It is crazy. Oh, you read about her childhood? I got to read about her childhood. She donates a lot of money. But yeah, there's always stories. There are stories out there about IU and prostitution, that she's a prostitute. Like, I'm telling you, I sat there for 2 hours one night and I'm sitting there reading. I'm like, alrighty then. I had to put the phone down and I had to go to sleep because I was like, she a prostitute? She a prostitute? Oh, I don't think she need the money, but okay. Yes, there are some wild, wild stories as to how IU got famous. I'm telling you, go down that rabbit hole at your risk. There are stories about her when she was 13, 14 years old. They talked about she would participate in group sessions, if you know what I mean. At 13, 14, 15 years old. There are people online that believe this. They talk about these things in these male-dominated Korean message boards, and these people become obsessed. Like, I'm serious. Like, they think that IU participated in group sessions with Japanese businessmen, with Chinese businessmen, that she was basically like pimped out. I'm telling you, I went down the rabbit hole, so y'all don't have to. Don't go there, because if you like IU, you'll be upset. I read these things. I was like, this is incredible. And people really do believe these things. I'm like, she was doing what now? I'm like, wait a minute, what? I was like, okay, yeah, you know what? Yes, I remember that Jenny and IU rumor that was out. Yes, they are out here talking reckless. And to me, IU is like, she's like South Korea's sweetheart. I'm like, these, and like I said, these are mostly men. These men are crazy. They're obsessive with IU. You know, they try to bring K-pop down. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, these people out of their mind. And then Korea is not even that conservative. Korea is not that conservative. It's really not. Like K-pop is. I tell people, Korean culture is not that conservative. K-pop is very overly conservative. That's why. That's another reason why my mind be blown, because to know like real Korean people, I mean, their culture is about, what collectivism and what you present, and that's fine. But everybody knows on the cool, like the things that K-pop fans freak out about, regular people are like, they think it's crazy. They're like, that's insane. Like they think it's crazy. Like the idols can't date and everything like that. The regular Korean people are like, why? They think it's nuts. They're like, some of them are like, that's crazy. Like why? And again, let me reiterate. I think that there is hope for K-pop. I say it all the time because people are like, how are you going to change it? It's going to be slow. But again, I tell people, I will tell the story. I will beat this dead horse, and I will say it again for the 100th time. When I got into K-pop in 2022, and I started learning about K-pop from the fourth generation on. Once I started liking the BTS in 2024, I started digging in more to the third generation. I was fine. Third, fourth, fifth generation, fine. Somebody was like, you know what? You need to go back to the second generation. Squid Game came out. So I knew about Big Bang. I knew about TOP. I love, y'all know I love TOP. Okay. Y'all know how I feel about AK. I know if you there, we all know you a TOP fan. Speaking of TOP album finna come out, y'all, next month. So I'm a TOP fangirl, right? But I never paid attention to the same. Like I knew a few, like I knew Girls' Generation or whatever. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go through the generation. So I said, I'm gonna start with the history of K-pop, and I wanted to figure out. So I went through the first generation, and I was like, I was confused. I was like, wait, this is K-pop, right? I was confused. First generation, I'm like, okay. I'm like, okay, this is parallels to the music that came out when I was a kid, TLC, the smooth R&B. By the time the second generation came, which is known as the golden age of K-pop, I don't care what anybody say, second generation onto the third is the golden age of K-pop. There is a 10-year from like 2005 to like 2015, 16 is the golden age of K-pop. Maybe up to 2016, I would say 2016. Golden age of K-pop, like a 10-year period. When I went back and watched second generation, I mean really watched second generation, I was confused. I'm watching second generation, I'm like, what did she got her titties out? Like she wear, I'm like, are they wearing booty shorts? Is that a thong? Child, I was clutching the pearls. I was like, is they dancing with women? I was like, they dancing with women up in here? Y'all dancing with women up in here? I felt like I had to tell Jennifer, I felt I was lied to. I felt like I was hoodwinked. I was bamboozled. I said, wait a minute. This first and second generation, that's not K. Wait a minute. You mean to tell me this K-pop? Yeah, that's K-pop. So what happened? I'm like, then I went back and looked at the fan wars. Yes, they had fan wars back then, but they really was fighting over some good shit back in the day. And they had like, crazy Delulu fans, and no, they could not date. But I'm telling you, can't nobody tell me that the first and second generation reflects anything that's going on in 2026. They was wilding out. Like Big Bang, I have seen behind the scenes videos of Big Bang smoking, drinking, yucking it up with their staff. I didn't see something. I'm just like, I didn't see men cross-dressing, wearing dresses on stage. I was like, what is that? I was like, this is sick. And I know why this y'all who love Second Generation is like, that's real K-pop. I understand why y'all say that. Big Band, yeah, they was shirtless dancing with girls. The girls was like on stage, and I was like, oh, she throwing it. Oh, she throwing it. She throwing it. The girls was on stage like they was. I was like, hey, hey, ladies, hey. I was like, what is happening? I felt like somebody lied to me. I was like, somebody lied to my ass. Like I was like, wait a minute. I was mad. I was like, wait a fucking minute. Just hold a damn minute. I was like, cheese and biscuits, sir. Wait a minute. Hold up. What? I was like, I watched video after video after video. I watched all kinds of groups. And I was like, what? I'm like, where is this K-pop at? Where is this K-pop? What happened? I'm still trying to reconcile what happened. And so people tell me, well, they don't do that in K-pop. What are you talking about? They used to. Well, you can't do what you. I'm like, what are you talking about? Yeah, they did. Well, K-pop fans what? Nobody, they had a whole show about when they took idols and movies and K-pop and they put them together and it was a reality show and they were married. And they would have them marry and live together. And now granted, yeah, it was fake. It was a reality show. You couldn't do that show today. I tell about this show. I watched episode after episode and I was like, okay, so these are idols? He's a variety show guy. And then they married and I'm like, are they gonna kiss? Are they gonna have sex? What is happening? Like I was riveted. Then I would watch the interviews. Go back and watch the interviews. Even BTS. They'd be like, so what kind of women you like? I'm trying to hear this, sugar. Like, I want to know, Yoongi, what kind of women you like? They like, what kind of girl you like? Next, what kind of girl you like? What kind of girl you like? Who do you, have you dated a girl? What kind of girls you like to date? I'm like, bitch, did they just ask them what kind of girls they like to date? I was like, I was trying to listen. I'm like, okay, what kind of, have you ever watched porn? I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, who? I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, let me watch this. I'm like, I was in the bed asleep. They like, what you be doing and what y'all be looking at on the computers? I'm like, wait a minute, who? Did they just ask RM, does he watch porn? I was like, oh, but baby, I feel robbed. I said, damn, why not win the K-pop back then? The things that they would ask on interviews. Now it's like, so what kind of ramen you like? I'm like, bro, like, so on the weekends, do you like kimchi or you like bulgogi beef? Bitch, if you don't get off my... What's your favorite color? What's your favorite color? What's your favorite K-pop song? What? Y'all was asking them about what kind of women they like and what kind of stuff they like to drink. Now like kimchi, hot or cold. I'm like, what? No, don't ask them about the kimchi. Girl, I be watching them all interviews and just be mad. The things that they would ask is I'm like, I want to know about girls and what they're watching on their computers. I want to know. Like now it's like, what's your favorite color? I'm like, what has happened to K-pop, y'all? I cannot get over it. We had sexy concepts. I didn't even know a sexy concept existed. They're like, here's a sexy concept. Like, is they wearing thongs? Is they wearing coochie cutters? I'm like, is them hooker boots? Girl, they had girl groups with thongs showing and hooker boots. I was like, she wearing hooker boots? She go, yeah, who got them hooker boots up in here? I was like, them is hooker boots. I know hooker boots when I see a hooker boot. I'm like, these are hooker boots. Girl, they was up there dancing sexy. They was like, I was like, oh. Yeah, BTS was in the early years. And I want to know what happened. That's all I want to know. And then I'm like, what? So again, I don't want anyone to tell me that K-pop can't go back to that. Because everybody was fine with it. Nobody was freaking out because somebody wore hooker boots. Nobody was freaking out that women were looking grown and sexy. That you had the girl next door groups, you had the younger groups, but then the older women, you had groups. They were allowed to be like at least have one sexy concept. And they don't have to, the whole group don't have to be sexy, but they would come out and do a video, and I'm like, oh, okay. Now you couldn't get women to wear those outfits. It's like, well, we can't do that. I'm like, why? But y'all used to. It wasn't even that long ago. People be acting like this is ancient history. Like this shit happened 10, 20, like this shit happened 40, 50, 60 years ago. I was like, y'all, it was literally like 10 years ago. Like, as to how K-pop has changed so fundamentally in just 10 years and how people have forgotten how it's changed, it blows my mind. It's like I feel like it's like a Jedi K-pop mind trick. It's like these aren't the K-pop groups you're looking for. I was like, how did everybody get collectively Jedi mind fucked? And don't understand what happened. And I was like, what are y'all talking about? Like I be hearing, well, K-pop idols can't smoke. I'm like, since who? I have video evidence of idols smoking. I'm like, nobody was like, they're smoking, you're canceled. I was like, they still have careers. They still have careers. Nobody's like, and then people talk about like, back in the day, the member of Big Bang that got drunk and hit somebody. I said, why? Not because it's just Big Bang, because back in the day, nobody cares. I was like, really on the cool. You can't compare what happened to second generation now, because back in the day, people really didn't care that much. I promise you, they didn't care. They would care like for like maybe a couple of weeks, and then everybody would be over it. Nobody was trying to like cancel somebody unless it was something really, 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 really serious. Even there were blackmailing scandals, there were dating scandals, there were baby mama scandals, there were baby scandals. You go back to the second generation and just look, and you will see scandal after scandal after scandal. And some people did quit and move on, but a lot of people, they just rode the wave and they rolled it out and everybody was over it. Big Bang were literally like the fuck boys of K-pop for the long, like they were wilding out. Big Bang had hotel parties. And Big Bang were literally, I can tell y'all stories about people who work with Big Bang that can tell you that they were wilding out, y'all. They had a reputation of fucking up hotel rooms, and people would go in, and YG would go behind them and clean up the hotel. Like, I can tell y'all stories about Big Bang. And y'all would be like, what? They were literally the menace of K-pop. Like, they ruled K-pop. And people, and the only time shit happened is when that shit happened with T.O.P., and that was really his fault. Getting with that girl in the marijuana charge when he was in the military. But other than that, in the Big Bang thing. But other than that, they all partied hard for a very long time. They partied real hard with women in Korea and internationally. They would come and do tours here. They would just invite people. They would just have these huge parties at their hotel and drink and drink it. Nobody was like, oh my God. It was kind of like, all right. Like the whole thing with Jin, when y'all talked about the condom thing and I looked that up, that couldn't happen these days. With the Jin, when he did the picture of the live and there was like a package of pink condoms in the background. Do y'all know that if this would happen today, not with BTS, but another group, let's just say this would happen with Cordis. Do y'all understand people be calling for their heads? That they would never hear the end of it. There are things in BTS's past, things that BTS have done that you go back and look now, it's funny to us. But if this, I would think to myself all the time, if the same thing happened today, would BTS have been canceled? They would have been canceled. I like to say safe sex. What happened with the baby scandal? Oh, honey, I'm still researching about the baby scandal. There's another idol scandal that I'm going to do a video about. Ooh, man, there is another idol scandal that is out there. There is another idol scandal, anonymous one, about a male idol and his ex-girlfriend and how he was doing some bad stuff. And so, yeah, there's another idol scandal out there. I'm gonna talk about, and I'm gonna give y'all a little bit of insight. And I don't know who this person is, but somebody told me that they know some things, so I'm just gonna interject it in the video. But yeah, there's another idol scandal that I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do the video tomorrow and release it maybe on Wednesday or Thursday. But yeah, there's another idol scandal out there. So yeah, Gen X kind of, it is a like for us, we think it's funny. But I think to myself, if this would have happened today to like Cordis or Boys Next Door or TXT, we would never hear the end of it. They would be wanting Jen out the group. Like if BTS were around now, I don't think BTS would have ever made it. Like I tell y'all, I think about all the stuff that happened with BTS and back in the day and all the missteps and things that happened. I'm thinking, would BTS be as big as they were if they would debut around this time? And I just don't think so. I think people would find anything to harp about. I think BTS, when they were young and they were a new group in a small agency, that they were allowed to do things and do missteps and fuck up and do things that people kind of like didn't bother them too much because they were like not even in the conversation in the beginning of their career. But now these days, even when groups debut in small agencies, they are still overly scrutinized. I don't think BTS would have made it, y'all. I don't think they would be, I don't think they would have the same success. I think back in the early third generation, they were allowed to do things and be who they are and get away with things and say things. I don't like, I go back and watch some of the Run BTS episodes. I go back and watch the In the Soup episodes and where they're drinking. I don't think you can make that show today. I'm telling y'all. I am telling y'all, and I feel it. I'm on God. I don't think BTS would be able, I don't think a group will be able to make Run BTS and In the Soup and be authentic as they were these days. It would be unheard of. They would get canceled. The things that went on In the Soup, like if you go back, I watch In the Soup all the time. And the things that they were doing and saying, they would have been canceled. They would have been them sitting around drinking. Even when you watch the old like when they would do the old festive videos and the things that they were saying and how candid they were, I'm like, oh no. Like even and they didn't say anything bad, but I just think that the line that we live on, I want off this timeline so bad. The timeline that we live in, everything that was said in those, go back and watch those old Run BTS episodes. Go back and watch those old BTS interviews and where they would do the festas and the things that they were sitting around the table and saying. When I listen to that RM Christmas song, do y'all think that a group could do the Christmas song? When he was talking about we lonely and there's no girls, do you understand that if a group did that RM Christmas song, which I absolutely positively adore and crack up and giggle all the time, do you know groups wouldn't be able to do shit like that and say the things that they said in that RM Christmas song? You know, I'm like, and I understand, yes, they were parasocial back then, but when it come to dating, but back in the day, they could hide dating a lot easier than they can now. And back in the day, BTS said things and did things that these days would be blown out of proportion and they would have been canceled. Like I said, that RM Christmas song, my jaw dropped. When he was up there singing that Christmas song, I was like, I love Jesse. They drug Jesse for filth. Yes, I think, yes, those were different times. Jenna kind of saves lives. Jen would have been canceled. They would have asked for his head on a platter. Like I said, just go back. You just have to go back and watch it. The things that they were doing In the Soup, and they were sitting around drinking, and some of them you can tell they were obviously very inebriated. I was like, oh, Sugar's drunk. I said, oh, look at Sugar's looking so drunk. And Sugar's so cute, and his little eyes be like, and Sugar be like, and he gets all like giggly. I was like, oh no, today they wouldn't be allowed to be as camp. Like I said, the RM Christmas song alone is hilarious. Then when the RM did that Christmas song, I was like, oh man. He was talking about we're lonely and we're I was giggling. I said, he is keeping it real though. When they did that Christmas song, I was on the ground. I said, oh, they keeping it real. They talking about we ain't no girls around. We ain't see no girls. Right. They said that too strong will for them? They wouldn't be able to get away with that. He thinks Jimin like men, and Jimin said, I don't like you. Are you serious? Oh my God. Oh my God. That is hilarious. I can see a Korean guy saying that. Yes. Black women are a bit too strong willed. Yes. See, like they wouldn't be able to, which I agree. It takes a special kind of Korean man to deal with a black woman because Korean women are much different. It's just it's culturally just foreigners like being an American foreigner is just different. We are a bit just foreigners. Period. Like I said, I could never see the only member of BTS I could ever see dating a foreigner is maybe RM, maybe, but the rest of them and JK. 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 Let me stop. Let me stop being messy. JK. JK. I can see JK being an equal opportunity type of man. JK seems a bit adventurous. JK be like, JK be like blind, crippled, crazy. I don't care. Like I can see JK just being like, as long as they attractive, he would be on board. But they look good. I don't know, she pretty, so I'm going. JK, I can see. RM, I can see kind of. But being with Korean men, Korean men like they women a bit docile. They like they women look. Okay. They like they women a bit subdued and docile. Not all of them though, but especially being in the entertainment industry, as you become more in the entertainment industry, used to being around foreigners, it kind of grows on you. But JK, yeah. RM, I can see RM because he has a language skill, so he kind of draws in the foreign women. But all the rest of them, I couldn't have pictured them being with anything other than an Asian or Korean woman because, again, not all Korean women are like this stereotype of submissiveness, but it's just a difference in the way foreign women are a bit more bold. We're a bit more outspoken and out there, and Korean women are a bit more reserved. But some people don't like that. Like some people really don't like that. Like I've dated Korean men, men I've talked to and had romantic things with Korean men. And there's some Korean men that like foreign women. They really like their boldness. Foreign women are a bit more outspoken and like a bit more assertive. Even though I'm not, my personality is, but my dating style is not. But I can see that. But I can see I can see JK as being the equal opportunity kind of guy. As long as he found, I can see JK being like, as long as she's attractive. He seems a bit more adventurous. Like he would seem like the type to be like, okay, let's do. Now I don't know about dating him like that. Sugar was a brother in another life. I don't know. I can see Kim Tae-young dating a European girl. Yeah, I can see that. Jimin got hate for talking about how beautiful and how sweet man. Yeah, I'm like Jimin is just and then that's another thing, Sonya. The other thing is attraction. That's another thing. You would think Jimin and Yoongi would come out of all of them. I could see Yoongi. Yes, I don't know about Jin. Jin is my enigma, but Yoongi, yes, I can see. Yes, but yes, there is the attraction issue as well because you got to be physically attracted to the person. But I think the longer you're in the industry, you get to be around other people and you start finding other people attractive because you get outside of your comfort zone of just South Korea. And the men that I know that like foreign women are like foreign things. Like the men that I know that date foreign women in South Korea, usually it's because they have been exposed to foreign music and foreigners. They consume a lot of foreign media. And so they're used to seeing something other than just Korean women. And so once you're exposed to that, that's the same thing for us here in America as well. I never paid attention to Korean men I never found Korean men attractive. I never was into Korean men or Asian men like that. And then once I started liking K-pop, then I started to see Korean and Asian men in a different light. Now I think Asian men are attractive. But if you would have told me a long time ago that I would think Asian men were attractive, no. It took K-pop for me to see Asian men are attractive. And that's the same thing that good night, Lisa. And that's the same thing that applies to Korean men. There are Korean men that never thought about foreign women, but then once they're exposed to TVs and music and different shades of women, they realize they're like, well, I never really paid attention. But now they're like, now do you think about it? Okay. Yeah, I do find foreign women attractive. Because I told you I had a friend that's a DJ. And should I tell this story? I'm contemplating whether I should tell this story. I'm gonna tell the story. So I know somebody in Korea that's a DJ, and he's like one of these old heads. He's been around, and when he first started getting into music, it was just like kind of pop music and stuff like that. What turned this person into really being into black women was Tony Braxton. So my dude, my friend, felt head over heels in love to this day with Tony Braxton. I don't know what video it was. He was like, unbreak my heart. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know oh, good night. Tony look, good night, Lisa. You have a good night. I don't know what Tony Braxton did to him. Yes, Tony Braxton, baby. He said Tony Braxton with her short cropped hair and her pretty brown skin. He heard her sing. I don't know, just another sad love song wrecking my brain. He saw Tony Braxton and he was like, that was it. Yeah, Tony Braxton's gorgeous. But I was like, out of all the women I've ever heard of, like I've heard about, Aaliyah. First time I ever heard it when someone talk. I know Tony Braxton is gorgeous. She's still a gorgeous woman. But for him, Tony Braxton is ultimate fantasy of a woman. And when he saw Tony Braxton when he was a young man, he was like, oh my God. Like, oh my God. He was like, ugh. He was like, this woman right here. And so he fell in love and breathed again, right? It had me looking up Tony Braxton videos. I was like, Tony Braxton. Like I don't even really I've never been a big fan of her, but there was something about Tony Braxton that he fell in love with her. He fell in love with her voice. He fell in love with her. He thinks she's the most gorgeous woman he has ever seen in his life. And he was like, so that's what turned him into dating other women is Tony Braxton. he would tell me he would fantasize about Tony Braxton. He wanted to go to America. He wanted to find him, honey, a Tony Braxton. That's what he wanted to do. He wanted to find him a Tony Braxton, honey. He was like, I wanted to go to America and find me a Tony Braxton. And he was like, I got to go. He was like, oh, wee. And he's still, to this day, he's like, she's so gorgeous. She's so beautiful. I was like, I'm never into her music. Like I said, I'm like, Tony Braxton. I was like, was she really all that back in the day? And I went and looked and I was like, well, Tony Braxton she's very pretty back in the day. She's a beautiful woman. But yes, that's like I said, I don't want to tell this story because he'd be like, well, I fantasize. Yeah, it's hilarious. Out of everybody, I ain't never heard no dude ever bring up Tony Braxton like that. Like, that she is like the ultimate fantasy. And I was like, Tony Braxton? Yeah, I'm not gonna hold it. Yeah, Tony Braxton is still a beautiful woman, like in her 50s. She was the girl back in the day, And like I said, and then also, it's also, like JK said he's international playboy. Look, if I was JK, I'd be international playboy too. I'll be like, hey, come on. I will take you out. Come on, ladies, let's go. I believe it. Like I believe it. I believe it. I believe it. I really do. Like I can understand like why why people would think that like you know he was an international playboy because again he is he is but you know it's just the nature of the beast. JK did say that when he was very young. I'm telling him to say that. Right. If I looked like any member of BTS and I had that much power and that much money, I would be slaying everything. Like I would slay everything. Like there would be no woman safe. I'd be like, come on, you can come on, you can come on, you can go, everybody come on. Like, hey ladies, I would have I told y'all before, if I looked that good as BTS member, I would have a different woman every other day. Like it would just be I'll be on a straight rotation. Article called Jimin International Playboy. Oh boy, I believe with Jimin. Everybody can get it. I said, y'all want a piece. Everybody can get it. What? I saw that sugar ad. I saw that ad. I just it was very stimulating ad. But yeah, I would be like everybody can get it. Like everybody can get it. I just be like okay, if I look that good as a man, oh my god! Like I told people, I said in my next life, if there's the next life, I want to come back as a male K-pop singer because male K-pop singers they do the most. Like I said, they really get to live their best life more than the women do. Like the women get to go out and party, and yeah, they have their girlfriends and they go to bars and clubs and stuff like that. And you know, they have the same access, but being a male K-pop singer is truly like beyond the singing and dancing and hard work, like socially, it is a lot more fun to be a male K-pop singer than be a female one. A female one, you know, like you have fun, but you don't have that kind of fun. Being a male K-pop, young male K-pop singer is like it's like, oh, okay. Like this is what it is. Like you can go out and if you're discreet and you're sneaky about it, you can really live that lifestyle of a revolving door of women, you know. But I'll pass on Jay-Z too. I would love to be Beyonce for one day. But I'll no, I'll pass on Jay-Z. I don't, See, in order for me to be with a man, I have to find them physically attraction. Physical attraction is very important to me for me dealing with a man. If I don't find them physically attractive, I, I'm just marinating on that thought. I'll just be like, oh, you want to see my reaction again? I can't look. I can only, oh Lord, I'm like, oh, you know, that's a lot. Yeah, they have had girls. Yeah, yeah. If they're smart enough, they would have NDAs be signed. You want to be Beyonce forever? Like, come on, Jay-Z, I don't need you. Go on, Jay-Z. If I look like I just to me, I never understand being a man, period, because men confuse me. Men do really weird shit. And so for me, being a man is hard to reconcile because men do just dumb stupid things when it comes to women and sex. And I don't understand that because again, as a man, you really truly have access to anything and everything, especially the more successful and the more good looking you are. So I don't understand these men to be getting themselves in these messed up situations where they lose their whole livelihoods and their whole careers and either they have wives and they have kids and they cheat. And I was just like, if I had that much access and I was born a guy, my whole attitude about dating and life would be totally different just because I socialization. But the things that men do that end up getting them caught up in certain situations, again, I tell you, I would never understand or condone because to me, it's like you're a man, you should never be caught up in any kind of like weird situations unless you're doing like you're into weird shit. But I mean, you should never be caught up because it's like if you're clever enough to get away with it, you can be pretty clever. And there are some men who are very clever, but a lot of men aren't clever. Like a lot of men just, just ain't clever. They're just not clever. Like I just be like, are y'all really this dumb? I'm like, oh wait, they are. Like I just like as a woman, I could think I've been clever my whole life. I've cheated on men and never gotten caught. Like I don't, but men just do things in such a sloppy, haphazard way that I'm just like, bro, you didn't have to do it. You're doing too much. And you don't have to do all that. And then they get caught. And I'm just like, oh, she said they don't care. Yeah, they sloppy about it. They real sloppy about it. The risk, yes, the risk is so much bigger for women's safety and security. They can get trapped in their whole life. Yeah, yeah. And I think for women, it's like, okay, we are a bit more cautious creatures than men are. I think men are just kind of like, and like men are just not smart with it. I was like, how do y'all just be this stupid? Like, I just be, I was like, you really that dumb? Like, it's just like, they just get really reckless with it. And for me, I'm like, I'll be, baby, I will be up at 5 a.m., be with another man, be at work by 8 a.m., get off of work at 4, be with another dude from 4 to 5, and be home to make dinner to my husband and my kids by 6. Like I can compartmentalize my whole cheating day. Like I was just like, well, I got to get up at 5 a.m. because I have to get on this dick. And then I should be done about around 3. I should be done in about 3 hours. And really, if I had that much money, first of all, I would never get married. If I had that much money, I looked that good, I would never get married. I'd never have a relationship. Fuck that. If I look like JK, I would never get married. I would never. I would never. I would have different hoes and different area codes. Like, what would be the point of me getting married? I'm Jungkook. I am gorgeous. I am very gorgeous. I am a gorgeous man with lots of money. Why would I get married to who and why? What would be the upside to that? Like, I don't want to have no kids either. I'm just like, I'm serious. Like, if I looked that good and had that much power and that much, I mean, I cannot understand the notion. Like, it is a mind blowing to me to be able to walk in a room and everybody is looking at you and all of these women want you. Again, I'm evil empire. I am the most susceptible person. I am on the light side of everything. But damn it, like I'm ready to go Darth Vader at any moment. At any moment, I will drop everything and run to the dark side. I'm telling you. Like I am like dun, 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 dun. Like I have it in me. Like if I have enough access, like if I had that much access to walk in a room and know that all these people want me, the men and the women want me, I would be like, I know all y'all bitches want me. I wouldn't know how to act. Like wouldn't be humble. I wouldn't be nice. I would just be like, so which one of you guys are going home with me tonight and which one of you guys are going down in the limo? Like I just want to know which one of you guys are going to have the privilege of being with me. Like my ego would be so insane. Like it would be crazy. I would just be like, I can walk in a room and have any one of you people, men, women, old, young, black, white. That's too much power for me. Like it would go to my head. I would really be like running rampant, wreaking havoc on the industry. Like people would just be like, I don't even know what to do with her. Like I don't even. I'll be kicking them out in the morning. I just be like, well, ladies, it's been fun, but y'all got to go. Like I would be 2 at a time, 3 at a time, whatever I felt like that day. Look, I'm gonna take you. Let me get a brown one, a vanilla one, and a chocolate one. All right, ladies, wrap this one up. Come on, wrap it. I'll be telling the management, her, and her. Yeah, I mean, literally. And there are men who really operate like famous ones that operate like that. Like they do. There are men out there who really do move like that. But I don't understand what would be the upside of any famous man with that much money and fame to ever get married. I would never get married. I would never have children. What for? Why? every day would be like a buffet of men, women, whatever I felt like that day. I'm not even into women, but if I had that much clout and that much power, and I looked like that, I would be like, well, I'm taking it all today. It's just I'm not even into women, but today I will be. I feel like trying something different. Let's go on. I would pick the baddest chick in the room and be like her. Like she don't even like women. Oh, it doesn't matter. She'll like me. Come on. Like, wait a minute, I have a husband. It's fine. He can bring him too. Like, it's fine. Bring him too. It's fine. Like, I don't like women. You will. Come on. Oh, let me stop. I just be like, they be like, well, I'm not gay. I'm not either. Come on. I'm not gay. Neither am I. It's fine. Let's find out. And then the woman would be like, well, I'm not really gay, but all right. Because that would be my attitude. If a K-pop singer, or a female K-pop singer came up to me, and she'd be like, oh, I really like you. I'm like, I like you too. I'm such a fan. She'd be like, no, I really like you. I'm like, well, I'm not really gay, but all right. So I'm going to learn today, like, I'll be like, well, Lisa Blackpink. I'll be like, well, I'm not gay, but I can try it. Is Lisa Blackpink what you want me to do? Say no? I wouldn't say no. I'll be like, all right. Like, what do you want me to say? Like, no, I'm not gay. I was like, shit. All right, let's try it. I might like it. Let's go, ladies. Like, I would be like, well, I'm gonna dip my toe in today. What do you want me to say to that? Like, I'm like, well, I guess I'll try it. I'll be like, give me a couple shots of vodka. All right, ladies, here I come. Like, what do you want me to do? I want to say no. Like, oh, no, Lisa Blackpink, no. I'm not gay. All right. If you insist, don't tell nobody. Well, yeah, we ain't gonna tell nobody. But if you insist, I guess. When you're presented with that, you're like, I think about it for a second, for like just a split second. And I'm like, all right, let's go, ladies. All right, fine. You ain't got to twist my arm. So I cannot imagine being a man with all that level of manness and just being like, I would be a menace to fucking society. Like they wouldn't, the agency wouldn't know what to do with me. They would be like, can you please stop, JK? I'd be like, I can't stop, won't stop what? I'm just being me. I'm just doing me. I'm expressing my sexuality. I'm grown and I'm an adult. I'm right to express my sexuality. They'd be like, yeah, it's my private life. They'd be like, well, I guess he wants to express his sexuality. I'm right. It's my sexuality. It's my private life. Do whatever I want. Have I ever watched a Jimin Effect video? What is the Jimin Effect? A photography song walking in Europe. He didn't know about BTS. Oh my God. He became look, Jimin is not my type, but I understand. He's not my type. Yes, Beyonce did have more money than Jay-Z. Jay-Z should be happy and be fortunate to be with a gorgeous woman like Beyonce. A beautiful, successful woman like Beyonce. He is fortunate enough to have her and have children with her. He should thank God every day he ran into Beyonce. He thank God every day. Now, I don't know what Beyonce really saw in Jay-Z. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate, but I do. Okay. And yes, and then no, that's the thing about it is with these dudes. They will get a gorgeous woman. It don't matter because he still cheated. So it's like they still gonna cheat on you anyway. So everybody fall in love with Jimin. Jimin seems like very charismatic, but not for me. Me and Jimin would be cool. Like I'll be like, Jimin, you're so gorgeous, and Jimin would be like a little brother to me or a little nephew, and that's it. Because I find Jimin I think he's gorgeous, but he's not my type, and his personality is not my type either. It's too I can't. Just like J-Hope, I think J-Hope is cute, but I like sexy. I told y'all I like my men like. I like my man that's gonna stand there and look at you like this. I like my men with a little attitude and very reserved. I like my men real quiet and reserved. Just like I'm real quiet and reserved. But I like my men a little bit broody and angsty. You know, I like all of that. Like I like broody and angsty. It's just my type. Even though I haven't had that type, I'm still waiting for my broody angsty guy. I have not dated a broody angsty man, and I don't even know how long. I just couldn't even tell you. Like every guy that I meet is like Jin. For some reason, I attract the Jins. Like I attract the Jins for some reason. Or the J Hopes, the funny, outgoing, like the giggly, funny, the sarcastic. Like Jin or J Hope is the dudes that I date that I normally attract for some reason. Like I want a broody, just smoldering, just quiet and reserved, just sitting in the corner, drinking, just that's the kind of man I like. Yoongi is yeah, he is. Okay, good night, Marie Miller. Marie Miller says she got to get up early. Good night, Marie Miller. Speaking of Wattpad, I do write a Wattpad, by the way. I write a fan fiction Wattpad, which is Yoongi based. It's Yoongi based. And people love it. Like people are like, they send me emails all the time being like, because I'll write and then like I don't do it every day. I do it like every 3 or 4 days. I'll do another installment. And so it got so bad that like I got really, really caught up and busy. Like people were emailing me and they're like, okay, you left off on a cliffhanger. And I was like, oh yeah, my Wattpad. Like I forgot to upload a story. And then they were like, what? It's been like a whole week. And I was like, oh my God, because I got busy. And with the Min Hee-jin thing, so it's been like a whole week since I updated. And people were emailing me like, okay, are you gonna update a story? I was like, oh my God, Wattpad. So I actually uploaded like 3 or 4 stories at once because I felt bad because people are like, we're waiting. And I'm like, oh, they're like, we're waiting. I was like, shit. Sorry. I'm like, sorry, y'all. I was like, I got busy. My Wattpad is fun. My Wattpad, I have a lot of viewers that come because I link my channel to my Wattpad and they come here all the time. They come here and they love the videos and they love they're like, man, it was like, we're waiting. And I'm like, oh my God. And I did end it on a cliffhanger. They drop it, I will wait. They were like, yeah, they over there waiting for the Wattpad like a BTS comeback. But they like follow, yeah, they follow me. Like they follow over to the YouTube channel and they watch the videos and then they watch the Wattpad. It is BTS month. March 1st is definitely BTS month. It is going to be an interesting month for everybody, including me as a content creator. And I got a whole list of videos that I have suggestions for that I need to do. I didn't see a lot of crying. If y'all ain't seen a lot of crying on the internet, there's been a lot of crying on the internet with several content creators about them wanting to quit because they don't like the K-pop fans. And I have no sympathy for that. I'm going to do a video that's going to be controversial because people ain't going to like it because I have no sympathy for content creators who boo-hoo about the K-pop fans because you have a way to control your channel. So I'm just like, what are y'all whinging about? What are you whinging about? Exactly. How did they not know? Thank you, AK. How did they not know that they were getting into? I didn't understand that. Oh, she's talking about boy love. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Just put your blocks up. What is my love song again? You gonna crash out? I know some people posted that on YouTube. Again, I'm not on social media, so I don't see a lot of the stuff that y'all be seeing. I just the people were, but there have been content creators that were upset and they said that they're quitting and they did videos talking about we're quitting K-pop and I'm quitting my channel. And I'm just sitting there watching these videos like this because they pop up in my recommends and I'm just sitting there like this. Just trying not to go off on people. But I was like, you know what? I'm gonna have to do a video where I go off on people because you have control over your channel. You have it is a disingenuous argument to complain about K-pop fans in your comment section. And yes, some of these people face a lot of heat and a lot of hate, but you, as a content creator, you have control. Like, we have control. And I just be sitting there like this, watching these videos like, and again, I want to get in the comment section and say something I said. I'm just gonna make a video about it and just say what I gotta say and leave it out there, because I have no sympathy for content creators who are upset against people hate in their comment sections, because it's controllable. It is, yes, keywords can be blocked, everything can be blocked. Blue Eyes Donna sent me a lucky Shiba. It's so cute, it's like dancing. That's right, V Marie. You must have read my script. V Marie, you in my house looking at my script? That's what I said. I wrote out my script. Oh, well, I'm halfway done. Saying they like their K-pop fan money. Right. They like their K-pop fan money. I'm like, I have no sympathy for people pissing and moaning and saying that they're leaving my channels. I'd be damned if I'm going to leave my channel. You got me messed up in here that I'm going to leave my K-pop channel because some people are upset because they get hate in the comments. Guess what? You can change your comments to where the only people who can comment is the people who subscribe to your channel. That should, like, if you're going to bring hate to my comment section, you at least going to boost my numbers. I'm getting something out of this. Like you're going to at least boost my numbers. So I have no sympathy to people who are upset because they're getting hate comments in their channel and people are calling them out on certain things. And again, that's a whole nother conversation, because these people who are talking about they getting hated on, I don't like their channels, no way. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. I ain't one to gossip. You didn't hear it from me. I don't like their asses anyway. Y'all know how I feel about these fake K-pop fans out there who are riding the waves and the coattails of K-pop fans, especially BTS fans, that these people really don't like K-pop. They really don't like BTS. They really don't like whatever, insert whatever group that you have. And they do these videos and they're not even fans of these groups, or they're not even fans of K-pop in general. And I find it very disingenuous. And so I think a lot of these people are fake. They are disingenuous. And so I have my own opinions, and I'm going to do a video because I'm all about bringing all that smoke. Because, again, no content creator should be talking about they're stopping their channel unless they get demonetized. Now, there have been channels that have been demonetized because of copyright strikes, and YouTube would change up the rules. So I had people to shut down their channels or say they're not going to do it anymore because they're not getting paid. That I understand. But nobody should be upset at the people in the comments section on their fucking channel when you dictate and you can control who comments on your channel. But the thing about it is that they don't want to take the heat of the money. They don't want to take the heat. Hello, Blue Eyes Donna. Hello. Hello, Army. Oh, you 1982, before the 2000s. Blue Eyes Donna, I'm old, so I'm old as hell. So I'm glad y'all are born in the 80s and the 90s and the 2000s. It must be nice. Oh, not as old as you, Betty. Betty said, not as old as me. Okay, girl. I ain't mad at y'all. But yes, I'm gonna do a whole video because I get incensed that people that have YouTube channels for a while and they have like hundreds of thousands of subscribers. You 50s, okay. Yes, what? My 50s too. Yes, too many of them don't like BTS or certain, yes, and they pretend to like them to get that money. Yes, right. Thank you, V Marie. Once again, V Marie up here reading my script, y'all. But right, y'all like that. Y'all like the fans in the comment section fighting. Oh, you born in 1960? Oh, okay. Well, there ain't nothing wrong with that. 1960s, where was that? So you ready for that video? Yeah, because they like that BTS. They like that K-pop fan money. Right, and they use them for views and engagement. Again, you can't tell me nothing because I know how the game is played. So it's like they can tell their audience that, and the audience may be sympathetic and fall for it, and then other content creators will pick up on these videos and they're like, oh, well, the K-pop fans ran them off their channel. No, they didn't run them off their channel. No, they're being disingenuous. Once again, I call shenanigans. Because again, ain't nobody can run nobody off their channel because we have the control to do whatever we want to do on our channels. No, it's just that y'all want the engagement. Y'all want the numbers. Y'all want all the smoke, but then y'all can't handle all the smoke. So again, if you're going to bring all the smoke, then you better be able to handle it. You better put up or shut up. Like again, y'all want the money. Y'all want to be able to meet idols and be YouTube famous and all this shit. And then when it starts to go south and people start bringing heat, then you play the victim. There's no reason to play the victim on your YouTube channel because it's not a victimhood. You can control your channel any way you see fit. But no, they want their cake and eat it too. They want the numbers and the money, but then they don't want people to hate on them or fight in their comment section. And I'm like, you pick a struggle. You can't have it both ways sometimes, especially if you're talking about controversial topics or you're doing controversial things or you come across a certain way as fake. People are on people's channels calling people out as fake. And so they flood their comments like, you're fake. You're fake. Because people can sense when people are fake. I mean, that's just honest to God truth. You can watch, I watch reactor videos and I know these fucking people are fake. Y'all know how I feel about y'all should know now how I feel about the reactor videos. There are reactors that I do know. There's 3 of them that are real. They are real about their fandom. They are real. There's 4 of them that I know that are real. All the rest of them, I've seen plenty. And I'm like, that looks fake. That looks fake. That's not real. And so I know how these people do these reactor videos because they draw in a lot of numbers. And so these reactors are getting hate now because people are starting to call them out on their bullshit. So now they're crying in their tears. They're crying in there and on their light sticks because they are getting swamped with hate. But I'm like, okay, well, you can control your channel. Like, why would you sit around and deal with hate comments? You, as a content creator, we don't have to. We don't have to deal with none of that. Yeah, there's some that genuinely get into it and you can tell. And those are the ones that I know of. Like person, like I've met them. But the other ones, they get a side eye from me all the time. They get a side eye from me. Yes. There are content. Well, I don't know any shipping channels, but I'm just going to take your word for it. I don't subscribe to many K-pop channels. I only subscribe to like maybe 6 channels. Maybe. I know that my buddy John Reeves is real. I've met him. Lonely Dad, I've met him. What You Gotta Say, they live here in Dallas. I went to their gathering. What You Gotta Say is real for sure. Amp Theory is real. I met all of them. So but these are the people that I met and talked to and sat around, and so I know that they're real. But I don't watch a lot of reactors. It's just kind of like something that gets recommended and I may stop and watch it a little bit. But some of them I'm like, okay. And then other ones I'm like, no. But I don't like reactor channels. It's just not my thing, period. It's not something. The channels I mostly watch are people talking about the business. Like High Boy and Asian Entertainment and Korean Lawyer and stuff like that. People are talking about the business. You know. Oh, you know these. But yeah, they are, yeah. So yeah, other than that, no, she's not a reactor. I don't watch reactor channels. I'm not into reactor channels. So it's not my thing. I watch business channels. I watch channels talking about the industry. I don't watch any gossip channels at all, at all, at all. I watch Kville. Kville is a K-pop channel, but they talk about that they do video clips of the charts. So I watch Kville to keep up with the charts and keep up with the new songs and the new groups. So I watch Kville. I watch Asian Entertainment. I watch High Boy. I watch John Reeves, but John Reeves doesn't do just K-pop. He does all kinds of music, and he also goes to concerts. I do Amp Theory. I subscribe to Amp Theory because I met them. And so, and then What You Gotta Say, because I met them and they live here. We live in the same area. We live in the Dallas area. And I met them and I went to their meet and greet, and they have like a little convention every year. And so for reactors, and I'm Lonely Dad, and I met him too. Um and those are the ones that I met. But like I said, I'm not into reactor channels. Like I'm not, it's not my, just not my, some people really love them and it's just not my thing. But the people that are complaining is not one of those channels I named. The people that are, people that are complaining, some of them, not all of them are reactors. One guy that does, like, he talks about K-pop groups and he talks about albums and stuff like that. Like he reviews albums and stuff. And so people of course get mad if he doesn't like the album. And then he talks about like K-pop new like things, and sometimes K-pop gossip. I don't subscribe to him, but I saw his video. He was complaining about the people complaining, like people in his comment section were being hateful or whatever. And again, once again, I call side eye and bullshit to anyone's complaining about the comment section on the YouTube channel, because my comment section stay locked. I block out, I will block and hide anybody just because sometimes I'm in a bad mood. And if they say something that I'm just like, you know what, I don't really like that. Hide, block, like ask me something real bad, like something personal. Because again, we can agree to disagree on certain things. I don't expect everybody in the comment section to agree with me. That's fine. But just don't bother my commenters. Like anybody come on my channel and try to be rude to my commenters, they immediately get cussed out by me, and then they will get hidden. If anybody come to my videos, and people have tried, and they will say derogatory remarks about any one of the idols, like personal things, like I've had people come to my comment section and like Jimin's ugly and he can't sing and he's fat. I'm like, bitch, I don't know what channel you done stumbled upon, but I was like, them other content creators will let you get away with that. You're not gonna get away with that on my channel. And I told them off really quick and I hid them. So no, I don't let people make derogatory comments around idols' looks or money or singing abilities or whatever. Like we can have a good kiki, but I'm, especially about BTS, I'm not gonna let you come to my channel. Like people come to my JK video and they're like, oh, he's a horrible person. And he, bitch, what? What do you got to say? Okay. Get out of here. Like, no, don't come to my channel talking about JK's a horrible person. And, you know, you can say, well, I don't think he really should have said that on the Weverse. And I'm like, okay, but if you come on my channel and you really like Jungkook's a horrible person and he should be kicked out the group and he's arrogant, and who are you talking to? Like, I don't, whose comment section did you wander in? Are you on the right channel? Excuse me, ma'am. You must be new here. I will tell people in a minute, you must be new here. Because let's try this again. So you can delete your comment and move on and stay. But if you don't delete your comment, I'm going to delete your comment and I'm going to kick you off my channel. And if they don't, and I'll come back the next day and they haven't deleted their comment or they got something else fly to say to me, I'm like, I don't have the time for toxic madness. Don't come to my channel and insult commenters or insult me. I've had people on my channel try to insult me. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Like, you're not gonna come to my channel and tell me what I should be saying or not saying on my own damn channel. When people do that, they get automatically blocked, gone. And you're not gonna come on here and insult people. You're not gonna come on here and say Jimin can't sing and nobody wants to hear this. It's my video. I can post whatever the hell if you don't like it, why are you here? Like, why are you here? I'm like, yes, and depending on what mood I am, I will cuss you out. Oh, I will screenshot you and do a video about you and put you on blast. I will do that as well. I've done that several times. I'm petty like that. I'm like, let me screenshot this comment. I had some New Jeans fans try to come in my comment. And again, we can agree to disagree, but if you're New Jeans fans, there's no way in hell you should be coming to my fucking channel. Like, you should just run along now. Like, don't come here. Like, this is not, I tell New Jeans fans all the time, this is not a safe space for you. Don't come here and think you finna find refuge in my comment section. You better go find one of them New Jeans sycophant videos and go comment on their shit. Don't come here. I'm like, don't come here with that. This is not. I'm not a safe space for Min Hee-jin and New Jeans fan. I'm just not. I tell them all the time. This is not the channel for you. This is not the video for you. This is not the place you should be. You should stumble somewhere else. Go and take your ass somewhere else on, because you get by. I will cuss you out and I will block you. You will be screaming into the void. I will hide you from my channel. Like, it's just that simple. And I understand when people have hundreds of thousands of followers, but there's ways to, even with the lots of followers, to mitigate that. There's keywords you can block. There's where you force people to be subscribers in order to be a comment. They'll eliminate all of that. People come to the channel, got something fly to say, I'll shut off my comment section. I'll make you be a subscriber. When I posted my Bad Bunny short, people tried to come at me. I said, oh, no, the fuck you don't. Bloop. Oh, you got to subscribe to this channel in order to comment. Yeah, and you got to be subscribed for a week. Now, bye. Go watch my video. Go talk that shit somewhere else. I have a zero tolerance for delusional behavior, and I have a zero tolerance for people being disrespectful. I just, I've had people come and try to wreak havoc in my comment section. I'm like, oh no, you ain't finna wreak havoc in my comment section. But again, like I said, these people, they want the engagement. I don't need the engagement. I'm not trying to be a YouTuber. I have a career. I have a job. I have kids. I have a job that works me even on the weekends. Apparently, I was working today. I have a job that works me 10, 12 hours a day. YouTube is just for fun. I don't use YouTube as a career. It's not my money maker. I don't make enough money on YouTube to do much with. Like, it's enough to like pay my grocery bill. That's about it. But the fact that these people want to be YouTubers, and so they willing to do it, deal and do it any and everything in the beginning, because they want subscribers, they want the numbers, they want all that. But then when they start realizing that, okay, it's starting to get toxic as fuck as my comment section, instead of mitigating that, they just let it go till it starts affecting their mental health. I will never do that. If I ever get on a YouTube channel and start affecting my mental health, I told people in a minute, I'll delete the channel tomorrow. It ain't no thing but a chicken wing and a G-string and a shoestring and some danglings. I will come on here and delete my channel in a minute, honey. I'll be like, oh, toxic as fuck, delete. It is no thing to me. I'll go back and watch my run BTS videos and watch and go to my concert and live my life. I don't live my life online. So the people who I guess live their lives online and they use this as, I don't know, a psychological crutch, I guess, baby, yes. I have a life. I have a job. I have a career. I'm not trying to be a YouTuber like some of these people. And some of these people I can understand. I'm like, y'all are really trying to be, which is nothing wrong with that. But if you're going to go down that route, you have to deal with the good and you have to deal with the bad. And you have to have a thick skin. But to come on YouTube and be like, I'm quitting because of K-pop fans, and then blame K-pop fans for it, I'm like, well, that's not really fair. Like, you don't, again, I delete my channel tomorrow. I'll be like, bloop, y'all be like, what happened to Kiki? Gone. They is, baddie, it is. It's a hustle. BTS is I guess it's the fastest way to grow a channel. I talk about BTS, but my channel's been around, let's see, come April, it'll be 2 years. But I didn't start as a K-pop channel though. I started as a travel channel. I didn't start doing K-pop full time until January 2025. So it's been a year that I started doing K-pop, but that's not my goal is to make money. It is I do this because I like K-pop. It's a hobby. It's not, YouTube, I would have to have millions of subscribers to make good money enough to be like, well, I'm quitting my job. I got 2 kids to feed, and my kids eat a lot. So I was like, I got expenses. I got house payments. Like, I was like, I would have to make a lot of money in order to make enough to quit my job. Even still, I wouldn't want to quit my job. I'm like, I got health insurance, like, through my job. Like, nah, I'm keep my career. I got 401k. Like, I got a regular job. So I think some of these people, in my mind, they are just trying to be YouTubers. And it's backfired on them horribly because they've rode the wave of K-pop fans and K-popdom. And now it's starting, fandom is starting to become more toxic than it was 3, 4, 5 years ago. And so now they're like, oh my God, like this is horrible. And I'm like, yeah, welcome to K-pop. It's horrible, you know. Really? They play BTS. What kind of BTS videos, Batty? I don't know. Look at all the new BTS. Yeah, wait till BTS comes out with that album, Gemini. Just wait. Just wait. When BTS drop that album on the 20th, y'all just wait. Y'all gonna see more reactor channels. Play Yoongi trilogy. What is Yoongi trilogy? What is that? Just wait. Lonely Dad is a perfect example, Batty. I'm talking about my friend, Batty. Lonely Dad lives here too. He lives in Dallas. What is the Yoongi trilogy? I want to know look, I'm a Yoongi stan. I want to know what is the Yoongi trilogy? Fandom is becoming toxic. Oh, okay, okay. My mind went to something else. I apologize. My mind drifted. I was like Yoongi trilogy. I'm like, then you're like, I'm like, oh, okay. Shit, my mind. I went real left. I was like, what is that? I was like, I excited. I was like, what is that? Like, oh, okay. Yeah, but the thing about it is that um it grew so much. But he does reactor though stuff. Like I found his channel when I was first into K-pop and then I saw his reaction. So that's how I figured out who he was. But then again, like I said, reacting is not, I can never do that because me watching something is like this. That's me reacting. Oh, wow. Like I don't have funny reacting like timing and come up with clever things to say. Like that takes a personality skill I don't have. When I watch something, I'm just like, okay, like I'm real quiet when I watch things. So yeah. So I guess if you watch sugar stuff, I guess again, and I wouldn't even know how to do a reactor video anyway, even if I wanted to. Like I don't even know how to do a reactor video. Like I don't know the technology that takes to do a reactor video without getting a copyright strike. I find that interesting. Now it's different. You watch them from the beginning. You love watching I hate them. I absolutely hate them. I hate the chat. And not saying that all of them are fake. Even the ones that are real, it just does nothing for me. Like I don't, I just don't find it interesting people reacting to anything, not just K-pop, but anything. There's channels that people are reacting to other TikTok videos. There's people where people are reacting to movie trailers. I don't like none of that. Like I guess I just don't care. I guess that's the introvert in me because I just don't give a shit. Listen, I'm an introvert. I'm an antisocial introvert. So it's like I gotta like I guess I can understand why people no, I'll take that back. I can't understand why people are fascinated by that. Cause I just don't care. I'm just like, I don't care. I'm like, I don't know this person though. Like that's my whole mindset. I was like, but I don't really know this person. Like if somebody would do like it's the Asian entertainment because I've been watching her for a long time. If she would do a reactor video, I would be interested because I've been watching her a long time. But for me to just start watching the channel just because they're doing reactions and acting a certain way, I'll be like, that's just not my thing. But I know people like it though. I just, like my kids used to like those. They used to watch a lot of reactor stuff when they were younger, and then they just got disillusioned with it. They're just like, yeah, I don't like this. They're like, oh, mom, it's fake. That's the thing. It's fake, mother. My kids, it's fake. It's fake. I swear to God. That's their thoughts now. Is that's fake. Always, it's the joy of, that must be, oh, Lord, I don't, Oh Lord, that must be a thing. Initially, it was the joy of seeing people enjoy something they dismissed. Really? I don't find that fascinating at all. I could care less. I'm just like, eh. Again, I'm an introvert. So, like I don't watch people's live stream. Like I'm amazed that I do a live stream and people come here and watch me do a live stream. I don't watch live streams. Like I subscribe to channels that do live streams, but I watch it on a rewatch so I can catch it whatever they were saying. But I'm just amazed that people come to live streams. I am not a live stream loving person. Like don't watch live. When I do watch live streams, I never comment. I just watch it. I'll watch it or I'll have it on while I'm working out. It is amazing to me when I started doing live streams. I was like, ain't nobody gonna come here and listen to me doing a fucking live stream. I was just amazed that people come here and they interact. Like that's wild to me because I would never think that. Like for me, that's my brain don't go there. My brain is like, I just want to watch a video in peace. I don't want to interact with people. So when I'm watching things, I tend to have a tendency that don't want to interact. But again, I'm an antisocial introvert. I'm just, I like the hardest thing I would say about being a content creator, the hardest thing for me, what still is finding and doing things that people seem interesting because to me, my brain don't work like normal people. The things that I like, because what they tell you in content creation is find the channels and things that you like. Well, the shit that I like apparently is what nobody else likes. I'm a very dry ass person. So apparently I'm a basic bitch and I'm dry. Okay. I'm a dry, basic bitch. Okay. Let me get my comfort. The best thing I have going for me is my sense of humor. Because I do have a very sarcastic, biting sense that people be cracking up. So I am a dry, basic bitch. Again, I say it with pride. I've come to accept it. So my idea, what I find entertaining for me is like, like last night I was watching 4 hours of a video um talking about like the history of like Brittany in France. Like I was riveted. I was like, man, this is just So I understand like the people that really can tap into an audience and really know because people are like, well, you have to think about what you like to watch. I was like, but what I like to watch is what everybody else is like. What are you watching? I was like, I'm gonna watch a 3-hour documentary about plants. I am like that's my idea of being entertained. But it is hard for me as a content creator because I don't know what I see what other people do. First of all, I don't know what other people watch. Jennifer does not, let me tell you, Jennifer does not watch YouTube. So I can't ask her, my K-pop bestie, my sister-in-law, because she doesn't watch YouTube like that. She don't watch YouTube at all. I can't ask my kids, they don't like K-pop. So it's like asking them, they're like, I don't know. And then my kids are not on social media like that. Like my kids are kids, but they're not on social media like that. So when my kids watch things on YouTube, my daughter is watching like old episodes of shows on YouTube. So we have like the same kind of taste. My son is watching like there's a YouTube channel called RDC World. I don't know if you like he watches a lot of gaming. He watches gaming channels, he watches funny channels, he watches a lot of meme stuff. So that doesn't really bleed into what I do. So again, I have no one to ask, like, what do people I don't know what people watch who listen. I have no idea. I just have to wing it all the time. So because again, I have to wing it because I'm a dry basic bitch. Like I'm just real basic. I'm just like, and I'm antisocial. And I'm not a people person. And I'm a smut bucket. So again, it was like the stuff that I watch is like, like the history of how the Huns like took over women and like changed it. Like I watch a lot of documentaries. So again, like the stuff that I watch has really nothing to do with like what K-pop people watch. And so I'm always trying to look at like data and analytics because again, I'm dry. And so it's challenged because a lot of content creators, they really lean into what they like and what they watch. And I'm like, I can't lean into that because what I watch and what I like is. So again, I'm always amazed about the live stream thing. When I started doing live streams because I was lazy. I was tired of making videos, and I was like, I'll just do a live stream. And I turned the live stream on, and I had a script of what I was going to say. And then I noticed that people were coming and wanting to interact with me, and I thought it was weird. I was like, well, I just came here to read the script because I didn't feel like doing a video. I was like, well, I don't feel like really doing. I was like, I'll just do a live stream. I don't feel like that was the whole point of me doing live streams. I was like, well, I didn't feel like editing a video or nothing. So I was like, I don't feel like editing. I'll just do a live stream and just read the script and just do it that way so I can post it really quick. It's quicker to post. It's easier to do a live stream than do an edited video because it takes me like an hour to edit. But so I didn't want to edit. That's why I did live streams. I'm being awesomely lazy. Thank you, AK. That's what I get for being like, because I am lazy. I'm a lazy content creator. I have to push out videos. So like, y'all don't understand. I like my kids are like, you're a workaholic. Cause like I work my regular job and then I have like a schedule. I kind of follow the schedule, but then I kind of don't follow the schedule. Like I try to have work-life balance, and it's hard when there's things going on in K-pop literally every other day. And so with Korea being in a different time zone, like last week I barely had any sleep because I will go look at the news before I go to bed. So like 11 o'clock, I'll go look at the news and then something will pop up and I'm like, I gotta do a video. So like from I'll do a video like from 11 to 12, like and do a video. Then I have to edit it. So from 12 to 1, I'm editing, right? And so I edit and do everything. Then maybe 1:30. And then like it's 1:30 in the morning. And then so I'm up and then I can't go back to sleep. The next thing I know when I go back to sleep is 3 a.m. I get up at 5:30 in the morning. So I will literally sleep from 3 to 5:30. So I have 2 hours of sleep. And I'll go and like then I'll work all day. And so that's kind of how my life goes mostly. But I'm trying to stop that. I'm trying to figure out something different because I can't go on fumes. I can't. I'm getting too old to be like, I'm gonna go, like sometime like one evening, I just stayed up. Like I looked and it was 4 a.m. and I was like, there's no point in me going to bed. And I just stayed up. And then by the time 7 o'clock came, then another story popped up in Korean media, and I'm like, I'm working on my work-life balance. I'm working, y'all. Like but I'm kind of like go, 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 like I'm a go-getter kind of person. And so but I'm working on trying to sleep more and eat more. Cause then some days I barely eat. And then like, like I try to work-life balance. We're gonna work on it. I told my kids I would work on it. It's just balancing the things out. Cause it's always me editing. I'll edit in the car. And I edit on my phone. Like I edit my videos on my phone. There's a YouTube app where you edit videos, and I will edit anywhere. Like I'm always in the car. Like my kids are always doing things, and I'm like, okay, mommy, gotta edit. I like Bora City, but I don't like Bora City that she does lives. Like I said, I hate live streams. I will do a live stream, but for me to watch one, I can't. I can't do her live streams. I like Bora City when she was doing like edited stories. And yes, the industry moves fast, and with the time zone, it's just crazy. It is crazy. But I like Bora City. Bora City is okay, but Bora City, I like when she was doing her long form videos. Oh, she still does essay. She still does them once in a while, but I don't like any of her live streams. Like, and then Bora City to me is like, I like when she does certain stuff, but she's too army for me. Like, I have to like get off the army channels because there are some content creators that are too army for me. They're just too like, I can tell the objectionability goes out the window. And I'm very objectionable. Like I'll get on here and drag Hive when warranted. I was like, here it comes, finna drag Hive. And even though people call me a Hive apologist, but I get on there and I drag. Bora City is too high. It's too army for me. Hive Boy is too army for me. I can't. Like I'm just like, okay. Like we're losing the ejection ability. It's just too army for me. I can't do the kind Asian entertainment as much as she is. She still, I can tell she's army. Too army for me. I can't do it. Like I have to stay objectionable. I try to stay objectionable as much as I can, except for Yoongi. Nah, I can't. Nah, I admit it. I have no objectionability for Sugar. But yes, they Boris City is too army for me. Too, and when I say army, too like old school army. Like I no, I don't believe in gatekeeping. I don't believe in etiquettes. I don't believe in none of that. I rail against all of that shit. I hate it. I hate K-pop. Then another thing, I don't like K-pop fans. Generally speaking, I talk bad about K-pop fans all the time. I'll be going in on them K-pop fans. I'll just be like, y'all ain't shit. Da, 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 da. Because I don't like the K-pop fandoms. I'm not in fandom spaces. I stay away from all of that. I stay out of them social media streets. You know, you boots on the ground army. Got to show your face in order to get monetized. Not really. I started out not showing my face on my videos, but it's just too hard to edit. I understand the editing process. It's hard to edit those videos, but I prefer my faceless videos. But it's laziness. It's laziness. The only reason I'm on camera is because I don't like editing. Because it takes me 2-3 hours to edit a video. But I have a program that does that, but it takes me 2-3 hours to edit. I don't have 2-3 hours to edit. I got 45 minutes an hour at the most. But I can't take two. I mean, when I did my long form videos, I swear to God, it would take me some videos all day to edit. Like all day, it's hard to do those videos. It's really is. Not unless somebody can recommend a better program. But the program I was using to doing those videos, you know. But yeah, you can be monetized without showing your face. Most of the channels that I watch are faceless channels. Like a lot of them are. Not the K-pop ones, but the politics and the history channel. Baby, I subscribe to about 15 different history channels. And those voices, they ain't even their real voices. It's AI. They compared K-pop fans to sports fans. Sports fans are a little bit different. There is similarities there, but then differences. K-pop fans are another breed of fandom. I was a huge sports fan. I grew up in a sports household. My late husband was a diehard Eagles fan, and I grew up watching a lot of sports. And I was into sports a lot as a kid and as a young adult. Sports fans that I've known ain't nothing like K-pop fans. They sports fans, they love their teams, but it's not that serious. It's not really that serious. There are some diehards and some crazy folks, but they're not that bad. Football clubs, or you must be talking about soccer. You must be talking about soccer. Oh yeah, you must be talking about soccer. I'm talking about American football. American football, football fans is not that. Now soccer fans, I don't know. Now not that I don't know. Because I don't know, I'm in America and I don't know no soccer fans. But American football here, those fans they're not that crazy. They are not that obsessed over, American football. And then football is different because it's a competitive sport. K-pop, y'all make it competitive and it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be competitive. I don't know why K-pop fans make it competitive. I have no sense of competition. I know soccer fans has a history of being really competitive. Yeah, football here is not a thing. You just kind of like you like it and then you just move on. But even the soccer fans, it's just different. You know, college football. Yeah, I like college football. Yeah, they will fight, but at least they fight in the streets. I give the soccer fans that. At least they fight. But soccer is competitive though. Like I can understand people fighting in the streets over a soccer team. I get that. I'm like, yeah, I can see that. Because you got nationality in play. You have soccer teams and nationality in play. So you will have Ireland versus the UK. Okay, these motherfuckers go way back. They finna fight in the streets. I get it. There is no way that K-pop fans should be fighting. It's not a team thing. It's not like you're dealing with nationality and history and all of that. There's a lot of things that go into soccer that's besides just the game, but you're dealing with like nationalistic pride. I get that. That on a intellectual level, I get it. K-pop fans, there's no I can't. There's no reason why K-pop fans should be fighting when it's not on a national level. They all Korean mostly. And it's like it's not like it's this group versus this group and they're fighting each other, in some kind of competition. That don't exist. Soccer, you are really having people in World Cups, this team versus this team, this country versus this country. I get it. I'm like, it's like war. It's like you're getting ready to war. And then you have like historical clubs that's been around for 100 years and they have rivalries. I get it. K-pop, there is no rivalries. There is no Kendrick Lamar versus Drake. If somebody would throw out a diss tape on another K-pop group, I'd be like, let's go. Let's fight. If all of a sudden the EXO would bring out like We Hate Bangtan diss track, I would be like, all right, it's on. I want all the smoke. Come on, let's go on site. Then I understand it. That doesn't exist in K-pop. Nobody's dropping diss tracks on each other. If they did, there's no 50 Cent versus T.I. in K-pop. K-pop is like, it's manufactured competitiveness. It's a competitive, I'm just like, well, they all hang out and they all like each other and they all fucking each other. So what are we mad for? So I'm like, I understand soccer. I get it why people are passionate about their soccer team. I get it. K-pop, I don't get it. No, I just be like, nobody's fighting. Like, who is fighting? The fans are fighting, which I don't want to get it. I'm like, why are we fighting again? Like, again, let me know when them K-pop be dropping a diss track. I'm ready. I'm just like, oh, we dropped a diss track. I get it. But for the most part, music is just music. It's not rivalries, like they're fighting each other. And then I'll be like, yeah, get them. Manchester United. That's the only soccer team I know, by the way, is Manchester United, y'all. So I know a little bit. I know just a little bit to be dangerous. It is K-pop. The fight is very artificial. It's unnecessary. There's no fight. They like each other. I'm like, you do know these groups are liking each other. They hang out. They party together. Jennifer said, you said he was going to find a balance, and now is the time to fight. Jennifer's like, it's been 5 hours. Get off this live stream. They made a diss track about RM. Oh, I got to hear this one. Jennifer's talking about, I need to find a balance. That is true, Jennifer. Jennifer knows better than anybody that I be struggling in the game. I'll be like, Jennifer, I'm tired. Jennifer, I'm hungry. She be like, oh my God, Jennifer, I'm working too much. I'll be like crying to Jennifer. Even AK says it's about time. Okay, y'all. Jennifer says it's past my bedtime. My mama come on here and be like, what you doing in here? You need me to subscribe to sleep. Jennifer, I gotta Ava get picked up 11:30 tomorrow. I gotta take Ava back home tomorrow in the morning. And then I still need to get my car inspected. I got a lot of things to do, y'all. Because I was supposed to get my car inspected today, but then they told us that the statewide system was down. Girl, Jennifer's like, you need to go to bed. What time is it, Jennifer? I can't see. What time is it? Let's see. I started at 7. See, I've been starting early too. Instead of starting at 8, I started at 7. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So it's midnight? It's midnight, Jennifer? It's after midnight, right? Jennifer, why are you still up? Shouldn't you be in bed? Oh, it's 1:15. Okay, so it's 12:15 here. That's not too bad, y'all. I started at 7. But anyway, I guess I need to go and get me some cheese because I'm hungry. It's 8 a.m. here. Oh, well, she like, girl, it's 8 a.m. here. I'm just waking up. It's 12, Jennifer. All right, Jennifer, I have to relax. Thank everybody for being here. I really appreciate you guys. Tomorrow I will be working hard, pushing out videos and running errands for the week. Well, I am getting tired and I need to go eat something else. I had a salad today, but I need to go try to eat some, eat some cheese. So thank you, AK, for being here. It's 7 a.m. where you at, huh? LA Princess. It's 7 a.m. Oh, Jesus. And thank you, Baddies and Sandra and Witchy Siren. That's a hell of a name. It's everybody. I appreciate you guys. I'm finna go to bed. It's been fun. It's been fun, people. Yep. And I am. I gotta do some shorts. Probably tonight. I'll try for this week. But anyway, y'all. I'm out of here. Bye, Jennifer. I'll be texting you. Bye. Bye.